And welcome. We are joining a game in progress here from the Gongai Games in Beaverton, outside of Portland in Oregon. My name is VIktor from the Takedown. With me today, commentating solo from Late Night Gaming. Hello. Right, so this game is already in progress. We have the always miserable matchup, I think, of playing something like Anakin into Jango, the villain of the Eternal Former, I think. So Jango is, of course, able to tap down people with his ability, and there is no reasonable limit to how he can do that and how much. And a guy like Anakin, that might not be Anakin though. No, it's Hera. All right, that's much more interesting because Hera is one of the new leaders, so we don't really know what she will be able to do against something like Jango. What do you think of this matchup, Solo? Do you think Hera has a chance against the villain?
Well, I've actually played a lot of Hera, the new leader, a lot actually, and she's a very. Is that the old Hera?
Is this the old Hera? That could be set one Hera. Interesting.
Oh, okay, well then I think
we don't know much about deck lists at this point.
I'm looking at the showcase, so let me look up the showcase and verify that is the new one.
So our producer says that it's probably the set one Hera. This is not a showcase I am familiar with, but if you say so, it's probably the case. So Jango is looking like he's getting a lot of what he needs to get early. He's got a IG 2000 there that just pinged and tapped down some of the units from Hera. Now, Hera, of course, got a lot of interesting things in this set. So the old Hera would be able to play all the specters out of aspect without having any aspect penalty for them. She should be able to play all of these triple aspected specters just to her heart's desire. So it should be interesting. Could be a fun build here, but I
it is the old Hera.
Much about it.
It is the old Hera. It is
the old Hera. All right. So Jango just flipped here, which is where he really comes into his own and can start top down unlimited amount of things each round. Given that he can ping it, it looks like he's used Tarkington already. Hera's playing in the blue base. I can't really make out which blue base that would be, but I'm assuming it's a blue 30 because I can't see any text on it really.
Yeah, but the problem with the old Hera is like her leader. You don't get much from her leader ability, and the thing is, a lot of games are decided by how often you use a leader ability. And so her just having the leader ability that I believe it just allows you to
give experience to a Spectre unit or a Spectre or something unit, I think. Isn't it?
No, it just ignores the aspect of Spectre cards you play. And then when she's on attack, when she flips, she does give the experience.
Oh, it's only when she attacks.
But that's on her flip, right? I'm more just talking about when it's on the leader side.
Yeah. And she doesn't have any text then.
No text. Yeah, Jango's ability at the very least is giving you value every turn.
Yeah, very much so. It looks like Hera is prioritizing putting some hurt on Jango though, because when he's out as a leader unit, his ability is just nuts. It doesn't have any restrictions at all. So just removing him from the field, I think, is very important. And it does look like Hera is trying to do just that. She's put 5 damage on him at this point.
Yeah, I think personally, the Hera player is betting that the card pool, the Spectre card pool, is powerful enough to rival what is being thrown. Which there are some really good Spectres, like especially that we got from Law, like Kanan and Zeb.
Yeah, Kanan and Zeb especially, but even like something like Ezra is not. It's good, especially against a ping deck that just wants to put damage on your units.
Exactly. You still get tapped down, but you heal back up. So I think it's just hard to compete with TDR. I think even in this meta, this new Eternal meta we find ourselves in, I think you bring Jango back down to earth once maybe TDR gets hit. It goes a Haymaker.
Yeah, Haymaker's nice. Thinking on which units to put it on. Looks like we're putting on... Is that a wedge? Which unit was that she put it on? It looks like a wedge. A little bit grainy image here. To get Punishing One. And we still haven't seen Hera flip, but that comes now because they are on 6 resources. So Wedge attacks first and can give Sentinel, of course, but it doesn't really matter when you have no ground units posing. Also not sure on the damage totals here. Image is slightly too grainy to really make out the dial there, but I think there's maybe 12 damage on Talking Town and double digits at least on the blue base.
Is that the wedge, the one that gives pilots +1, or is that a different wedge?
I think this might not be. It's not wedge at all. It's the Colonel. Let me.
Colonel Yularen?
No. Earlier, older unit. He gives on attack. He can give a unit Sentinel. Or he might not even be a Colonel. He might be something else.
Oh, you're talking about. Oh, you're talking about the 5/7 that gives Sentinel.
Yeah, that's the one. Riken is his name. Yeah. General Riken is his name. I think that's Riken. And if you already have Sentinel, he gives you
an experience.
I believe. Yeah. Yes. I think that's the guy. Now, Sentinel
that's a Han 2 staple.
On
right. 2 greens.
Yeah. Doesn't really look like there's much use for Sentinels right now, though, because they are completely arena dodging each other. And that's definitely 23 damage, I'd say, on the blue base now. A Punch One has already swung, and we still have IG-88 ready to swing. That is the Ghost.
The new Ghost. That's the new one.
And it's got Sentinel, right?
No, all it does. Well, it depends. Is that the 5/6 blue one, or is that the red? Is that the yellow green one?
Looks like it says 4/4.
That's the yellow green one. What that does is, if you are showing red or blue, you give up to 2 experiences. Otherwise, this gives 1 experience to a unit.
Right, it's the one that gives experience. Yeah.
Only on when played, though. That's it. It's a one-time thing. So you have to wonder. It costs 6. It's a 4/4 that gives 2 experience. Very underwhelming.
Yeah, it looks like they are just content to race here. Both of them are 20 plus damage on base, I think.
The Devastator.
So there's the Devastator, and it's not enough to get to 30, so he is trying to clean up some of that damage. Because I do believe that Talking Town is showing more than 20 damage. I think that is the is
like 22.
20, yeah, something like that. So this looks like Hera's got it. But I might be wrong.
Yep, Hera got it.
Hera got it. Outraced Jango. He was not able to control it. I think, as far as I could follow that game, I do believe that the key thing that Hera did right was to remove Jango real early and not let him be able to control the tempo of the game. But also, we did not see one triple dart rate from Jango. Granted, there could have been one before we got in there, but I don't think I saw one. I don't think that there was one.
No, because you typically don't want to play it that early.
Exactly. And I think that is also certainly an important card in the Jango deck. So Stephen Gade, I think, is the name of the Jango player, and we've got Jennifer Muller on maybe on Hera.
Well, shout out to Jennifer. Like you got to give her props because Jango's a deck to beat right now. You'd expect at a PQ, you'd expect people to be prepared somewhat for Jango, and so she had to have had a plan and she executed it. Well, the Jango player can respond. Is it simply high rolling TDRs wins you the game? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either, because that was quick. That was 7 resource turn, I believe, where she finished it, and it looked like she was doing a lot of that hurt earlier than that even. Also, Riken did put in a lot of damage. He remained for a long while on that arena and can just at least hit base twice or maybe 3 times. That's 15 damage.
Yeah, I think it seemed like Riken and that Haymaker put the match in a position where Jennifer could close, even though it seemed like the Steven was about to turn the corner there.
Right. But a little bit too late to be able to actually do it. Well, I mean, I can't say I understand how she could have gotten Riken out that early, though, because he's 6 cost, right? And I think that card was out before. Could have been credits, maybe, or something. It's really hard when you don't follow the game from the start.
I don't know where she get credits from in blue-green.
Yeah, me neither. Blue-green, is there anything that generates credits? Don't think so.
No, you need the yellow.
Could have been a Gonk droid or something, of course.
Yeah, nothing good. Yeah, it's not credit, but you can ramp with Gonk. You can do that ship. Go ahead. Payroll heist, right.
And of course, in Eternal, you have... It was Imperial Heist we get from our computer here. Imperial Heist? That is a card I am not... I can't familiar with. It feels like one of those cards that there's a reason I don't know.
So if you're the Jango player going into this second game, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if indeed there was some kind of ramp that allowed Hera to get Riken out early, he might have to be cognizant about that. But I do see.
Resupply. This is Eternal. Yeah. Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah, it is Eternal. So resupplies allowed, and obviously Spark of Hope. There are a few ramp abilities, and combined with things like Gonk and so on, there's plenty of ability. There's plenty of ways that a green deck could ramp in Eternal, obviously.
Now Jango, there's no way you win if you play Gonk.
Yeah, no, exactly. It feels like Jango, on the other hand, it just relying on triple dart raid for the ramp, sort of ramp-ish thing it does.
Yeah, I think if I'm the Jango player, I think it seemed to me like it was a feeler match to feel like what is this player doing, because you're playing an unknown deck. No rep, no anything. So you're trying to feel out what they're trying to do. So game 2, I'm probably thinking like, I want to hold on to my surprise strikes. I want to get in. I want to close this game out as quickly as possible. But he's going Garindin first. What do you call here? Maybe resupply? Like,
Yeah. You stop the ramp. If the ramp that you saw, but if that was such a janky ramp that we think it might have been, maybe that's not the. But I do see a Sabine there that was discarded as well. So that might have been the thing he called. And I think we played a Yularen. Could that be a Yularen? It is really hard to tell what cards we're seeing here.
Is there any way to get in contact with fixing the camera a little bit or no?
Yeah, because the camera's just out of focus now. So it looks like the out of focus ability of the camera has just gone haywire on us. That must have been a P-fighter though, because we got a tap down or whatever unit, the green unit that was played earlier. And then we have someone is trying to get some focus going here. It's not really, that's a little bit sharper at least. Yeah, that is definitely a Yularen, the greenish unit there. And then we had some alternative art thing that was killed there.
Maybe Galen was played. Maybe Galen shut off PDRs. Maybe that's what happened.
Was that a Galen? Yeah. It could be the alt art Galen.
I tell you, that would make a lot more sense.
Yeah, for sure. So Yularen hitting for 2 to base, not a lot, but at least something. And the P-fighter would have hit for 3 there. And that is also some kind of alternative art thing, I believe. And I can't really tell. And we get a Shadow of Stygian Prime to it, so it will not ready, and it will start dealing 2 damage to the blue base every turn it remains in play. That is a card I like. Yeah, including the Jango deck. That might come in the sideboard though, because that would be certainly a card you would use to sort of stall the game if you're trying. If you figured that you are the control, that's a card you might want to bring in then, right?
And blue green has like no answer for this outside of Galen.
No, certainly.
Or confiscate. They could play confiscate.
Of course. Yeah. We're talking about Eternal again. Yeah, they could play it.
Premier Brain. I gotta turn it off.
But we didn't really see any attachments from Jango last turn. And would you main deck confiscate? And if you did, wouldn't you just bring it out against something like Jango?
No, you should not bring in confiscate for that one card, because that's all it seems to have.
Right. So I believe that card is going to stick. And just keep ticking 2 damage to the base and preventing whatever unit that was from doing anything reasonable. So we have a Sabine's tie out, and Jango flips with 5 open resources. So this could be nice. All right, that is a card I do not know. It is a green event that dealt 3 damage to both sides. Oh, is it the one where you can attack even if you're tapped down? It could be dogfight. It could have been dogfight. That is dogfight. It is dogfight because we did see him hit Jango for 3 and take 3 back. So that was dogfight. Now we have the triple dart raid, and it does get a raider, Ruthless Raider. Yeah, that's a staple play from Jango. We did see a lot of that back in the day, didn't we?
Oh yeah. That looks like a pilot Hera that was down.
That could be the pilot Hera, yeah, because she's got 3 power, so that would make sense.
Like those 2 stat lines.
Yeah, you're right. So that's probably it. Makes sense. The Ruthless Raider got some damage on it for some reason. Oh yeah, because it hit the Sabine's Masterpiece. Yeah. That's it. And then we have Jango going into base as well. And we would finish the round with the Ruthless bouncing to hand. ready to
Jango's
be
gone
played.
full control.
Yeah.
It seems.
Yeah, so we might be able to get a little bit of a clearer image here as well. I do believe we have 4 damage on the Tarkin Town base, and that would be 12 damage on her Hera's base. So the image is getting a little bit better. We're going into Hera's flip turn here. And let's see if she can stabilize, because this time it is definitely, even though Jango is playing a much more controller game, it feels a lot like it's reversed roles. Jango is definitely in control, also in the damage race here.
And crazy enough, if you're trying to aggro Jango, he can do some controlling because of his ability.
Right, absolutely, for sure. So we have a cleanup. Again, not completely lane dodged from each other here. But I would say that there is a discrepancy in the strength of these units. We've got 7 power presented from the space lane, whilst Hera is only presenting 4, or is she 5 power? Right, yeah. So 19 damage on the blue base actually right now. Hera is 4 power, yeah, she's 4 power. So Jango's playing something, I bet, to tap Hera down. 4, what could Jango play for 4 here? Looks like he's contemplating playing an IG 2000 here. Something for 6. Oh, the tank. the tank, always the tank. War Juggernaut coming out, damaging everything and tapping down Hera. And that would be now even damaging itself, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus. So that's an 8 powered tank. It's a big thing.
That'll probably do it.
Haymaker on Hera will give her 5 damage on the tank, but that's not enough to take it out. It's still lingering because it's 7 health, I think. So 1
health left, yeah.
Yeah. So hitting base to going to 23, and then 3 more going to 26, and that is putting that would be it, right? Play moving and giving 1 damage. I can't remember the name of that. System shock. Yeah.
System shock. Yeah.
And now 2 more damage from the shadow would put Hera in check, right? But looks like they maybe forgot to put the 2 damage from Stygian Prime in.
I mean, she could stall, but it'll be really hard unless she has like hyperspace disaster.
Yeah. And even so, if she can't take away the Stygian Prime, because she should be at 28 damage now.
Yep.
Yeah, so which the Stygian Prime in of itself is putting him, exactly 28, is putting Jennifer.
Or Yoda? Maybe not Yoda. Maybe some healing? I don't know. This game is over, it seems.
Yeah, this game is over because Jennifer needs to not only kill all of the opponent's units, but also her own unit. Yeah, and Ruthless Raider, when killed, will do the 2 required as well.
Gotta heal.
So I don't think, heal, of course, yes, Green would have some heal, right? But
what's that she playing?
Yeah, no, I don't know why they're even playing here, because you can just swing in. Or is that Colossus? I don't think that's Colossus, is it? Maybe it's Colossus. It's hard to tell what to do for it. Could be Colossus. Yeah, apparently, because we're going to... No, that was not Colossus. We are done here. A Devastator seals the deal.
Well, maybe it was Colossus because... No, it's not Colossus. It looks like Cloud City or something.
It's a 30 hit point blue base. So it's just a little bit weird that they kept playing when Jango showed lethal with every unit, and Hera wasn't able to take care of any of them. So going to third game here, and we have had two sort of one-sided games, I think. The first one, Hera just ran away with. Jango was playing very, I don't know, very passively, I think. And then the second game, on the other hand, Jango was very controlling and managed to get a lot of incidental damage in while doing it.
And see, I think this is where like you can really expose player skill. Is winning game one isn't everything, right? Changing up your strategy, knowing how, picking up on your opponent's tendencies combined with what their deck's doing, I think really highlights competitive play.
Right. I agree.
And you see the Jango player, I thought maybe he wanted to be more aggressive, but he took a more controlling path and it paid off. And it was a complete domination, it seemed.
Yeah. Also, Hera did not get any kind of ramp, janky or otherwise, which might have been a very big factor in the first game. Since we got in as it was already in progress, we don't actually know exactly what was played in the earliest rounds.
Oh, guess what this is? I just seen the base. It's Lake Country.
It's in Lake Country.
That's what it is. It's Lake Country.
Oh, it's Hera Lake Country.
I zoomed
that would explain
in.
why we didn't see any blue things.
I zoomed in and it's 34. I'm on the we got some support from our support crew and they gave us an overhead view and I can see it better. That's why the game didn't just end when we were expecting it to be over.
Yeah. All right. So 34 hit points instead of just 30.
That changes everything.
Oh yeah, I mean, and there's no blue unit, so there's also that. Battlefield Marine, the old good one, and then we've got into Crafty. This is an opening that has been around for as long as the game has been around.
Yeah.
Now, obviously with Talking Town, you can get rid of that Battlefield Marine, but do you want to, is the question. Interesting, that's very good. Now, of course, Yennefer has the option to kill the Battlefield Marine and let just stay tapped down, but if she wants to keep it, she's going to have to put it all on the base. Because just getting some damage on the Battlefield Marine would be really stupid, given that we still have Talking Down. And then, Gorilla Soldier. So we have Sabine taking out the shield as well as the Gorilla Soldier.
How about that, guys? I thought.
Yeah, and then Jango just claims instead of attacking for 2 there. Still 3 each on the bars. 3 each on the base because of how the Gorilla Soldiers got all of their damage onto the base. Going into the 4 resource turn. This is often one of the more weak turns from Jango because he still can't double things, but this time he doesn't have to because it was just 1 health left on Sabine, and then he can tap down the Battlefield Marine. So it works out well, that. Yennefer plays. Yeah, the Phantom. Right, so the Phantom is the one that can attach to that's the one that can attach to other units, I think. Oh, it's the new Phantom that gives an experience to something.
Yeah, when you play a unit from hand, you do that, and it's when play a unit from hand, playing this cost and giving experience to it.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. So Jennifer is actually up on units, pressing a little bit more damage. That would be 5 damage, but I believe that IG 2000 can use swing and take out the Phantom if it likes to. So
Yeah, just
Jennifer
something that
is.
I like to use is like when I'm playing competitively, every turn I was asking myself, if the game were to end here, who would win? Or if the boards they say the same and everyone kept attacking, who would win? And that's how I determine what I need to do every round, every turn.
Right. I don't think that's an unreasonable way to think about it, because sort of you have to deal what you know. Your opponent's hand is often unknown. Now it's not, obviously, after Grendon. Didn't hit anything, but got something. So Seb's coming out and putting 5 damage on Jango, which is, I believe, what must have happened in that first game as well, because we had exactly this board state sort of, well, not the Grendon, I don't think, but a very similar board state early on in that first game. Now,
Them having such a quick answer for Jango is really turning the tide.
Yeah, and Jango just claims there, lets the Phantom swing in for 2.
No, he's got to draw some value to tap that board down.
Right. Before Jango just dies. And I don't see anything in hand that will tap the whole board down, but there's a big ship there. Is there a War Juggernaut in the hand? But the War Juggernaut costs 7, right?
Yeah, they're on 6. No, 6. Yeah, so he can play.
The War Juggernaut costs 6. All right, so it's a 6 cost. Then he could tap down the board, of course.
I wonder what he's taking so long to think about it. If he had War Juggernaut, I just slammed it.
It's not him. Jennifer is the one thinking. Yeah, Jennifer is just waiting on the resourcing.
He's waiting for Jennifer. Yeah.
And now she's readying her cards, and we have no hesitation here. The War Juggernaut is just coming down, tapping down the whole board, probably pinging his own units. Certainly the Grindin, probably the IG as well. No, not the IG. Sure about that? All right. I'd certainly be pinging my Grindin at least, but maybe I'm silly there. Well, anyway, that buys him around. Now he can start doing things, but Seb is still in his way, and that is another dogfight, allowing the.
He has really been making this dogfight work. I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
I've never seen that card work this well before, not even in limited. But here it's been putting in some work, and I guess in the meta when you expect to be top down a lot against it, dogfight might be the card.
That's a great counter. Yeah,
it is a tech. I mean, it is certainly a good tech against Jango. And just getting to this position is super important for Jennifer. To get to the position where Jango is actually dead or has been killed.
We got to get Jennifer in the interview table. We got to talk to her.
Yeah, there's an interest, and she's obviously prepared for Jango.
It has to be.
So Hera can give experience to any unique unit or just a Spectre. I'm not. Any unique unit. That's really that's not as bad.
I think this Jango player's in trouble.
Yeah, this might very well be. I think
it might be it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't think of. Yeah, but even with Triple Dark Raid, like unless all he can do is race at this point, because there's nothing that can really slow that down this board fast enough.
Exactly. Yeah. It's interesting. Of course, there isn't a lot
Yeah.
of damage on either base. 12 damage on the Talking Town base, and I think that is 5 damage on the blue base. So the War Juggernaut takes out... That has to be Seb he took out.
Zeb, yeah.
Hera swings in and should be able to give another... Yeah, gives another experience to the...
Hope she doesn't try to kill the War Juggernaut from board. If she has an answer in hand, she's got to go base now.
Yeah. She's just storming the base to try to reach this set range he's managed to create.
Yeah, once I saw the Jango player put his cards down, I was like, oh, he knows it's a bad spot he's in.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's 34 health. We got to remember that. I think the game will be over.
34 against 25. That is a significant head start for Hera.
Yeah.
Now we are to 20.
There goes Kanan and Hera. Oh my gosh. The base only has 10 damage on it.
Right.
Lake Country only has 10 damage on it. This game is over.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way back for Jango. Even with that Ruthless Raider, you can only tap one thing down, and this board is so wide, the Hera board is. Is that a Rex unit with two? The unit with 2 experience on it?
It's Chopper.
That's
the new Chopper.
Oh, it's a Chopper, the new Chopper.
When you're showing another color, it becomes a 3/4 so it hits 4/4.
Yeah. So, yep. So that's there's some heal in the Kanan. There's the
double heal because you got Hera pilots.
Exactly. Oh yeah. And you got for every Spectre. So the Chopper is a heal as well. So Kanan would actually. Chopper's not a heal. He's a Spectre. So he will give another flip for Kanan. So Kanan.
Oh, you're talking about Kanan's ability.
Yeah. Kanan's ability will get to, he flips 5 cards whenever he will definitely be able to heal a lot of damage.
Now it's 4 and then 3 there.
Yeah. Still that Devastator is too little too late, I'm afraid.
I'm really impressed with this Lake Country. Like they changed everything once I found out Lake Country. I've heard rumblings about Hera Lake Country, and that
should be it.
I wasn't sure the card pool was strong enough.
And healing 4. Yep. That is done. Why are we still playing? There's nothing to do here. This is a concession. Yeah. Even with a really big Juggernaut there, it's done. And we have the handshake. The hand is extended. So Jennifer takes it with Hera Lake Country. That is very interesting.
Jess, I'm gonna call you Jess. Good job, Jess.
Mm-hmm. So we will take a little bit of a break and try to organize some things for you here. But we'll be back in, I don't know, maybe 15, 20 minutes or so. See you in a bit.
Hey, we don't serve their kind here.
I'll show you the dark side.
Rebellions are built on hope.
Jabba ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
taking Iden up to 10 damage on base. And getting another resource, hitting with the hauler. Iden just passes or claims. Did Iden do nothing here? I can't believe that to be true. Just passed must be the thing, right? And here we go.
Oh, man.
That is tech. And now you do have some support for tech. Iden could just flip here, of course, but uses the ability to heal at least. And yeah, Iden can't kill tech because he's got 5 health.
Why would they do that? Doesn't No Glory let them play it again?
Yeah, No Glory is really bad on the hauler because if you kill, but if you kill the hauler with No Glory, then Han could just replay it if he'd like to. But
oh my gosh, and he didn't catch it. Oh, what a misplay.
He didn't catch it. And there we see a shoe in the Han deck, so apparently that's one of the splashed cards. Obviously the splash base has already been used for that resupply. So he's opting not to use and pay 2 extra in penalty for playing the Shui, especially when you don't have any. Yeah. That is. That's a really bad play from the Han.
I know
he might not have known about that interaction though. He could have just been ignorant to that interaction.
I mean, that's beyond ignorant. That's just not card.
Yeah. You should know your cards, right? Yeah.
The No Glory says your opponent takes control and then defeats it. That's gotta just trigger your brain. Well, then I can play it.
Yeah, you can. But Han is piling up some damage here, going to 22 damage on the Data Vault base. And now finally Iden flips with a huge shield on her and using the initiative token as a shield, it looks like. I don't know if I like the Iden player's chances here, because of the Iden player actually playing that card using No Glory on the hauler tells me that Iden player was just as oblivious to this interaction as the solo player seems to be. So getting to that was a command, I believe, the green event, double green event. And he played it for 6 to get 2 more. Did he heal or ramp? And then 2
he put an experience. 2 experience and he resourced it. It becomes a resource.
Resourced it. Yeah, so 2 experience and a resource. Interesting. Just anticipating the D ramp, I suppose, to be able to kill Han. Seems good. So Fast Falcon coming in for another 3, taking us to 25, 26 damage on base. Still 7 damage to go, which prove harder than you think it is because of now Iden being in 8 resources. This is the territory where this deck starts to really kick up a gear, right?
Maybe they have AN in hand. You never know. Pay 5 to AN.
Yeah. I don't know. So Iden takes out tech. Important because DJ. And then
at least he remembers to heal.
Remembers to heal and take the damage. Fast Falcon coming in for 3, which would take us to 28. Still 5 more damage to go. That is, and this is what I'm talking about, because now we get the heal rolling with the Walker, and Iden will just start looking stronger and stronger by the second here. I think if he would have caught that hauler, that would have been those 4 damage. Then he would have been won or possibly already won.
Critical misplay.
Yeah, that was a very critical misplay. I can't believe he missed that. It's one thing if Iden doesn't want to replay it, because she might think that Han has some ways to get it back, but for Han not to replay it for free, that's silly.
I mean, that would have triggered something if Iden player would have tried to replay it.
Yeah. Well. I think we are looking at a really hard situation for the Han player here. He does get an Ahsoka out, which will take a card out of Iden's hand. Iden obviously is a control deck, so she really needs her cards in hand. Is he using Han ability here? Maybe no, he can't be. He doesn't have that many cards in hand. Of course, Han yellow, in a turn I assume, is playing a lot of smuggle cards. So there could be sort of an extra hand almost in the row for him. Going to 9 resources for both players. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, both players. And paying 1 to keep Falcon. Healing 3. Now down to 21 damage on Data Vault, and he should have got some damage on the Walker, right? So discard a card, and I can only imagine +4 onto the Falcon. And not sure what's happening here. So discard a card and then +4 on Falcon, right? Yeah.
I think that was a mistake by the player.
Yeah. Definitely a little bit of a mistake, but it's still pretty harsh. Oh, another Falcon here. Interesting. Gets to hit for 3. Going up to 23, but steadily and slowly Iden is clawing this game back. And I think we can say that Iden has stabilized at this point.
Yeah, I think that's a safe thing to assume.
Yeah. Iden ability will heal every turn, almost, because he will kill something every turn.
He's healing 4 at this point.
Yeah, and then the Walker will heal. But the Walker surely should have 3 damage on it from attacking into the Ahsoka unit, right? Not that I probably must. I think it should. Well, it's probably of no consequence, but it is. All right, so Liberty.
Liberty.
Tapping down Iden, not the Walker? Oh, yeah, it can't tap down the Walker. Or could it?
No, it can tap down the Walker. It does blow up the experience on Iden.
Yeah, that's true. But the heal. And of course, you need to claim here. Yeah, it doesn't matter though, because of all of the killing that is going on in the Iden deck, and that is game. Yeah, so that's it for the first game. So we move on to sideboard here. Not one single DJ. Carson Caruso.
Thing too, and when you're playing controls, you got to know when the games are over, because if you, especially when you lose game 1, right, the control player can just kind of sit and wait and hold, like, prolong their turns. They will do that, and
certainly they won't. They will be happy to play the game till its end, even if they're really straight-ahead people. They won't tell you to concede, you know.
Yeah, it's a time game because if you can't win game 1, you have to end it early and go to game 2 and
Right.
push for a draw. That's your like only chance.
Or if you are able to win 2 fast ones, like I think there's a world when a Han yellow deck definitely can win against Iden if you get rolling with DJs and start de-ramping them. Then that can surely get out of hand. But you need to see the DJ combo and preferably redo it more than once. Then things can start happening. Han 1 it can be very quick. Well now, Colin, you for the Han 1 player here might have some interesting tech as well for the control matchup. Who knows? Certainly, I am sure that Iden has prepared for quick decks, and probably a lot of it might have just been anti-Jango tech. So Iden might just be taking out some things that are just basically just good against Jango in order to get some stuff that could work more easily against on here. Maybe, I don't know what that would be even.
Yeah. At Stumble, I thought that Stumble, the Iden players in trouble, but they stabilized.
Yeah, and I think they're, even though Iden stabilized and won it handily, I think we still saw the potential in the on deck there.
Yes. Han's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the glare on the discard pile.
So, do you think we have? Do you know of any cards that you would be bringing in for either of these sides, Solo?
You're definitely bringing in some more discard. You're bringing in jam communications. They're automatically coming in.
Right. Yeah. If they were in already, for sure.
You're bringing the extra one in your board or 2 in your board. Yeah.
Han is just content to play a 3-drop here, do 3 damage. I might even consider bouncing the Falcon here because it's just dead. You know it's dead if you leave it.
I'm not sure what Iden puts in. I think Iden doesn't really need to board too much.
Nah, exactly. That would be if she's running something to deal specifically with Jango things. So that's one of the power of the dark sides.
Yeah.
5 to go. Technically a merciless contest, obviously, but one of the 5 or 6 power of the dark sides that we have to slog through. And then Bodhi gets to discard a card. I couldn't really tell. It was a little bit too quick and a little bit too glary to tell what that was, but he got a no glory. I get to know from the.
Well, I kept that in.
Yeah.
Never mind. So, anyways,
now is that a planetary bombardment in the hand of Iden player? That wouldn't make sense. Given no, it's the new one minus
incapacitate.
Incapacitate, yeah, -2, right? And another one.
Double incapacitate.
No. Yeah. I don't know. That is not the efficiency he's looking for. Spending 2 cards to deal with the Bodhi Rook that's already grabbed the card from your hand. That is not efficient. And Han that's perfect. Gets a Shui down, and that could, having discarded one of the no glories already, that could be really good. And we've seen some of the tech that could actually do something to him.
Did he pay 5 for it, or did he splash base?
He's splash base.
Sorry, it would be 7. My bad.
So he paid 5 for it, but didn't have to pay 7 for it.
Yeah.
And I think that's reasonable, rather than spending it on ramp, because you need to end this quickly. You ain't nobody got time to ramp here.
Right.
Well, I guess Iden does, but
I didn't need them all to come up.
Yeah. Now we are looking a lot better for.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Perilous position, tapping Han down and giving him -3/-3.
I could see that being in the board coming in for Iden. I don't think that was main.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's definitely a card that's always been really good against Han Solo. But we do get tech from the row instead then, which will allow us to play a lot of more cards when your hand get quite depleted here. As well as obviously opening up the tech DJ combo.
Oh man, this Iden playing fast.
Yeah, I mean, he is certainly not dilly-dallying, and he's not wasting time dragging the game out in an unsportsmanlike fashion or anything. He's certainly playing fast here. Han rushes to get 1 damage into base, but more importantly, get that ramp on the table. He might just be digging for a DJ. He might not have it in the row already and needs to just get it into the row.
I think DJ lose his effectiveness as the game goes on. Like, I don't know if I'm trying to DJ you this time. Maybe to stop you from like super laser blast, but
yeah. Like if you can de-ramp someone from 6 to 5, that's absolutely worthwhile, I think. And if you then have something that will allow you to bounce him to your hand and do it again, yeah, go ahead. That's the game plan for me. Shui gets 5 in there, and he is gone.
Play another one.
That's 5 resources. That is the DJ. Yeah, that's what you want to do. I do believe that's how you do it. So you steal one of the open resources. Yeah.
Keeping them away from Mauls and Super Lasers and Avengers is still work.
Yeah. 100%. Absolutely. And now you can play Fast Falcon or something. That's perfect. Yeah, looks like that's what we're doing.
With the tech out there, he can play whatever he wants.
Yeah, exactly. That's the Fast Falcon coming in for 3 more damage. I think this is looking pretty good for Han player. He is now at 19 damage on base. He is discarding obviously the supply carrier there. He stole from the resource row. And Iden is stuck on 6 resources here.
That might do
it. If there's a way to now bounce that DJ and do it all over again, then this game is going to start looking a lot more interesting. And so we still at 20 damage on base, I believe.
Bodhi, get the hand. Yep, good job.
Yeah,
oops, super laser blast.
Yep, that's gone. And that's and also vigilance that might not be long for the world.
Oh no, not confiscate. That's forgotten.
It's Bodhi Rook, right?
Yeah, so
you can only take events and attachments, but that's fine. So he's taking the lost, the forgotten, and then Iden plays vigilance to heal and kill. Plays vigilance to heal and kill Bodhi. Yeah,
which heals 4. No, 5. No, sorry.
5, yeah.
It's 6 because it's heal 5.
Oh, heal 6. Then... Right, yeah. Heal 6. Heal 6 because of Iden. Ooh, that is good. And guarding one of the last cards here, which could be the Super Laser Blast. It's really good. Get that out of the hand, and then +4 I can only assume to one of the units, because at this point Iden has no open resources, so there is no trickery. So yeah, +4, that means +4 to DJ, I assume, and he's coming in, and we get
like 3
plus 6 plus 3 damage. So that's 12 damage.
12?
Yeah. 6 from Tech, 3 from DJ, and 3 from the Falcon. So we are at...
Yes, 12, my bad.
24 damage on the Data Vault. To obviously no damage. 25 damage. No, that's certainly 24 damage. We get... Tech is a trader. Interesting. Just as Iden was running out of cards, she does find a way to get a little bit more of cards in hand through the smuggle resources. Obviously not interesting this turn.
I'll be right back.
And that's the last card discarded from Iden's hand, I believe. I think that was her last card in hand. So we have a really interesting situation here. Han is holding on to 1 card in hand, 4 open resources. Iden swings in. I don't know, did Han claim? Surely he didn't. Surely he didn't with 4 open resources. No. And 2 standing units. That can't be. So swinging for 3 there, going to 27, I believe. And he needs 6 more damage somewhere. DJ can only do a little bit. That's something being made. That's a blaster. All right, perfect. Blaster coming in, doing. But that, did he afford it? Did he have 5 open resources? Oh no, he didn't have 5 open resources, did he? Or did he have the splash base ready? Maybe he didn't use... Oh, right, from the row, the blaster is yellow. I can't remember these cards somehow. How fast you forget. The blaster is 5 from the rows. Sorry, 3 from the row, but yellow and not red. So he could definitely do that. I'm joined by Loopee here, but as the Iden player is clearing the board, killing everything with a super blast, he drew into his second super blast.
Yep.
Which is very timely for him there, because he was in a pickle.
Kaboom! Now, and he top decked it too. What's up, everybody?
He top decked it for sure.
I'm doing a little commentary here. He top decked a super laser blast. All right, I'll go mute myself again now.
All right, so Solo's back here. Now, Khan has a fresh board of resources ready, but he does not have much more than... I don't think he's got more than 1 card in hand. Maybe 2. It's apparently 2 because he's using Han ability. So it's got to be something expensive then. I don't know that I agree with this. What is it doing? He's stealing a resource because he's playing another tech. Sorry, DJ. I mean, he's playing another DJ from the row. Stealing a resource, discarding it, and yeah, I guess that's good. Keep Iden in a very low position. It's still only 8 resources.
Keep him off that Avenger.
Exactly. The Avenger lock is at least one turn away. And also, Iden does not have cards in hand at this point. Not a lot at all. So, I think DJing wasn't the best possible play there, but it certainly wasn't bad.
Yeah, he's probably they're both in top deck mode. And without tech, yup, there goes the tech. That's
exactly. They are in top deck mode, but Han is built to be in top deck mode. Han has the tech to make everything in his row into a secondary hand. And here we go, playing from the row. What else can he dig out? It doesn't look like Iden has an answer. Oh, or maybe she does. It's pointing to something. Not sure what. And oh yeah, just that he claimed. So we get Han is showing 3-5 damage here, which is lethal. It's exactly lethal. So Han could take it here. Also, of course, a
-2/-2 draw.
Yeah, any
card. He's digging.
Yeah. Any here is going to be good. If there's a there it is. There it is. Yeah. There is. So that's game from the roll. 2. Game 2. So this time, Iden had a really miserable start, I think. And even though we didn't see a stellar start from Solo, from Han Solo, that is, I think it was good enough. And then being able to DJ at least that first one, I think was actually very important.
You called it. When he double incapacitated, I felt like that was a stumble. He had to drop 2 cards just to kill that one. I felt like he was on back foot at that point. And that's probably where he lost. That's where I saw he lost the game. Double incapacity.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. Having to pay 3 cards essentially to deal with 1 card because of Bodhi actually discarding a card first. That's not ideal if you're a control deck. You need your cards.
But here's the thing though. The Iden player is in a good spot still because time is working against the Han player now.
Right.
Because Iden's going to be in draws all day.
Right.
Han can't afford that.
No, exactly. Yeah. No, it's a rough one. You ideally you don't want this to go to natural draw. Do we have a timer somewhere? Do we know anything about how much time is left? So we don't actually have any knowledge of the time at this point, so we couldn't tell you how much is left of the round, but it can't be too much, right?
No, I think we're at least sitting at about 35 minutes.
I agree. So less than 15 minutes for this game, probably.
Safe assumption.
Yeah, we're just making guesses here. Maybe some of the viewers have a better grasp of time than I do, and would be able to make a better, more educated guess than I can.
But shout out to the Iden player for being very quickly. He wasn't doing a lot of syncing.
No, yeah. So we just got so Carson Caruso, the Iden player, he did top 8 the which was it, the Milwaukee regional, yeah. So he is certainly a well established player with some prior success in the game. No guesses from chat as to how much time remains, so I think we are about equally in the dark on that. And we're going into a quick start of the game here. Obviously Han is resourcing early. That is the start he's looking for. And Iden probably just claims, right? No, playing the thief there. Not stealing anything, but it's a unit. And again, like this, a resupply. Resupply? Well, I guess. Maybe. It'd be good. Do we see anything interesting in Iden player's hand there? I think I saw a treacherous flash by.
Such an interesting card. I think they must have brought that into the sideboard.
Yeah, could definitely be. And this is looking interesting. We have damage on solo space, not on the data vault. That's the first time in the game we see that situation.
Yeah.
And the harm player, only 2 cards in hand after supply. Trying to figure out what his best way forward. And that is attack. So we're looking to do, but it's killed immediately. With one of the 6 no glories. Sorry, dark sides. Han going to 5 here.
I mean, you could take it to 9 with power Platus. Whatever Platus.
Putting in some work. So I assume you're taking the Merciless contest there. Yeah. Because you don't want to have that efficient 1-for-1s.
It's just a blowout of the turn. You can't play anything.
No, yeah.
The Lost and Forgotten is spicy, but it's still too tough.
Right. Yeah. So Solo flips, and surely he's got something for 4 in hand here, ready to go. The Thief just touches Solo for 2, and then we get 4 to base, I assume. Iden doesn't have anything to play, right?
From the looks of it, it didn't seem so.
No.
This turn.
Well, hasn't claimed yet. Resourcing from the top of the deck. And then now Iden claims. And we get to see something for 4 being played from Han Solo player. No? From the row? Yeah, another tech from the row. Yep, makes sense. And tech is certainly very threatening for the Iden player. Iden is still just got 5 resources here, and is threatened to have to maybe deal with that tech, or possibly deal with a DJ as soon as it comes down. It might be a tall order, and he does not. He's just resupplying here. That is, of course, another way to sort of, insulate yourself a little bit from the effect of the DJ. So this is certainly a DJ. Here he comes. Yes, stealing that resource right back. I guess resource-wise now, Iden is, still where she was, but she was 1 behind, and she wasted a whole turn for that play, which is a turn where...
That's a time walk.
Yeah, exactly. But DJ should not be ready here, right? DJ should certainly be exhausted. No, exactly. Yeah, correct. So we just got notice that 16 minutes left in a round. So more time than I thought. More time left than I thought. And if this is how it's going, yeah, certainly the Han Solo play is doing exactly what he needs. I think you're taking the vigilance here, right? Yeah, the vigilance is
you got to take vigilance.
Yeah, I think so. Because of getting that much heal at this point is just too much. You can't have him heal for 6 here. Returning the...
Also, Lost and Forgotten is like an underplay, right? Because there's nothing big Lost and Forgotten could hit.
Exactly.
Maybe tech.
Yeah, I guess tech. But tech's already done the important stuff. And, of course, he's 1 tech down already. He might want to keep tech just for the hand thing. Yeah, killing tech is probably not bad. But only getting to heal 3 is a lot less than getting to heal 6. Or will you get to heal 4 with Iden ability, I guess. So yeah.
Yeah, 4 lines. You remove a unit and heal 3+.
3+1. So yeah, it's still worthwhile to kill tech that way, I think. But Han Solo play might be in a decent spot after all. He's still got 6 more damage coming in.
He's still got a lot of work to do still.
Oh yeah. You'll only take him to 19, but that's a better target for that Lost. Really nice. Threatening a lot of damage for next round.
And I don't know. I think the Iden player has to top deck something to deal with that Liberty. Otherwise, it's going to get hairy.
Yeah. The Iden player has a really small hand at this point. Only 1 or 2 cards left from previous round, and you've got a resource. Iden can't stop resourcing, so it's going to be rough for the Iden player here. It's got to deal with the Liberty for sure. Can't have that Liberty hitting your face more than once. So no glory is a good answer. But that means that
was definitely a top.
Yeah, that was top deck. And then leader unit now gets to smack for 4. Maybe with a buff of some sort or so. I could just see a blaster coming in here. Because this is where Han Solo wants to put the pedal to the metal, you know? He is doing some kind of math here. Waiting for something. Only 2 open resources for Iden player. And Iden could take out Bodhi or Han Solo. But it would be a trade with Han Solo.
I think he has to take out the Han.
Yeah, it's Han Solo player first, so now you have to take out Bodhi, right? Instead. So that's what's happening here. Yeah. Gets to heal 1. 22 damage on base. Going to be 25 after DJ hits. It's still, what is that? That is 6 open resources, 7, 8, 9, 10 open resources for the solo player. It's not spending them just yet. So DJ might just swing. It's doing some math here. Is that a blaster then? I assume. It's making them into piles of 3 here.
I wonder if he's going to play that Enfys Nest.
Oh. Yeah, Enfys could take out Iden at this point, of course. Going to 25 here. And then...
Because that's how you protect your Han. Your Han would live if you had
that's 6, 7. Is that... It's another DJ, yes. It's got to be another DJ. And it is. Replacing the old one. D-ramping. Of course, healing 1. But I think the D-ramp is worth it. I think the D-ramp is worth it. And stealing a card from his hand with Ahsoka here. Also very good. Is there no hand? Is he out of hand? Or is he just thinking about what to discard? Surely he's not empty, right? Can't tell. I can't tell. Yeah, no, he wasn't empty. But I couldn't tell what he discarded. Maybe one of you caught it. Now, drawing back up. And Han Solo's got some cards in hand, actually. No, that's his resources, all right. Was that the Walker he had in hand before? Did he resource the Walker?
The card that DJ took.
Yeah, but that was a Walker. So DJ did steal a Walker from the row, which means that at some point Iden resourced the Walker.
Yeah.
Iden is at 7 resources, and that's a blaster coming in. So we've got 28 damage on the data vault might go to 31 after DJ hits, unless Iden's got an answer. And that is not an answer for DJ, but it is healing it back up 5. You can't kill anything, so only 5.
Heal 5 plus 6.
Yeah.
Okay,
But that's game.
Yeah.
That's cunning for the game. Very nice. Good comeback from our Han Solo player. Colin Yu took.
But that's why I thought Han was actually favored into control because of DJ in Eternal.
Right. It used to be, at least back in the day, that he was.
There was a period of time where Han wasn't favored into control because it lost to DJ, and then because of force throw and control, Han was almost unplayable.
Right.
But now DJ's back, and I think control's favored again.
Yeah. I think DJ is just strong enough. Well, we are signing off for a little bit, and we will be back with you in a few minutes. See you in a bit.
don't serve their kind here.
I'll show you the dark side.
Rebellions are built on hope.
Jabba ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
father before me.
What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? Loopee at Late Night Gaming here, and we are in round 3. This is Swiss round 3 of the Gongai Games Eternal Planetary Qualifier in Beaverton, Oregon. Shout out to those guys for letting us stream this, as well as Rebel Trader for bringing the camera setter over there. We've been struggling with some issues, but I'm confident that we're getting through them. And this round, I'm joined with Kyle from the Colorado Cantina crew. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing well, Loopee. I hope you're having a good day as well. So, yeah, Eternal's been on my mind a lot this weekend. We had some teammates competing in an Eternal PQ. One of them took it down yesterday, so it's been interesting to see the lists, right? Jango, as expected, has been pretty prevalent, but I've seen a lot of weird and interesting deck lists floating around out there that have been doing pretty well. Have you gotten to do much Eternal yourself?
I have done not much Eternal myself. I actually have that as my next PQ, though, so I'm going to have to get something together. This Jango deck seems okay.
Yeah. Mine's been we don't have we were originally supposed to have an Eternal PQ here in Colorado, but local feedback got that changed to regular constructed. So my experience so far has been with prepping teammates in other areas that do have Eternal PQs. So obviously getting to see some updated versions of Jango's, gotten juiced up a little bit. But this matchup that we have here, Jango against Ray, is not a crazy matchup. This is something that we saw out at Sectors here in Colorado when we had that not too long ago during the live version of the Jango meta. So this is a matchup that I think we've seen a little bit before. I've seen played before, so we'll see how it goes. Players are shuffling up in here and getting ready to go. In my experience with this matchup, a lot of the time it comes down to Ray being able to get a kind of a restore function going on the ground just to stay alive through the Jango tap dance, and eventually trying to turn the match towards the big bombs if we're not close enough to being dead by that time. So it ends up being a little bit of a drawn-out matchup, but I don't think Ray's out of it. I would probably be wanting to be on the Jango side of the table if I had my choice.
Well, I mean, Ray is a very grindy deck. It does some things. So let's see. Yep. Let's see how this actually goes.
Yeah, and I'll be interested to see what new tools might be incorporated here into Ray. I mean, we got a lot of good blue-green hero in the most current set here, right?
So there's a potential for all kinds of restore in the Ray deck in blue-green hero. I mean, there's just all kinds of ability to play restore units. A lot of times that's kind of what the race is doing with the trying to outlast all the damage Jango can put down. Because he's going to be able to do a triple dark raid. You don't have any real discard available to blue-green hero, so you're really going grindy. But it's unlikely that Chris brought this without any plan on how to beat Jango, because that's something you absolutely need to do in this meta.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we're starting with the spacecrafty here into Mina. The challenge with getting that restore off a lot of the time against Jango is getting to attack with your units before they're tapped down. So to your point, there should be energy here, perhaps shielded units or ways to interact with our opponents.
Right.
Going into base for 2, get the game started.
Yeah, that Black Sun Patroller, as I think the name of the card, is a great card from the new set. It is the spacecrafty. It does have a shield, which is very relevant to the mirror. Most of the time when you have a 30 hit point Jango base, it's there. All right, and the Ray player brought a life puck, which is great and highly visible on stream, so that's going to help us a lot compared to what the prior rounds have been. All right, Mina comes in.
And then the immediate answer. Yep, tap down right away.
And that's Incapacitate, I think, is going to take care of the Black Sun Patroller. Yep. That's a new card that gives -2/-2 to any unit. So,
yeah, some of that interaction we were talking about, I would think that card makes a lot of sense, specifically into this matchup. So, a new maiden board addition here would also be good into the Elite P. So, there's going to be several cards in the Jango deck that card will be able to take care of.
Yep. And Shinahadi's one of them. All right, the Village People, shouts of YMCA. You haven't heard since post-rotation, but they've hit again, so away we go here. Ray has taken...
Yeah, a Ray staple, right?
Right. I mean, you can't have a Ray deck without the Village People. I mean, how would that work?
Absolutely. Interesting to see Shin, though. A lot of the Jango decks I've seen don't typically want to go to ground this early in the game, perhaps with larger units around the Jango flip turns. So might be a little bit of an evolution of this deck from what I've seen going into the new set.
Absolutely. All right, so thinking through the moves, Jango has not played a resource yet. And I think that they're on the 4 resource turn. It's a black mat with black sleeves on top of it, so it's hard to see the resource row. All right, so there's...
Yeah, it's like we're at 5 each here. Okay. And we're going to have to trade Shin into the shield. So, classic Village People with Ray. Village been one of the best stall abilities that Ray's had since the inception of this deck. So,
all right, so here we have the Jango flip
flips.
turn. Let's see what Ray has in store. Nothing less to fear to take out Shin Hati.
Okay.
And that also makes the Village People swing back for 4, dissuading Jango from attacking into it.
Yeah, 5, right, with the current buff on it. So,
there's an experience
1, 2, 3,
too.
4, 5, yeah.
So Jango has to run into Chicks with Sticks. It's not dead yet, but we'll die at the end of the round.
This is looking like a very good start for Ray. Base damage is low. We have control of the ground, and Jango is not really efficiently tapping down yet to kind of slow or to kind of push the advantage. These Village People doing work.
Yep, and they're going to go to the 6 resource turn. So this is where TDR really becomes a play for Jango, with the ability to play a Devastator in addition to a War Juggernaut. Jango is alive. The Village People did get killed at the end as the buff from Nothing Less to Fear expired. So how will Ray respond? I think you just kill Jango. So that stops the whole takedown, and that's exactly what Mina Bonatera does. Also,
and you want to protect your Ray flip, right? You're going to get to flip this turn. You want the restore.
Yep. All right, so Shin Hati is sparing down Mina Bonateri. Jango died this turn. He passed, I think.
I think we're trying to get some out. To your point, if we're going to see a War Juggernaut or something out, passing to get more units on the board to get kind of maximum value on spreading that damage.
Yep.
Whatever's being played.
Maximum to the damage, because this is the turn that Jango cannot tap down because he died this turn, which is important. We're going to get a Ruthless Raider. That's what we're going to get.
Okay. Always a scary unit, hard to take down, avoids the card takedown itself. But all right, with Mina dying, though, we're going to see a Bright Hope disclosed. Sentinels on both sides, so going to be able to throw up more walls in front of Jango.
All right.
Good for Ray.
Ray's going to buff a Spy because that's how we dirtle. Does take some damage, going up to 14 damage on base. Ray deploys, comes back, restores 3. Big restore from Ray. And she also is able to give herself experience, do 3 damage. So Jango has taken 12 damage on base. Chris Wolf, piloting Ray, has taken 11 damage on base, and we're going into now 7 resources. Remember, Ray has Luke Skywalker available. That's a card that's still legal in this format. So there are things that Blue-Green Hero does that can be strong into Jango. This is, you saw Data Vault decks being played to try to counter Jango after Jump to Lightspeed was revealed and the Devastator TDRs became commonplace.
Yeah, I imagine Jango with the initiative, right, is going to look at some way to tap down Ray. You need to prevent this restore and then kind of press your advantage. A lot of options now, especially with cards from newer sets and what it already had. So I can't see Jango's hand, but I imagine there's more than one way available to initiate a tap down action.
Yeah, I think that Jango's really looking right now for a triple Dark Raid. I mean, a Devastator would be good. That's actually punishing one from hand. So that does tap down Ray. Punishing one is a cool card. You're seeing it all kinds right now in the current meta because, it's probably the best 5-drop for Boba Fett. All right, and then we have Luke Skywalker taking care of Shinhati. We don't need to have much more. All right, so Chris has taken 15 damage to base from Jango. We're at 17 damage on Jango's base. Only 8 more to go. So Luke plus a spy is lethal right now. And Luke Skywalker's Restore 3 also makes it very tough to tap down both. He can't, right? Jango can't tap both Ray and Luke, so there's going to be some restore.
Yeah, the race is absolutely on, though. A surprise strike coming into base here. Let's see, we got 9, 10, 11, 12 more to go on Data Vault. But slightly less to your point, 2 actions to kill Jango here. So it looked like the Ray player
the Ray claimed.
Yep.
So might have aggressive negotiations in the deck. That would not surprise me. Nope, just going to attack with Luke.
Yeah, get that heal, and then also putting your opponent in check. Check, right? 6 or 8.
Oh, yeah. So Jango's got 2 health left. So War Juggernaut can do damage to everything, tap down Ray, and then Amidala comes in for lethal. So I think that's going to be Johnny Ballgame.
He's 23 on base, right? We need 7 to.
You're right. It is 20. I forgot he's not in Tarkentown. He's on the 30-point base. So it's 2 actions.
That's right. Yeah.
So it could be that he has a no good to me dead. Yep. Scoop.
Nope. That's going to be the scoop.
So yeah, the extra health is for the mirror then in Jango. The 30 hit point base, once you have like a blue-green hero deck stabilized, is not going to save you.
Yeah, and I think it was a rough start for our Jango player needing to go to the ground with Shinhati, especially into the village. People really slowed down the amount of damage to be pushed. Imagine that had been a space unit gotten another few damage. This game came down to just both players having lethal on board the final turn, but it was an action race. So really village people there just being the all-star, delaying and allowing Ray to set up, start healing, and then get ahead.
All right, so...
Well, our Jango player definitely knew what was up. The sideboard decisions were made at lightning speed, so the plan was already ready to go. It looks like our Ray player is going to be sideboarding quite a bit. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards so far coming out here.
Yep. So, I mean, you're conscious of what's happening when you go to an Eternal PQ, and I'm sure that Ray wants to be able to improve into Jango, period. You still have to address the rest of the decks in the format in the deck, and there's a lot of things that you can lose to that aren't Jango, and you don't want to be totally hyper focused, but it looks like there's 5 cards coming in for Ray. Hard to say what Jango adds in, but if there's any anti-healing, you want to bring that in against Radiant Vault.
Yep. Yeah, when the Eternal format started, I think people were worried it was going to be nothing but a Jango fest. And while Jango is obviously present and present at a high level, I think it's actually been more diverse than I expected. Starting to see a lot of different variants of card control. Not my personal favorite to play against, but cool to see all the different versions. But then there's been different flavors of aggro popping up. Obviously, we've seen a lot of Gar doing very well. So it has been an interesting meta so far, and so I look forward to seeing more of it myself.
Yeah, and I think that
you said you have an Eternal PQ coming up, right?
I do in 2 weeks, and we'll have coverage of that. Rebel Trade will be producing from past times, so looking forward to it. I mean, right now, I do have a Jango showcase. I'm probably playing Jango. I'm worried that I'm not going to have the opportunity to play it at full power again. I mean, I actually played Jango before it got crazy, with set 4. I did actually play it at an event and did very well, 5-2. I never got to play it in its full glory, I guess, with the TDR Devastator. But maybe I'll get a chance in 2 weeks. We'll see. I don't think it's unreasonable.
I'm on the other side of that. I'm on the other side of that story. I also had a Jango showcase, but did not enjoy the deck and traded it, so I would not be tempted.
All right, so Kyle, of course, is at Colorado Cantina Crew, and one reason I like about Kyle is this. Let me just try it. What's the best aggro deck in the current Premier format?
Oh, that's a good question, but my favorite right now is Yularen.
Yeah, there we go.
I know you're a fan of Yularen as well.
That's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for. All right, so we're off to bat. Explain. Chris Wolf leads with Mina Betateri. Jango Fett leads with a BT1, a new unit from the set, and that's the hyperspace version, which is one of the coolest looking cards in SWU.
Is it? I don't think that's a hyperspace BT1. I see a black border.
It might be around. Maybe it's just the normal one, but sharp looking card. I like that one. I like this new Sabine unit a lot.
BT1 going into base. He was hoping for the ping off the top.
Yep.
Missed, unfortunately. So that's going to allow me to attack back and get the restored one.
Yep. BT needs to discard a red unit to get that. And then we're going to get a crafty smuggler. The original, much imitated 2/2 shielded.
Yeah. Now, the Ray player playing a unit here, I don't recognize. It gave a shield to Mina.
That is
some anti-Jango tech.
That is the best 1-drop, in limited for one. That's that shield drive outfitter. That's what that is.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised to see it here, but this must have come out of the sideboard as anti-Jango tech, giving a shield to one of your restore units.
Yep, and the shield drive outfitter can, of course, give a shield to anything.
Mm-hmm.
So he gave the shield to Mina Betateri. So Mina has an experience and a shield. All right. So the shield drive outfitter is going to hit BT1. So that way Mina kills it, right? Because the on attack could clear the shield, and then if you run BT1 into it, it could tap down that Mina Betateri, which is what you would think Jango would be trying to do right now. All right. No.
Yeah, absolutely. If this is going to turn into a ground battle, Ray needs to get rid of that BT. You don't need those pinging down you every turn.
Yep. Well, Ray got rid of the BT1. And P38 takes care of the shield drive outfitter. Ray still has all 4 resources left. What will we see? Actually, no. It looks like 2 left. She played the 1-drop with the thing. So she's playing Spark of Rebellion. Hope. Yeah, Spark of Hope is what that one's called. The one that ramps a unit that died. So Ray's going to deploy possibly before Jango.
Well, being at such low HP, only 4 damage so far on base, the ramp is really efficient here. Obviously the Ray player wants to be able to get to Ray flipping, Luke, all of these powerful, larger heal plays that we saw close out the game last time. So I think that's bad news for Jango, right? If he's able to weave in the ramp without being too much damage on base, this is going to be a problem.
Yeah, so the inevitability here is on Ray, right? Because Ray has Bo-Katan, almost certainly. Luke Skywalker's, chicks with sticks as we see the village people come down. So there's just a whole lot here. Now that stuff, the crafty moves in and they trade shields. Ray is going to buff the village people, giving an experience. Yep. And now we're going to crash into Jango with Prejudice, doing 3 damage. Jango kills the village people, has 1 health left. Punishing one.
Okay, punishing one to tap down Ray.
Taps down Ray. Players are moving at lightning speed.
Well, at this point in the game, I think the Jango players are in a little bit better position than we were last time. You'd like to have more damage on base at this point. but starting to build a good space presence. And unfortunately, though, the Ray player is going to be able to take care of Jango first action here, and has Ray to start the heal train going.
Yep, absolutely. All right, and actually, our video is improved to the point that I can actually do from the other. I spoke too soon. All right, so Ray comes in, murders Jango Fett, restores 3. Let's see if I can do it this way.
One thing I've noticed in both of these games that's interesting that I miss from before rotation is smuggle. I haven't seen a single card smuggled by either player. It's just a function, a mechanic that I love. I want to see happen on screen.
So if this Ray deck is similar to how like Tata ran his Ray deck, it'll have tech, and it will have like max grind late game. Tech the unit, not tech generally.
Yep.
All right, so Ray has died. This is probably Luke. It's not Luke. It's Ewing looking for Luke.
It could be Luke.
It could be Luke. Yeah. It could be, would you like a boat or the box? There could be anything in the box. It could even be a boat. All right.
I can see a little bit of the hand, and the second card looks like a Luke, so I imagine that's what we're about to see.
Yeah, Luke Skywalker really defined Blue Hero for a very long time. And still one of the most powerful, impactful cards, because the when played kills a big unit, it kills a 5-drop, and then he's representing 6 attack and 3 restore. Next turn, Jango has to claim.
Yeah. You're looking for that first action tap down again, right? You got to keep Luke in check.
Yeah, you can't be taking hits from Luke. I mean, so I'm sure that the tap down is a priority here. Jango, when he's the leader side, can do 1, but that allows Mina to get through.
All right.
It's only
a second War Jug. These are starting to get a little scary.
Yep. All right. So, but the first one didn't get to attack yet, and he actually is going to tap his thing too. He's going to put a damage on his P-38. So that is probably.
Yep. Direct hit coming in, being a vehicle unit able to take down the War Juggernaut on the ground.
Ah, that's what that is.
Yep. And then Akbar coming in to soften up our second War Juggernaut, reducing the threat. At this point, Ray is really starting to take control of this game. Again, the Restore online with multiple units, only at 4 HP, and now starting to get to the resource level. We're just going to start seeing Haymakers. It's going to be difficult for Jango here, I think.
But potentially actual Haymakers. Also Haymakers in the sense of things like Bo-Katan. I mean, he's at 9 now, right? Because he ramped.
Yep.
So, there's not a lot of red-yellow villain that survives a Bo-Katan. I believe War Juggernaut.
Yeah, and I don't know that there's a lot of comeback capable for Jango. You need to be comfortably within striking distance at this point in the game so that you can, kill with reach or TDR. It's going to be difficult to close this one out.
Yep.
Let's see what the Jango's got up the sleeve.
So, War Juggernaut trades into Luke. Is there another Luke? Is there a Bo-Katan? What mean thing? Will he just restore with his 2 units on the ground? Chris decides calls Galen probably triple Dark Raid, almost certainly.
Yep. I was thinking TDR, maybe Devastator, but yeah, TDR makes sense.
Ruthless Raider comes down, is going to tap down Mina. I don't think it quite kills her. Does 2 damage
Safe
to base.
With the buff. All right, a buff on Akbar.
Yeah, we got
still going to be able to attack with Akbar, get a restore.
Grand Admiral Akbar with 2 experience on him.
It's actually a threatening Akbar out there.
Yep. All right, so how will Chris respond? All right, we have the P-38 coming in, but Jango has now taken 16.
Strike. Pushing a little bit.
11.
Okay, interesting. Ray floating 4 resources, so had nothing else to play from hand there.
Yep, so on the gun, we'll take 4. Then restore 1
And
with
to your
Mina.
comment earlier, these two players just playing at lightning speed, right? So fast.
Well, they like to keep us on their toes, so the hits keep coming. So they both know their decks. They both know exactly what's going to be happening next. How will Chris respond? Has not used. Actually, I think it's actually Eclipse Maxing's action. So here comes the P38 for 3. Turn card sideways is always something that works.
Yep.
14. All right, so
All right,
3.
17's.
Yep. There's the punishing one being replayed and tapping down Galen. And village people. Tap that down.
Probably not really what Ray is looking for, although it's going to work out here since our
hyperspace disaster. Good night.
Yeah.
Good night, Jango. All right. So and Eclipse Maxing. That's it. We're going home.
Yeah.
You know, we're gonna go to 2-1 and look forward to the next match. So that was kind of masterfully done by the blue-green hero player piloting Ray Data Vault. What did you think?
Yeah, we saw similar strategies, back in the Colorado sector with Blue Green Hero generally, but exactly to your point, set up on the ground, mitigate as much damage as you can through restore, live until you get to the mid game where you can flip Ray, Luke, and now of course into hyperspace disaster to clean up the game. I think the game plan went exactly as the Ray player wanted it to go. Jango really needed a more explosive start both games to kind of get to that check scenario, but we couldn't quite get there.
Well, it's tough when every other unit has restore, and Ray can actually make the people to change all the math with additional experience. I mean, Joy, it's really just kind of a tough go at it. So, well played by Chris Wolf. Improving to 3-0, looking good for the top 8 of the Planetary Qualifier here at Gongai. Eclipse is no longer undefeated, but still well alive. Losing at the top table of round 3. All right, we're going to go to break. That was actually a pretty quick match, surprisingly, from Array Data Vault. So we'll have some time here. Then there's going to be, I've heard from our man on the ground, Rebel Trader, that there's going to be likely a lunch break after this round. So we'll be back with the 4th round of Swifts after a while. Signing off.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
This is the way. Hey, we don't serve their kind here.
I'll show you the dark side.
Rebellions are built on hope.
Jabba ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
a Jedi, like my father before me.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
This is the way. It's a trap! Hey, we don't serve their kind here.
I'll show you the dark side.
Rebellions are built on hope.
Have I ruled with fear? I intend to rule with respect.
Jedi, like my father before me.
Welcome back to our coverage here of the Star Wars Unlimited Eternal Planetary Qualifier at Gongai Games in Oregon. I am Towernumbernine, and I am joined here by Kyle from the Colorado Cantina crew. Kyle, how are you feeling about this Eternal event?
You know, I'm feeling pretty good. And I've actually been a little more hyped for Eternal than I was expecting going into this season. You know, my initial thought process was that, hey, it's just after rotation. Do we need Eternal? And now that I'm starting to see some of the gameplay, I'm jonesing to play myself. It's been a good watch. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really interesting format. We're already seeing, you know, we were just talking in the break about some of the decks that have been popular and some of the innovations people have done. It's a really interesting mix of like old and new. I think you were telling me earlier there are some people that have hit on a double yellow Han deck, but using a splash base so you can put resupply in there too. That struck me really dangerous concept. Of course, Jango Fett, a card that was suspended from Premier Play, has been really popular, and we're about to see a match with Jango Fett versus Kylo Ren.
Yeah, that's been the fear, I think, go into this this format, is that Jango would be oppressive, and there is a lot of Jango out there. But so far on stream today, you know, we've seen two Jangos get their lunch taken away from them. So maybe not winning this event so far, but it's going to get another shot here against Kylo. You know, this is a matchup that we did have previously, you know, before rotation. How do you think about, you know, Jango into Kylo, or maybe blue-green villain generally?
Yeah, you know, I think that Jango. So when I think of Jango, I think of the big thing being the exhaust tech and the ability to exhaust, in particular, a wide board all at once you flip that leader. And I think of Jango as being kind of a tempo deck. I think this sort of blue-green villain deck might not be as vulnerable to the exhausts as some other strategies could be. We'll have to see how it goes, though. I mean, if you're having a plan where you have fewer stronger units, you don't care as much about the mass exhaust, but the single exhausts can still be pretty striking. And you know, we'll see what Jango gets to do. One way or another, I think there's going to be a fair few exhausts in this match. To the exhausts as
the last matchup we saw was a Jango against a blue-green hero. It was Ray, and Ray really handled that matchup pretty easily. But a lot of what Ray's able to do is go wide with restore. So being able to kind of use that restore to kind of mitigate the damage, and then get into things like Luke and other, you know, bigger bombs towards the end of the game. Villain is a little bit of a different story. We're not going to have as much restore running around. We don't have Luke to get to. You know, I think it's going to be a little harder for the blue-green villain against Jango than it might have been blue-green hero.
Yeah, I could see that. Ray has a really good ability to stabilize with healing, especially, you know, in this Eternal format. There's a lot of stuff that you can be doing. Villain, not quite as strong on the restore front. One thing that can be really strong, you know, I remember seeing in one of those previous matches, the Village Protectors. That's a classic card from the pre-rotation meta. And shield tokens can be a way to mess with Jango as well.
Yeah, the Village people were huge in both games, actually, kind of being able to slow things down, block damage. To your point, shield. In fact, our Ray player, I think from the sideboard, brought in the little unit that can give a shield to another unit. I can't remember its name, because it's more of a limited card in my view, but it was good tech coming in to kind of deal with Jango.
Oh, yeah, I believe that's the Shield Drive Outfitter from Lawless Time.
There you go.
I was streaming a limited PQ yesterday, and I made a spaced repetition deck to try and memorize all those weird cards. You know, I don't think I'm 100%, but I remember the Shield Drive Outfitter. That's also there's also a nice little combo with that one in Premiere right now, where you can use it to get Chewbacca out on turn 2. But for now, though, we should focus on this game. Looks like it is good old Dr. Pershing. That's an old school card. Black Sun Patroller. And a fancy version of something. What card is that?
That's Shin. That's Shin Hati from the, I think that's the weekly play pack version.
Shin Hati with a shield, and then good old Power of the Dark Side being played. Clears the Black Sun Patroller. Shin Hati still alive and poised to remove Pershing.
Yeah, I was surprised that turn. Jango had the initiative. I guess didn't have a 3-drop to be able to tap down Pershing, allowing for the draw. Obviously, Shin being the play, there was no option there.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. You know, an elite P38 there, exhausting Dr. Pershing would have been a pretty sweet play. You know, you could also potentially be doing, IG 2000 this turn, same thing. I think it looks like he's just going to kill it with ship body.
I was interested to see if he was going to go for the kill there or take damage on base, because had Pershing drawn again, Tarkentown could have cleaned that up.
Yeah, now we see the tree remembers used to hear Shin Hottie, but our Jango player responds with a mobile small units tactic, bringing out both the crafty smuggler and the Black Sun patroller.
Yep. All right. So we're going to go a little bit wide. This is a little bit of power protection, I suppose. Going into an important turn where Jango's going to come out. Really, Jango needs to start hitting the gas on damage, I think. Data Vault's a lot of damage to get through, and Kylo's going to enjoy the longer this game goes.
Yeah, this could be interesting here. The the multiple small units can be a good tactic against control decks that are playing a lot of 1-for-1 removal, just because those tend not to be so efficient when you're dealing with those 2 and 3 cost targets instead of bigger threats.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially in blue
villain. A lot of passes here, I think.
Yeah. I wonder what RT is waiting for. Okay, TDR.
Yeah, so we see the patroller, and the crafty smuggler attack. Jango flips and attacks as well. No plays from Rebel Trader. Now triple Dark Raid, an infamously suspended card in Premiere, but legal for Eternal, and a big part of why these Jango decks can be so powerful. Let's see what our Jango player can find. It's going to be the War Juggernaut, but nothing on the opponent's side of the board to exhaust.
Yeah, really, his only option is going to be to ping his own Jango, I suppose, to add 1 more damage, but not as scary of a War Juggernaut as we typically see.
Yeah, it looks like he pings himself and not Jango, only to be immediately defeated by no glory only results.
Now we know why the passing was going on. Smart play there, removing the larger
trying
threat.
To save his removal for the best target he could, and ended up clearing the War Juggernaut, but the Jango player still has a bunch of units on the board, and that damage is starting to get in there. Jango swings again.
Unfortunately, with this life dial, a little hard to see what the damage on base is at for you.
I think it's 12 damage on base now. So that, that's a decent amount, but with a data vault, it's still going to be a lot more to chew through. Still 21 HP remaining. Up to 14 damage now with a swing from that crafty smuggler. It looked like the Jango player was inspecting the Kylo player's discard pile, maybe trying to figure out what sorts of options we might have for upgrades played from discard once Kylo flips next turn.
Yeah, we've seen a lot go to the discard this game. We've got an Entrenched sitting in there. We've got a Jedi Lightsaber. At the top there, you can see a Craving Power. So it's going to be an efficient flip here to be able to take care of potentially multiple units on the flip turn. Should Anakin be in hand, it is already active, which would be strong.
Yeah, it looks like a Ruthless Raider hits the field. This is another classic. Oh, but it's hit by no glory only results, which actually means the Jango player gets to resolve that when defeated effect, dealing 2 damage to strip the shield from the crafty smuggler and 2 damage to Jango's base. The Kylo player getting to resolve that when defeated thanks to no glory only results. So the Raider got 2 damage when played, but then dealt 2 damage to his own side.
Now, I think we're likely to see a Kylo flip almost immediately. This would be able to throw up a Sentinel in the way here, but also be able to answer some of the threats that are immediately on the board with the other options in the discard pile. But RT giving it some consideration. And there it is.
And there is that flip. Craving Power on Kylo is going to defeat Jango Fett, and it looks like that's the only upgrade being played. But as Kylo is a powerful Sentinel, that crafty smuggler no longer has a way in. Another triple Dark Raid from Jango here, but it's not going to be able to exhaust Kylo since Jango was defeated. Doesn't have the leader ability and the leader unit ability and is exhausted, so cannot activate the leader side ability. It could develop an additional threat though. Let's see what we find.
Yeah, the Kylo player here did have the option to play entrenched on the flipped as well. Chooses to hold 2 resources, which tells me he must have something in hand that he's holding, maybe another entrenched to respond to whatever's going to come out here.
Yeah, he may also just want to have Kylo for turning the corner, but yeah, there's the entrenched played defensively on that Black Sun patroller. The IG-2000 there swings in. I believe we're now up to 24 damage on Kylo's base, 9 HP remaining. Kylo swings to clear the Crafty Smuggler, maybe worried about a breaking in or some other card that can grant Saboteur.
All right, Elite P hitting the board.
Pings Jango, or I'm sorry, pings Kylo. Once again, no exhaust, but it is just getting some more damage on there. I believe we now have 4 damage on Kylo Ren, 2 from the Crafty Smuggler, 1 from the IG-2000 ping off of Triple Dark Raid, and now an additional 1 from the Elite P-38 Starfighter.
Yeah, as the Kylo player, now we're starting to look for some heal, right? We're hoping for potentially a Walker to heal, something to kind of start mitigating damage because Devastators are going to start to hit the board here.
Yeah, and it looks like Anakin Skywalker shows up, uses the ability to debuff and defeat that ship. The Elite P-38 Starfighter, however, uses its when defeated effect to ping Kylo, and Jango exhausts him, so we aren't going to see an attack from Kylo this turn. Another Ruthless Raider entering the board, 2 more damage to the base, and looks like that was enough damage to defeat Kylo Ren.
Yeah, No Glory Only Ults being the best answer to one of these Ruthless Raiders. We already saw one previously. We've seen 2 played, so the odds of having a third here relatively low, and this is a difficult unit to deal with from the Kylo perspective because a lot of your answers still put 2 damage on your base.
Yeah, these units like Ruthless Raider, it's a gem on there. Okay, that's at least like a nice, soft counter. Should be able to reduce it to 0 attack, assuming that Rebel Trader can hit the disclose on that condemn. It is potentially vulnerable to upgrade removal, but we'll see how that goes. And yeah, as we were discussing earlier, that Ruthless Raiders went. Oh, the 3rd Ruthless Raider sees play here.
Yeah, and to your point, these red decks, Boba or Jango directly, I think is playing for the most part upgrade hate main board. So it is a little bit dangerous, but it is a way to mitigate that damage, try to slow it down as much as possible because we're starting to get into that check range.
Yeah, I think we're at 20. I believe it's 28 damage on base now, which means we are just 5 HP away from defeat. A single attack pump on the non-condemned Ruthless Raider could end this game. Vigilance being played, very strong card. But in this situation, he doesn't necessarily have the highest impact thing to do with it. None of Jango's units are in range to be defeated, so I believe it's going to be a heal 5 and give a shield to Anakin Skywalker, maybe preventing him from being exhausted again.
Yeah, I think that's your best option. I mean, a mill's not going to do anything for you here, so shields are always good against Jango, especially if you need to trade into something that's played down.
Rebel Trader needs to find something to stop these Ruthless Raiders, and the problem is that if he uses normal removal, like if we saw Vanquished, for instance, the when defeated effect would then do additional damage to his base. There are a few units like this, so Ruthless Raider is one, K2SO from Spark of Rebellion is another example for heroism, that can pose a problem for the more control-oriented decks because when defeated, you still get that damage through to the base, even if it's not quite as much as from a normal attack.
Yeah, Ruthless Raider is really being a challenge because a lot of times Kylo at this point in the game is looking to reset maybe with a super laser blast, but even that's not going to feel great.
Yeah, and with this Devastator, the Devastator sends all its indirect damage to base. There's just 2 HP left. At this point, Super Laser Blast would actually lose the game for Kylo. The when defeated effects from those Ruthless Raiders would deal enough damage to close things out.
Yeah, unfortunately, same goes for even if Kylo has the green Devastator to try to throw a Sentinel in the way, not going to help because they could just run the Raider in, to your point, same result.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think we saw the green Devastator in Kylo's hand. He does have the resources to play it, so he could play it and kill the red Devastator. The problem with this is the Jango player, and that's exactly what he's doing, but all the Jango player has to do is attack with the non-condemned Ruthless Raider into Devastator, 2 damage to base. That's exactly what we see. It's going to be a Jango win here in the first game in this match.
Yeah, this is the difference that I think we talked about before the match between blue green villain, how they're going to attack Jango versus blue green hero. We just don't see the restore to be able to help mitigate damage or even stabilize towards the end of the game. Really, the Kylo deck is going to have to get ahead early, be really efficient with removal and really have the advantage going into late turns, not as much of a comeback capability.
Yeah, and there are some comeback cards that are available here. I think the Reinforcement Walker that you mentioned earlier is probably one of the most notable ones. But didn't see that in this game. If he has them in the sideboard, I think they'd be very appropriate here, but we'll have to see what options he can put together. There are a few other things. Sometimes Kylo decks have used which lightsaber is it? The one that gives you roar.
Yeah, the Jedi lightsaber. And we did see one. Yeah. Heirloom lightsaber. Yeah, we did see him discard one, I think, on turn 1 of that game. So it was an option out of the discard pile, but not as efficient because it costs you 4 to play it on the flip turn.
Right. And it's only restore 1. If you play the constructed lightsaber on Kylo, it doesn't grant restore because he's a villain unit. I think that actually a big part of why the heirloom lightsaber is played is just to have a heroism card in your discard pile and thus enable the Anakin Skywalker unit to give 2 instances of -3/-3.
Yeah, absolutely. But, we all know Jango is potentially the boogeyman of this format. So, Rebel Trader here must have a slew of options coming in from the sideboard, if not already mainboard options. And we can see now he's already got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards placed down. So we're going to see a large amount coming in from the sideboard, hopefully to help with this matchup.
Yeah, I think it would be very strange. I think it would be very strange in a situation like this not to have some preparation for Jango. If you're going into an internal event and you haven't thought about what you're going to do in the Jango matchup, I think, quite frankly, you're kind of unprepared.
Agreed.
So Rebel Trader probably has a plan in mind, and we'll see how this goes here.
The closeout card in the last round going into turn 7 was Hyperspace Disaster, which is also available, being a blue-green villain deck. So that would be one of the cards I'm imagining is coming in from the sideboard.
Yes, I think that I think the real situation here, in the early phases of this game, we did see Jango not necessarily getting maximum utilization out of his ability, which is one of the benefits of having kind of a slower deck against Jango, is, those early game potential exhausts and weren't really going off. And, we even saw units being played and just doing ping damage with no exhaust, or, things showing up and not having any enemy units on the board to interact with. But I don't know. I mean, the question is, how are you going to turn things around and get into a strong position? To be fair, we did also see all 3 Ruthless Raiders, which I'm sure is something Rebel Trader did not like to see. But he's got to have something to stabilize and turn around. Just avoiding the early exhausts isn't enough.
Yeah, I totally agree. That Ruthless Raider has always been one of the scariest cards as a blue-green villain player. I played a lot of Kira myself, and every time you see Ruthless Raider hit the board, it's a challenge because it's going to hit you on the way in. It's hard to remove, and it's going to hit you on the way out. So definitely one of the best cards for Jango to see throughout the game.
Yeah, and I think it's also interesting in that Ruthless Raider becomes even stronger with a Jango Fett deck because the ability to do that 2 damage to a unit becomes a powerful exhaust effect against stronger units. And the card is not exactly at a weak power level, even without Jango. So definitely a scary one, and probably not something that Rebel Trader wanted to see 3 copies.
Knowing we were going to see a lot of Jango, I was curious to see if there was any, new cards being incorporated in this deck. At least the versions we've seen so far look pretty similar to the, stapled versions that we saw before release. I mean, there are some interesting cards that could be incorporated, maybe sideboard, like Shadow of Stygian Prime, but so far we haven't seen any of those.
Yeah. Should be interesting. Shadow of Stygian Prime is an extremely strong card, in my opinion, but it is vulnerable to upgrade removal. I'm not sure. I was testing Sebulba for some time in the current Premier meta. I ultimately don't think he's quite there. but I got a bunch of wins off of Shadow of Stygian Prime. However, I think that card is significantly worse in a format where Confiscate exists.
Yeah, makes sense. As far as the wins goes, at least when I've gotten to play it in testing, I've gotten a lot of groans out of my opponents. One of those cards that when it's played against you, you don't love it.
No, it's it can be a frustrating one for opponents to deal with at times. All right, BT1 leads things off for Jango here. There's a new card. And also a very good one for Jango with that ping ability.
Did we see a pass out of Rebel Trader? He would have started with the initiative, right? Having lost game one.
Yeah, I think it was. I think it may well have been a pass followed by Jango trigger, discarding a copy of Entrenched, and then no immediate play. We're going on to that next turn.
Not too uncommon for blue-green villain to not play something down turn one, though, in my experience. Not always too worried about it, especially if your plan is like a Power of the Dark Side going into turn two.
Right. And like, would you like to have Dr. Pershing? Yeah, sure. But it's not like totally essential that you get that. There's the resupply.
Okay.
Yeah, resupply, kind of a classic turn to play for some of these decks. Ooh, but Lurking TIE Phantom makes an appearance.
Woof. Yeah, and this is one of those cards that probably came in from the sideboard for Jango. A real challenge for blue-green villain or blue in general, right? Being unable to remove by effects. And then we get the minus. Oh, is this Tree Remembers? Oh, that's
yeah. So the Tree Remembers blanks the text on the target, so it can be used to defeat Lurking TIE Phantom. Kind of a direct counter there. In the past, I think it was more common for people to address Lurking TIE Phantom with -X effects. But, there's another influence of the new meta. And here comes a second Lurking TIE Phantom. Let's see whether or not Rebel Trader is going to have another answer.
Yeah, another common strategy is going to be a Chewy piloted up unit. So not in this deck, but in the format generally. So I imagine Tree Remembers is going to be a pretty common card you're going to run into in any blue deck these days in this format.
Yeah, also a very strong counter to pilot leaders. And hey, this time it is the -X route. Anakin Skywalker giving -3/-3 to that second Lurking TIE Phantom and clearing it out. Rebel Trader's doing a good job at responding to these early threats.
Oof, and the droid here attacking forces you to discard off the top, losing one of those Ruthless Raiders, one of the cards we were talking about. You don't want to see peel off the top there.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate mill here for Jango. One thing that's notable about the Jango deck also is you kind of get to dig into your deck with those triple Dark Raids, which can give you better ability to get to some of those cards. But if you discard it off of a mill effect, that's not going to happen. Elite P38 shows up and pings Anakin, and then we actually see Jango Fett hit the field and immediately use a surprise strike to hit the base for 6.
Yeah, that must be just using what kind of was left of resources there, really starting to try to push damage wherever we can, because Kylo's in not too bad of a position here.
Yep.
And the all-important flip turn. Yep. So we're going to have the option again to flip and kill Jango with our Craving Power. I think one of the cleanest ways to get rid of Jango himself.
Kylo Ren hits the field, and just as you said, Craving Power shows up and knocks out Kylo. Once again, 2 resources held up, not playing the Entrenched that was there in the discard pile from that first turn. Elite P38 swings in for 3 damage on Kylo's base, up to 13 damage now. Kylo takes out BT1.
Yeah, so same as last game, there must be a plan for these other 2 resources if he chooses not to play the Entrenched on flip.
Punishing One shows up, pinging Anakin Skywalker there, but no exhaust is available because Jango was defeated and exhausted. But Rebel Trader going to take the initiative rather than swinging here or using those other 2 resources.
Interesting. I guess perhaps we've got Hyperspace Disaster going into 7, but interesting not to use the Entrenched from the discard pile. As the resources were available, it would have prevented 3 damage there from the Elite P.
Yeah, that's an interesting point.
That's my misunderstanding, I'm being told. So any upgrades have to be played on Kylo directly, and there would not be a need to entrench Kylo himself. We want to be able to attack, so it makes sense.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, so it's when deployed, play any number of upgrades from your discard pile on this unit. So he could have played the Entrenched on Kylo to make him even more of an obstacle, but could not have played it on the Elite P-38. Lost and Forgotten used there. That's a nice removal option that clears Punishing One and heals. But here comes the War Juggernaut.
Yep, able to tap
Jango
down
exhausting
Kylo.
Kylo. Once again, 2 resources up for our Kylo player. Anakin Skywalker there, staring down the War Juggernaut. Elite P-38 still has yet to attack in the space arena. I think it's an attack to the base here. First damage on Jango's base. Elite P-38 hits Kylo's base. Looks like it's 13 damage on Jango's base, or on Kylo's base, 5 damage on Jango's base, which actually puts them both at 20 HP remaining, since the bases being used here have very different life totals.
One thing we haven't seen the Jango player use either game is Tarkin Town.
Yeah,
might come into effect here. Actually, this game, I think Anakin there has 3 or 4 damage on him, so a potential way to clear Anakin off the board.
I believe it's 4 damage, yeah. So Anakin should be in range of Tarkin Town there. We do see Dr. Pershing played by our Kylo player, and I think the Jango player choosing to take initiative here rather than potentially employing Tarkin Town.
Yeah, my guess there is that we're wanting to tap something down. We have an important need here, maybe to tap down Kylo, or to either remove him or tap him down, prioritizing that over Anakin's removal.
War Juggernaut trades with Kylo Ren. Anakin is going to get a chance to swing here potentially, but let's see if that's what the Kylo player most wants to do. It is. So that's going to, I think, escalate things to 10 damage on Jango's base. 15 HP remaining. Punishing One shows up and is going to ping and exhaust Pershing. Craving Power on Anakin, defeating Punishing One. That Elite P-38 still has a chance to swing.
It's an interesting sequence of events, choosing to tap down Pershing there to prevent the card draw, when we did have the option to Tarkin Town and kill Anakin first, which would have prevented the Punishing One from dying there.
Yeah, it is interesting. And now, of course, Anakin is out of range. Eager Escort Fighter shows up, 4-1 ambush, swings into that Elite P-38 and trades with it. The Elite P-38 does have its when defeated effect here, so that could get Anakin closer to being removed by Tarkin Town. Another damage there, I think, would put him on 5 damage, and then just one more ping plus Tarkin Town could clear him.
Yeah, I guess we got to choose here, right? Because we could also ping Pershing and then Tarkin Town him if we're concerned about the card draw.
That's true.
And taking a little while to think about it. This is probably what's going through our head right now, right?
It is possible also the ability has been forgotten here, I think. Anakin currently on 9 HP, but with 4 damage on, I believe. Second damage does go to Pershing, so is Tarkin Town going to be used on Pershing? He's shuffling the cards in hand here, thinking about the next move, maybe. You could, of course, take the initiative here and use Tarkin Town at the start of the next turn, even if that were the plan. It's going to be a Black Sun Patroller. Initiative taken. Now Tarkin Town could be used, but it isn't going to be once again. So Dr. Pershing will survive to the next turn.
Yeah, we had opportunities to use it game 1, too, to your point there. Perhaps we're forgetting that it's available to us, or, we are saving it for a specific reason.
All right. Yeah, lots of damage on Kylo's units, but not enough to actually get them off the field unless Tarkin Town were used to clear Pershing. Another swing from Anakin. This one's going to be a little harder, so that's going to be, I think, 17 damage now. And then IG-2000 pings both units, and Jango's ability is used to exhaust Pershing. We are now up to, I believe, 5 damage on Anakin, and now Supreme Leader Snoke arrives, and that's going to be a big problem for this Jango player. The Black Sun Patroller defeated through its shield by the -2/-2. The IG-2000 debuffed, only swinging for 1 damage. I don't know, Kyle. I'm not sure our Jango player is going to be able to win this one.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough, especially if now Kylo in subsequent turns is able to follow up, say, with the Walker, healing, that sort of thing, or a Devastator in space to shut down the space lane. To our discussion previously, still having Tarkin available, perhaps important here, as Snow is very hard to deal with, and it could be one of, or at least part of the answer.
Yeah, so Supreme Leader Snoke is a really strong card to counter the kind of multiple small units tactics that can otherwise be effective against control. He gives -2/-2 to all non-leader enemy units. And as a result of that, a lot of units are just, you can't even play them. They're just defeated immediately. So all those 2/2 shieldeds, looks like Jango couldn't find an answer. There's the fist bump. I believe it's a concession. Rebel Trader wins game 2, and we're about to be headed into game 3. Winner of this one will take the match.
There you go. Yeah, and so in that matchup, it kind of went the way we were talking about earlier was, hey, we need a lot of one-to-one removal, and we need to get to the point where we can take control of the board. I guess our closers are going to be things like the Walker and, as we just saw there, Snoke. So that's what Kylo's going to be looking to do again here this game, bringing in some of the sideboard stuff like Tree Remembers. I'm not sure if it was main or side, but obviously was very effective there. Jango's going to have the opportunity, though, on the button here to try to press the gas early.
Yeah, I think one thing that's interesting also, Supreme Leader Snoke, even though he doesn't actually kill all of the endgame threats, he does steal them. So like that, if you have a Ruthless Raider in space, but it's only swinging for 2 per turn, that's a lot easier to deal with. Even though Snoke isn't necessarily clearing that unit out, he's still often buying you time, even against more powerful units. So really a strong one if you can get there. I'm sure a player would like to close this out before that can happen.
Yeah, another thing I saw that game that was incredibly important was the ramp. Being able to resupply allowed Anakin to hit at just the right time, Kylo to flip at just the right time, and then Snoke to come out when available. So I think ramp looking to be a little more important than I was expecting.
Yeah, if you can hit those, copies of Resupply and Super Laser Technician, it can be really helpful. Now, Kylo is playing Data Vault, which is going to reduce his consistency for those sorts of plays, but there are still definitely some opportunities to move forward. And I don't believe the Jango deck really has any super strong counters to Super Laser Technician. We've seen in the past some decks able to handle that very easily, potentially with bounce, or the best possible ones are effects like No Glory only results, where you would get to resolve the effect. But a lot of Jango's unit control comes from ping damage, which would actually kill the Super Laser Technician and let its effect go off anyway.
Yeah, Jango is a cunning deck, so we do have bounce available to us. I have seen some Beguile running around in some lists, so it's possible, but we haven't seen it either of these games, either as an option or played. So I'm not sure if bounce is in this list specifically.
Yeah, it can be a little awkward because Jango is normally just so good at dealing with enemy units and impeding them with the pings that he doesn't necessarily need that help in a lot of matchups. But there's a few specific cards that bounce is appreciated against. Now, interestingly, I'm looking at the Jango player's hand here, and it does appear to me that he has that Lurking TIE Phantom again. We saw 2 of those come out in the previous match, but they were both handled pretty smooth.
Yeah,
it looks like Jango's missed his turn 1 play.
Oh, and Pershing at a Kylo. So this is the Kylo dream here, right? Yeah, so this is exactly where Kylo wants to be. This is, as a Jango player right now, you're kind of head down going, oh my goodness, what am I going to do? To your point, we do have the Lurking TIE Phantom, which is a way back if the Kylo player does not have an immediate answer.
Yeah, now in terms of immediate answers, we saw the Tree Remembers. There are also -X effects that could be used here. There's quite a few available in this format. Looks like it's not going to be the Lurking TIE Phantom, though. Instead, I believe that Shin Hati shows up again.
Yeah. Taylor Sith coming out, going to be able to contest Dr. Pershing right away, right?
Yeah, it's going to be a resupply on Kylo's side of the board once again, though. So yes, Shin would be able to attack and defeat Dr. Pershing, but I don't exactly think our Jango player is happy with what's going on here overall.
No, because that's damage not going to base, right? And Kylo really with the dream start, getting Pershing into ramp, Jango missing turn 1. I think this is going to be a difficult comeback for our Jango player.
Yeah, you really don't want to. You really do not want to miss your turn 1 and have your opponent hit Pershing into ramp if you're playing aggro into control.
It looks like we chose. Oh, we were just now untapping. I wasn't sure if we'd already chose to go base, but no, we're going to tap down.
IG 2000 shows up, pings and exhausts Pershing. I guess this means Shin will probably be headed to the base. Otherwise, I think you would just take that attack immediately.
Yep, agree.
But
and
she is
going to be
removed. No glory, only results defeating Shin Hati.
Yeah, and I think Kylo's totally okay with that. Hey, and we're going to use our Tarkin Town. All right.
First time of the match, Tarkin Town gets used, deals 3 damage to a damaged non-leader unit. That is going to be enough to clear Dr. Pershing. I think maybe that was the plan, even without Shin getting defeated. I think maybe the plan would have been Shin goes to base and then this Tarkin Town gets used anyway in just this fashion.
I think RT is still very happy
though
with the board state.
Yeah, you got to think about your priority. I think there's an interesting question there of like, would you rather take the 4 damage attack with Shin, or would you rather exhaust Pershing first? Exhausting Pershing denies the opponent a card, but there's a very good chance that a control deck like this will have something they can use to defeat your Shin Hati, and indeed he did. Anakin Skywalker shows up, and I believe it's only going to be -3/-3. We don't see one of those heirloom lightsabers in the discard pile. It's just going to be Dr. Pershing and no glory for villainy. So that IG 2000 is currently a 0-1, but it's notably not defeated at this time.
Oh, man. And RT once again has the craving power to the discard, ready for our flip into turn 7, immediately going to be an answer to Jango.
Yeah, now our Jango player ends up going with kind of that multiple small unit strategy we were discussing before, bringing out both a Lurking TIE Phantom and a Crafty Smuggler. So the board is getting a bit wide here. As you say, though, Craving Power is now, locked and loaded to allow, once again, a Kylo flip removes the opponent's Jango in one action.
I did not see what other options. I believe we have a capture available from the discard as well, and there it is. Yep.
Yeah, Legal Authority also being played this time, not just the Craving Power. And Legal Authority is going to allow Kylo to capture IG 2000. You might wonder why you wouldn't go for the Lurking TIE Phantom, and the answer is Lurking TIE Phantom cannot be captured.
Lurking TIE Phantom can also be eaten by Snoke should one be coming next turn, but this is starting to look pretty difficult for the Jango player. Going to get hit a lot at the base here this turn. Lethal's not too far away.
Yeah, now Jango is doing some damage of his own. Lurking TIE Phantom swung for 4. We now see a Ruthless Raider, very powerful card, hits the field, 2 damage to Kylo and 2 damage to base. The Crafty Smuggler, though, isn't going to be able to get in past Kylo, and we see an attack to the base from Anakin here as well. As you were saying, the corner can potentially be turned pretty quickly here with only 25 HP on that Tarkin Town base.
Yeah, I think the way we're going to close the door here is either with a Walker or a Snoke. Should either hit the board here for our Kylo player. I think it's going to be good night.
Yeah, those would both be very tough to deal with. Snoke would defeat the Crafty Smuggler and Lurking TIE Phantom units immediately. We see the comparatively rare use of Jango's ability via actual combat damage. The Crafty Smuggler swings in, hits Kylo, Jango's ability used to exhaust. But take a look at this. That is a hard longer.
Yeah, or otherwise known as Snoke the Ship. So we're going to have the same effect here, right? Giving -2/-2 to all the villainous cards on our Jango's side. That does get rid of the Lurking TIE Phantom and shrinks down our Ruthless Raider for this turn.
That's right. So our Kylo player could have chosen to go for the Cunning aspect instead, which would have defeated the Crafty Smuggler and the Lurking TIE Phantom, but I think in this case would rather debuff the Raider. And Lawbringer isn't as good as Snoke. I think the timing, you do get more stats. It's a 7/7 space instead of a 6/6 ground, but the timing is considerably worse with the when played and on attack. However, in this case, the result may be very similar.
Yeah, absolutely. Snoke the ship maybe not quite as good, or maybe some would say just more balanced for post rotation, but still very good in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, apparently good enough that the Rebel Trader is playing both Snoke and Lawbringer. So, some more closer units. A surprise strike from the Ruthless Raider crashes in there. It's going to be 5 damage. Then the when defeated effect does an additional 2. That's enough to defeat that unit. And then there's 2 damage to base. So, clearly our Jango player doesn't want that Lawbringer sticking around. Anakin hits the base. Jango only plays Greedo, though. I think our Jango player is running out of gas here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the ground's still long. Having to trade into the Lawbringer there was kind of an act of desperation more than a way to turn the corner and win this game.
Yeah. There is some stuff on the ground, but I don't think it's necessarily going to be enough. Kylo is going to attack into the damage is really adding up here. I can't quite tell exactly how much HP Jango has left, but it's not a lot.
Yeah, he's taken multiple hits from Anakin and other units throughout this turn, so we've got to be very close to check.
Jango player looking at the cards in hand. Devastator shows up. Okay, that's certainly a nice card. Can split around this indirect damage, so we could, for instance, see 1 damage go to Anakin and exhaust maybe, and then try and set up to get past Kylo. I'm not sure. It's a tough situation.
And Kylo having 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 health, minus, looks like 4 damage on it, so still a little ways to go.
Yeah. Greedo could potentially do 5 damage to Kylo if you hit that when defeated effect, which is of course not guaranteed. Looks like 3 damage. I think it was 3 damage to Kylo, 1 damage to Anakin. Jango's ability used to exhaust Anakin.
Yep, I think that's the right way to go.
Timely intervention. Is this going to be a Darth Vader? It is.
Ooh.
Timely intervention into Vader. So extremely strong play. Shield given to Kylo. Ambushes. And it's just going to be the handshake. So Vader's when played effect could be used to give a shield to Devastator and then defeat it with the on attack. Would have cleared one of the ground units as well. Shielded Kylo. Jango player saw no way forward. And so Rebel Trader is victorious against the Jango Menace, despite a tough game 1, able to get the wins in game 2 and 3 to take the match as a whole.
And the streak continues. I think we've seen 3 Jangos on stream today and 3 Jangos go down. So I know that we're seeing Jangos, continue to be strong across this PQ season and getting wins all over the place, but not today, not here so far.
Yeah. Should be interesting to see whether or not any Jango players might be, doing better than what we've seen on the stream here, because as you say, Jango has been met with some defeats. And, I think those second 2 games were very different from the first one. In that first game, it felt like a lot of damage added up early. And the triple Ruthless Raiders really put Rebel Trader in a difficult position. But in games 2 and 3, didn't take as much damage early, was more able to remove his opponent's plays, had Snoke and then Lawbringer for those powerful mass debuff effects, really able to play a very different game and secure the match win against the most feared deck in the format.
Yeah, I imagine if the sideboard had a lot to do with that, things like Tree Remembers, was that main, was that side? And same with Lawbringer. I know Snoke is likely the main board, but Lawbringer could have been one of those ones that came in as well. So if it was, effective use of the sideboard to kind of gain the advantage there. Either way, it's tough to be the targeted deck, especially when there's this perception across the meta that, hey, this is the boogeyman. Jango is the deck. That means everyone has a main board and a sideboard plan for it, right? So if you choose to bring this deck, it is very powerful, but it can be difficult to deal with as well.
Yeah, I think that is a very good point, Kyle. And I think it's kind of funny, too. If we look back on the history of the game, we had a situation where Boba Fett was considered just so strong. In fact, when Jango was first previewed, I remember people saying there's no reason to play this leader because Boba Fett already exists. And I think we're now seeing that estimation was wrong, at least in light of future cards that were released, because to the best of my knowledge, Boba Fett has not taken any events. In fact, it's almost the opposite scenario. It's why would you play Boba when you can play Jango?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, some of the main advantages out of Boba today are still Boba's armor, right? Being a real challenge to get through, but I haven't seen it perform as much into this Eternal format so far. We'll see kind of what bubbles up, but one of the most interesting parts has just been the diversity of deck lists. I mean, I know we saw a couple of decks here that are expected, blue, green, villain, Jango, but as I kind of look across, the Eternal PQs that have been going on, it is interesting to see what people are cooking up, some of the different things that are coming out.
Yeah, I mean, I think the strongest thing that the original Boba Fett does is have a 4/7 stat line as a 5-flip leader, which is like admittedly really good, and no other leader with stats like that has ever been printed. But it's really good, but it's not as crazy as exhausting your opponent's entire board repeatedly. There's other stuff that you can do that's scarier. And Boba Fett's armor, yeah, it's a good card. But, another thing that I'll say about Boba Fett's armor is I know a lot of people were not happy about that card with Spark of Rebellion Boba. But after Spark of Rebellion Boba was suspended in Premiere, Boba Fett's armor still could have seen play with any other version of Boba Fett. And it basically never did in competitive play, or at least not as like a big deal. Like you could have played the Heroism Boba, you could have played it in Pilot Boba to give you a secondary game plan. And people really didn't care that much to do it.
Yeah, I think being able to kind of weave it in on, to your point, that really strong body on a 5-flip, the ability to get back some resources with his action and just have that 2-drop to make him even more menacing was really the appeal. Some of the other Bobas have different strategies, to your point with like the Pilot Boba, you don't really want him on the ground anyways. You're not going to use it.
Yeah, and there's another interesting thing there in terms of the resource ability. You have like really powerful lines. So like, turn 1, you do whatever. Turn 2, resupply. Turn 3, flip Boba, overwhelming barrage, get 2 resources back, Boba's armor. That's a very strong line against a lot of things that your opponent could be doing.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so I think we're going to have some charts coming up here with some information on leader representation for this event. Yeah, it is not ready yet, but we should get some more information soon with respect to the overall meta for this Eternal PQ. Until then, shout out to everyone who made this stream possible. We really appreciate having the opportunity to bring you guys some Eternal Star Wars Unlimited. And here is the leader count.
Yeah, speaking of the people who made this stream possible, as we just saw on stream, Rebel Trader, shout out to Take the Initiative and Rebel Trader, as he's part of helping us have the equipment on site to be able to stream this. Okay, so now we're looking at the leaders available, and as what some people fear, on the very left we see Jango City, right? So quite a few Jangos being represented here. Now, as we talked about before, we've seen them lose on stream, but this is even more kind of lopsided than some of the other PQs I've seen. This is quite the representation of Jango Fett.
I think sometimes a lot of people are like, hey, this is the deck to beat. I'm going to play the deck to beat. And so as you can see here, I believe we have 19 people running Jango Fett. Next up is Gar Saxon, a leader that wasn't necessarily a huge deal in Premiere, but I think thanks to the way that his deck works and the availability of shields and so on is perceived as a potential counter to Jango. Also, a lot of Admiral Piet players after that. But then we have a pretty long tail of decks that various people are running with only 1 or 2 copies in the event as a whole.
Yeah, one that kind of surprises me here is the lack of Han, right? Over the time, we've always seen all these different versions of Han metas, be it Han 1, Han 2, but I don't see a single Han 2 on there, and even the Han 1, which I think would be another large presence in this meta with DJ available to us. Not seeing a lot of Han 1 either is a little bit surprising to me.
Yeah, we have, I think, 2 Han 1 players here. And as you said, that does seem a bit small. I think Han 1, especially double yellow, has some extremely dangerous plays. We we do see 2 players actually playing Hera Syndulla from Spark of Rebellion, which is funny because Hera was infamously considered one of the weakest leaders when she was first released. But I think it's possible she has some strong moves with the new Spectre units that we saw in Lawless Time that reward you for having mixed aspects. There are some pretty nasty plays there. So your leader card might not be the best, but if you're enabling things like the 4-drop Kanan bouncing your opponent's 4-drop and developing a unit, or Zed hitting the field as a sentinel and hitting the enemy for 5, you know, maybe Hera's got some moves there.
Well, Hera was the first deck on stream today beating one of these Jango. It has had some success so far, but I agree with you. The more Spectres that get printed, the stronger Hera gets in these, eternal formats. You know, if I'm looking at this leader spread and I really, wanted to have an opportunity to here, I think we're going to likely see Jangos in the top 8, but I'd be looking at the decks that are potential counters to Jango. You know, one person or one seat I would be happy to be in right now would be the Ray player. I feel good with Ray going into Jango. We already saw it on stream, and I think that's a place I'd want to be right now, just kind of given the deck spread we're seeing.
Yeah, you know, if you're in a format where there's one deck that is so known to be the target, so known to be the deck to beat, sometimes having a deck that's very good against it can put you in a really good spot.
Yeah, and same goes for, like you talked about there, Gar. I think Gar has risen to be one of the top counters to Jango, and it's just for that reason. Most Jangos do play the 25 HP, though we have seen more 30s, people who are trying to be better into the mirror or maybe into Gar. But if we're both sitting on 25 HP bases and we say, let's race, I think Gar is probably favored there because Jango has a hard time tapping down when there's all these shields present. It's going to allow Gar to get his damage in.
Yeah, and look at the leaders by set here. We have a pretty good mix of leaders across different sets, with Twilight the huge outlier, I believe, because Jango Fett is a huge part of that Twilight bar. If we remove the Jango entries, the sets would look a lot more balanced. And it's interesting to see that, you know, we are seeing some of the Lawless Time leaders from our latest release coming out to compete. The one thing that I'm not seeing there is Secrets of Power.
Yeah, that's the one that stuck out to me though too as well was Lawless Time, right? I wanted to see as we go into Eternal if people were going to be able to make these leaders work. I guess it's a combination of questions here of, is it just people wanting to play the new stuff because it's interesting and try it out, or do they have game into this format? So far, mixed results.
Yeah, personally, I don't know if I would necessarily want to be the Jin player at this event, but I do think that Lawless Time does have some strong cards. I think that in terms of, I feel like we've seen an interesting shift in the way that some of the some of the leaders are in this game. I feel like earlier on there were more leaders that were kind of crazy in terms of like individual power level, and I feel like these days I think leaders often have worse stats, but I feel like they often have abilities that are more like synergistic or enabling overall.
Yeah, absolutely. And, talking about Hera from set 1, same is true for the Hera from this set, right? If you were going to go for a strategy where I really want to key off of these Spectre abilities and multi-aspect, it allows for kind of a wider ability to build your deck. But is that good enough to deal with some of the earlier mentioned overstated, or some would consider overpowered users, leaders from previous sets? As we kind of look at the leaders spread here again, another one that surprises me as being so low represented is Quinlan Voss. Quinlan was another one of those decks that had game into Jango. In Eternal format, Quinlan gets back Force Throw, which is incredibly powerful. But you also get the new K2 Ambush unit, which is another answer to kill Jango on flip. So when we played those matchups previously, one of the most important parts of Quinlan into Jango was you need to be able to kill Jango on flip, which usually meant you need Plo Koon and his ability to be online to hit for 7 with Quinlan Voss. But now you have the K2 unit as well, so kind of double your chances to deal with that flip, which I think gives Quinlan quite the advantage in this matchup. So it's another deck that I think if I was sitting on today, I would feel pretty good going into Jango.
Yeah, I think Quinlan definitely has some interesting plays. We are going to take a quick break here before bringing you to our next round. I am at Tower number 9, joined here by Kyle Kraft from the Colorado Cantina crew, and we'll be back soon with more eternal Star Wars Unlimited content.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? It's Loopee here at Late Night Gaming, and we are here for what is round 5 of the Portland PIQ. Shout out to Rebel Trader of Take the Initiative and the Late Night Competitive team. He's got intentional draws into the top cut now, and there's one other undefeated. This is a matchup between Jango Tarkentown, with you expect, and then a deck that is quite unexpected. I can't make out which showcase exactly that is. Is that Vonreg?
I believe it is. I believe it is Major Vonreg.
So that is very spicy. That's a very, very low deploy pilot leader. And
yeah, I think actually our Jango player may be familiarizing himself with what Major Vonreg even does. Vonreg is a 4 deploy, a very aggressive pilot leader, kind of the villainy counterpart to Kazuda, who was kind of the light side heroism aggro pilot leader that deploys on 4. And so Vonreg, we could definitely see this be a very fast and aggressive deck. Typically, Jango's tempo moves are pretty good against decks like this, but maybe this Vonreg player has some spicy stuff. I know that, and back when Jango was powerful in the jump to light speed meta, I actually felt like I had a pretty good matchup into him with a cunning Sabine deck. So maybe this Vonreg player has some cool moves here as well.
Right, and I think that's a splash yellow base. It's under the life buck there. So we'll put him on Canto Bite arbitrarily for now.
Yeah, so I think it will be a splash base. So could see some exciting tech. This is also going to be, the cunning aggression heroism combo has some nice multi-aspect cards. So, Shadow of Stygian Prime, that's an option. Volt Scarus's Defender, both a very strong space unit, and could potentially have a, get that shield going to protect against Jango's pings if there's a good way to discard stuff, of course. One other thing, we have Hammerhead1822 in the chat pointing out Vonreg in a Phantom gives Jango fits. Yeah, Lurking TIE Phantom becomes a lot scarier with a pilot on there. A lot of the effects that Jango would normally use cannot really do much against that.
Right, because...
But we'll have to see just how this goes.
The Lurking TIE doesn't take damage from pingy type stuff.
Right. All right, here we go. BT1, first play of the game for our Jango player. The Vonreg player brings out an A-Wing and then is going to use another resource to bring out another A-Wing. The double 1-cost ships, each able to swing for 2 with 1 base power and raid 2, or raid 1 rather.
Yeah, absolutely. And only thing better than 1 A-Wing is 2 wings. A-Wings.
Yeah. When I was playing that Cunning Sabine deck I mentioned earlier, one of the cards I most wanted to see early on was Cartel Turncoat. Double Cartel Turncoat start was great. Double A-Wing start has some very similar elements. Yeah, you get a little less total stats, but you can still swing for 2 with each of your ships, and there's that Lurking TIE Phantom we were just discussing.
And nobody else, Tower, wanted to see you get double Turncoat and then red. Double Turncoat, red 3, Rebel Ryan Reese.
We do see the Elite P-38 Starfighter coming out now, pinging one of the A-Wings and exhausting.
Yeah, and I think he pinged the one that had the extra damage from Vonreg. Or did you do that now?
Yeah, so Major Vonreg's ability, I think, was used there when the Lurking TIE Phantom was played. So that's going to buff another one by +1, but then that one gets exhausted by the Elite P-38. And now Tarkin Town was used to clear it after initiative was taken there, I believe.
All right. So
I'm a little surprised by that play. I think as the Vonreg player, I might have just crashed my other A-Wing into the Elite P-38 immediately. But I guess he wanted to make his opponent use Tarkin Town. No, I guess that makes sense. So by doing it that way, he makes his opponent use Tarkin Town. But I guess he could have just held off on using Tarkin Town and done the ping damage to remove that anyway. Except then if you didn't do it, he could charge in with the damaged one. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense as a line.
And Jango is really wanting to do anything to avoid the Vonreg leader getting on that Lurking TIE Phantom.
Yeah, looks like we're going to see a triple Dark Raid, certainly a very powerful card here for Jango. And it's going to bring out Krennic Shuttle. So this shuttle is going to give itself a shield, and it's a triple Dark Raid on the other side of the board as well. What will Von Reg find here? What is he looking to deal with that shuttle? Shuttle ST-149 under Krennic's authority. 3-4 shielded. It is in a good spot to deal with that lurking TIE Phantom. It's going to be a Ruthless Raider, which is a good idea, but I don't know. I don't necessarily love this spot for Von Reg.
I kind of question the sequencing there and not getting Von Reg onto the lurking TIE first.
Right, because it seems like this shuttle can now just clear the lurking TIE.
That's what'll happen.
And that's exactly what we're going to see.
And he doesn't have anything to pilot, because you don't want to pilot on the unit that's getting triple dark trade, you know? That's going back up.
Right, yeah. I'm a little surprised that was the sequence that we saw, but, you know, may have a master plan here. We do see the Ruthless Raider, I believe, getting through to the base. Some damage being put on base by BT-1 again as well.
All right.
And Von Reg just doesn't flip.
Well, you don't blame him.
This is not necessarily what you most want.
Yeah. I mean, you don't want to flip onto the ground as Von Reg, which is really what the only option was. So I think both players probably...
I mean, I think, at least for me, I very often flip to the ground with pilot leaders.
Yeah.
I think often it's just like, well, they might have upgrade removal. It's not safe to do this, and I want to keep the aggression going.
Yep. So
it's possible here what he's trying to do is get onto a safer ship first. We do see a shuttle of Von Reg's own hitting the field, getting that shield. I wonder if, yeah, it's interesting. I wonder if he was hoping to, like, there are a few things that he potentially could have had that would have saved his lurking TIE Phantom. So he might have just been rolling the dice on that. So one example is if he found a shuttle ST-149 of his own, which he now has, he could have taken the shield on his opponent's shuttle and put it on his Phantom.
Yep. Well, I think that's exactly what he was looking for, or a lurking snub TIE. You know, so he was trying to do something to, you know, stop that interaction. It's just that all he found was the Ruthless Raider, which is a great card, but wasn't what he needed.
Yeah,
in
so
that
if he could have found the lurking snub fighter, the shuttle of his own, Hammerhead 1822 in chat points out Death Space Skirmisher could have exhausted the shuttle. So a lot of options might have been less like a bad play and more an unlucky play, to be honest. Hard to say what exactly the hit chance is in that deck.
Right. And he knows his deck. I mean, one advantage, and I'm being told here that the Dylan is the name of the Von Reg player. One advantage Dylan has is I'm sure he's a lot more familiar with what's likely in that Jango list than the other way around, you know, going at the Von Reg Cunning Splash. We also don't know what his splash card is.
Yeah, very true. And here we see a funny situation with a shuttle ST-149 on Jango's side of the board stealing the shield on Von Reg's version of that card.
So that's 6 more.
Now we're seeing another swing. Von Reg on that shuttle doing a substantial amount of damage before Jango could potentially exhaust him. The on-attack ability for Von Reg not getting some use here, though. Von Reg has a on-attack. You may give another unit in this arena +1 power for this phase. Nice if you have a swarm. Not as good if you just have one big ship. So I think that was a 6 damage hit. Can't quite tell what the life total is right now here for our Jango player, though.
Yeah, it's completely difficult to see with that dial. I've been trying to track. I think I have 14 damage on Jango's as well. Von Reg's definitely at 14.
Yeah, so let's see. We would have had 6 damage in from the Raider off that TDR.
Oh, Hammer had
another 6 damage.
Hammer has had shadow cloaking for the Von Reg player. That could very well be.
Oh, that'd be spicy.
Yep. The old Von Reg shadow cloak deck. Let's go.
Ruthless Raider now on the field again. And that's going to be annoying, I think, for our Jango player to deal with. Jango's best option might be to exhaust it. I don't think the Jango... Well, you know, maybe we have some larger bounce. Yeah, it's interesting here. The Ruthless Raider's ability is difficult for a lot of decks to shut off. But at the same time, Jango's doing a lot of damage to Von Reg's base, 17 damage on there now. And Jango still has 5 resources, or 6 resources, actually. Let's see what he does with them. 2 resources for a sneak attack on a Ruthless Raider of his own.
Right.
And it's going to, it's going to head to the base and then get defeated. That's some more damage. Not a lot of HP left for Von Reg.
2, actually.
In fact, he is Jango has lethal in 1 action. I'm not sure Von Reg has the same. I think this could be the end of the game here. What could he have? It's hard to say because we don't know the exact base HP total there for Jango. What will Von Reg do here? Does have the initiative. Von Reg on the shuttle. Ruthless Raider in play, but any of Jango's units representing lethal here, and I doubt this Von Reg deck has any way to heal.
You wouldn't think so. So he's got 2 for surprise strike.
Surprise strike with Von Reg, that's going to be 9 damage.
Right. But I don't think that's
9
enough.
damage does not look to be closing the game, though, and that means that even with the buff on that Raider, it's not going to matter. Jango swings into the base, and it is the Jango player who gets the win there.
Yep.
I think the turning point in that game was the Von Reg player being unable to save his Lurking TIE Phantom with the triple dark play, raid play.
Absolutely. And I think that the TDR there was probably a good risk, given what we're saying here, that they probably have lurking snubs. You probably have the 3/3 exhaust ship. You probably have a shuttle of your own. We know he had shuttles of his own in his deck. You know, that could help there. So just TDR is one of those cards that adds a lot of variance to games, for good or for bad. You don't know what you're going to get before you try.
Yeah,
so.
I think, went with kind of a higher risk, higher reward play there. He could have simply flipped Von Reg onto the Phantom, which would have got it out of range, but the opponent could still have attacked in and done a good chunk of damage.
And tapped it down.
Maybe might have had an attack pump of some kind. So went for the TDR play, which could have potentially been better. Unfortunately, whiffed. The Ruthless Raider is certainly a good card, but it's not the card he needed there to save his Phantom and get Von Reg out of turn earlier.
I mean, he might have Blade Wings in that deck, so it's all sorts of things that he could have. That could have done.
Yeah, that's a good point, too.
Could have done the job. Now, and I understand why he did it. I mean, the Von Reg leader would have protected the Lurking TIE from death, but it would have gotten tapped down by Jango, right? Because the unit is still taking damage from a unit. So.
Oh yeah, good point. So yeah, he would have got it out earlier, but it would have just been exhausted. So yeah, it really makes sense then, I think, why he was trying to find some way to lock down the situation so that the shuttle couldn't exhaust his Lurking TIE. Unfortunately, he didn't get that at all, so the shuttle ended up destroying the Lurking TIE, which was even worse for him. Tough situation, but we'll see whether or not our Von Reg player can do better here as we move into game 2.
Yep, and you don't bring Major Von Reg to a tournament if you're super risk adverse. I mean, so
yeah,
we know.
No, that is true.
We know Dylan's
Major
a little
Von Reg is one of those win fast, lose fast decks in some ways.
Right. And doing great. I think both of these players are 3-1. This is actually round 5. Let me update that. I see it's there. I don't think that.
And so, is this a win and in for the top cut, or is there a 6th round, or
how
exactly?
There is a 6th round. I mean, I don't know enough about the breaker math to know anything other than the 2 undefeated 4-0s, or maybe there's actually more than that. But the top table ID'd, which was correct because they were both undefeated, and they can just draw twice and get into the top cut for sure. This one, I believe both of the players are 3-1.
Okay.
For the in order to keep full competitive integrity, we are not staffed here as coverage.
We have shuffling here for these decks as we prepare for that second game of the match. If Jango can take this game, we may see our first Jango win on stream for the day.
Right. Okay, so this would be table 4 is what this would be. And let me just correlate that with the standings.
Okay, here we go.
Both of these players are 3-1. So they're very much looking good at 4-1, for top cut. Oftentimes, a 4-1 is going to be able to then draw in. So they both definitely want to win the game. I don't know that either is fully out if they lose. All right, so
all right.
Dylan will start with initiative. Seated on the right, playing Vonreg Yellow Splash. Rob playing Jango Tarkentown will be on the draw. Selecting his resources, I think he's contemplating a mulligan. He's not going to take it.
Looks like they're both going to go. And let's see what happens. Vonreg leads things off not with 2 small ships, but with 1 shielded ship, which does have the advantage of not easily being exhausted by Jango.
Right, and we have a crafty smuggler. 2 shieldeds on both sides of the field. 1 in the space arena for Dylan, 1 in the ground arena for Rob.
Vonreg's used. We're going to play an additional ship. It's the Death Space Skirmisher, confirming he did have it in his deck. And that is going to exhaust the crafty smuggler and give a buff to the Black Sun patroller there. An elite P-38 starfighter does show up, but all it can do is knock off a shield token. And the buffed patroller does make it in for 3 damage to Jango's base.
All right, and thank you very much to Rebel Trader and to Rob for moving to tracking dice on base. So that's actually our camera supplier, Rebel Trader. There on site, but he's actually 4-0 in the event, so he drew this round, so now he's able to, help here. I can see that Rob is primarily tracking base with his life pad anyway, which many players do. All right, Rob.
All right, well, we're going to see the elite P-38 starfighter trade with the Death Space Skirmisher. This also pings the Black Sun patroller with the when defeated effect, and Jango uses his ability to exhaust the patroller. Now we see Shuttle ST-149 hitting the field, and it steals the shield from the crafty smuggler onto that patroller, as well as shielding itself. An annoying setback for Jango here, who would otherwise have been able to clear the patroller just with Tarkentown immediately.
Yep, so really, really good. The Krennic shuttle, one takeaway I have from this event already is that card is just very well positioned right now, because 2 of the big hitters in the format, namely Jango Tarkentown and Garisiel, heavily depend on shields. Now the IG-2000 is a very much anti-shield card, and you see that right there.
Yeah, and now we see Tarkentown being used. Once IG-2000 clears those shields, Tarkentown clear once again to remove the Black Sun patroller. Now we did see, interestingly, Vonreg deployed to an exhausted ship here. So Vonreg is going to be on that shuttle. Let's see what he will be able to do with it. At minimum, he can swing for 6, but his buff doesn't look to be active right now. Surprise strike. That's a swing for not 6, but 9, up to 12 damage on Jango's base.
Big attack there by Dylan, getting him pumped.
At the same time, though, I doubt Jango's too unhappy to see that. Usually, early surprise strikes are a bad sign for an aggro deck. You want to be using those cards as closers. If you're playing them early on when the board still isn't established and so on, it's resources that could have gone to building up your field more. On the other hand, we're getting closer. So there's 13 HP remaining for Jango. That could be, if there's another buff, that could be just 2 more attacks with Vonreg to close the game. Let's see what Vonreg can do with the remaining 3 resources here. IG-2000 still ready in the space arena.
Yeah, I presume he was passing, is what was going on. Because he hasn't taken the initiative counter, and he hasn't used those 3 resources.
Might be waiting to try and play a Death Space Skirmisher to exhaust whatever big thing that Jango can play off TDR here or something. I don't know. Looks like it's a Ruthless Raider, 2 damage to Von Reg's ship, 2 damage to the base. He needs to have some kind of answer, or this Raider is potentially going to be able to get Von Reg off the field. You know, we could easily see an empty board at the end of this turn with the Raider and IG-2000 here.
Yeah, and there's a lot of...
What will our Von Reg player do to stop this?
I saw him tap one resource, which just, you know, tells me it might have been a electromagnetic pulse, and now he's thinking about it more.
Yep.
So if you...
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be 3 resources now.
Krogan turn.
Shadow Cloaking?
Krogan turn, I believe.
Oh, yeah, Krogan turn. Okay, so... Yeah, that's right. Shadow Cloaking is much more expensive. Someone was talking about that earlier, and I was hyped for it, but not what we're going to see here. So the Krogan turn will ready, won't give a shield. I don't know that this is that good. Like, why is it? Doesn't he just get exhausted? I don't get it.
Well, he gets dead because he attacked with the.
He actually just gets defeated because the buff from. Yeah, okay, so that was really unfortunate for Von Reg. The Krogan turn basically did nothing. The Ruthless Raider was able to attack in, and because the shuttle was actually hitting back for 6, it defeated the Raider, and then the Raider's wounded effect went off to deal 2 more damage to the shuttle and clear it. Now a very unfavorable situation for Von Reg with an empty board. We'll see if he can pull something out here. Triple Dark Raid. The problem with this is that IG-2000 can likely exhaust whatever gets played unless it can get a shield or something. Oh, hey, there's an option.
Yeah. Well, I mean, trying to use Jango's medicine against him, but I mean, the best case scenario is that he has to sacrifice his IG-2000 into it. I suppose he might kill it. He might kill the IG-2000 and make Jango actually have something that does it from hand.
Right. I think that's better. I think it's like, I don't know what else.
Yep.
Yeah. He's gonna. So it's gonna be Devastator. He sends the damage to remove IG-2000. It's kind of just one of those. I'm so far behind. I have to hope my opponent doesn't have an answer here.
Yep. So Ruthless Raider would do it. Another IG-2000 would do it. P-38 would do it. Is that electromagnetic
options for Jango? It's actually an electromagnetic pulse.
That does it. All right, now he's going to take
Initiative
5.
taken. That's going to be another 5 damage from Jango's ground arena. 19 damage now on Von Reg's base, and a shuttle takes the field. So Devastator could be replayed and could kill the shuttle through its shield because indirect damage ignores shields. But the problem is it would be exhausted. You'd take a lot of damage on the ground. Yeah, tough situation here.
He'd have to sneak attack it in because he's at 7 resources, but that would be pretty good. Comparatively, but
yeah. So I mean, if he had sneak attack Devastator, I don't even know though. Like, what if it just gets exhausted again? You're so far behind. That is what he's doing. So the indirect damage.
No.
Now
it's just going to base.
What is this?
It's going to base.
Okay.
I guess. Or kills crafting and goes to base.
He kills the smuggler and hits the base. I think that's not the best ever. Because the shuttle can just swing in and exhaust him here. Yeah, I'm not sure about that play. So 2 damage was sent to the smuggler, 2 damage was sent to the base. Yeah, maybe trying to force the shuttle to attack into him is just. I do feel that killing the shuttle might have been more effective in that scenario.
What did Jango do there? Just
hit the base himself.
I guess he's just comfortable taking the 9.
Yeah, it takes 9 damage on his base. Normally, not necessarily something you want to do lightly. Does he have lethal this turn somehow?
Yeah, it's a triple dark raid.
He must have a TDR of his own or something, or else he would go for the exhaust here.
Yep. So
imagine if he whiffs this TDR.
Literally any ship does this.
Yeah. Or he finds a war juggernaut, that's going to be game. No resources.
All right.
Yeah, and that's game.
So what a match.
Tough one.
Dylan fighting hard with the Von Reg yellow splash base. We saw a very unfortunate result to his TDR in the first game. And then the second game, I thought that Rob really navigated the turns very well. Rob will improve to 4-1. Will be looking very good for the top cut. Dylan's still alive, given the number of players at this, and he probably has pretty good breakers at this point. So let's kind of go back and talk about what this meta looked like. Let me just pull this back up for us.
Yeah, so I think ultimately one thing that I think was especially telling is Vonreg was never able to get value on 4. That's a bad sign. You know, you have a leader that deploys on 4. You're really hoping to pour on the aggression early. And Vonreg, in one game, he didn't deploy on the 4 resource turn, and in one game, he deployed on the 4 resource turn, but to an exhausted ship. So he was never able to actually make an attack or get his stats in on that 4 resource turn. That's very much not where you want to be. Tough to say. You know, there's an argument for deploying to the ground just to get some value, but then it's less than what you would get in space, especially because Vonreg would relatively easily be exhausted on his own. So
yeah, I
hard
think
to say what exactly the best route was. Seemed like a tough situation there with Jango, though.
Yeah, I think Vonreg is an interesting deck to try to respond to Jango. One thing that we saw is that he didn't have a good way to get rid of Jango leader himself. I mean, unlike the ground decks, we saw the Kylo deck that beat Jango had craving power to get rid of him. We saw the Rey deck using, I believe, Haymaker very well to get rid of the Jango leader. But Vonreg doesn't have a good ability to do the 7 damage to take out the Jango leader, and if you don't kill the Jango leader, you know, his Devastators exhaust your whole board, his War Juggernauts exhaust your whole board, as opposed to just 1 unit at a time. So, Jango by far the most represented deck. I mean, we're looking here at the leader counts from today, 19 Jangos registered. Next was Gar ECL at 6. Gar ECL has a lot of game into Jango, is the reason that you're seeing a lot of it. The 4 Admiral Priets are interesting. I had not thought about him as a good eternal option. The Kylo Ren, we already know Story went undefeated, Rebel Trader, with his version, and there's been some performance. We saw Han Yellow take care of it. Only 2 Bobas, and both yellow. What do you think about that?
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, we were discussing earlier that Boba Fett double cunning is pretty strong, potentially with a splash base to enable a resupply as well. Definitely a kind of fearsome deck, you know, with DJ not suspended.
Yeah, you know, it's
Or I'm sorry, that I mean, I don't know. Han has been such a classic.
Yeah, well, Han does very well, and Han uses DJ. I mean, Boba Fett yellow can use DJ too. I hadn't thought about that, but at 7 resources, it could smuggle him out. I
got mixed up there. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about good old Han. Boba double yellow has some moves. You know, Boba double yellow with cunning, you know, was a fearsome deck at one point. I don't know though. I personally, it's like I was saying earlier. You know, there's a little bit of irony to what's going on at present, because when Jango Fett was first previewed, people said, "Why would I ever play Jango when I can play Boba?" And now I kind of feel like it's the same situation in reverse. Why would I play Boba when I can play Jango?
Yeah, no, it's interesting, Matt. I mean, we look at Boba for all of his power level being 5/7. He's a 4/7 on 5 deploy. So better stats than like Talzin, right, that has the 10 stats for 5. Boba actually had 11. But you have the same number of Bobas registered for this event as Hera from set 1 and Jabba from set 7. So, I mean, it's just that people are saying, you know, Jango is the best deck, and we're going to bring it. And I think that you have Jangos on a lot of deck targeting it. That's what you see today. So certainly defining the meta.
Yeah. Jango is the big question, and it's going to be interesting to see, you know, whether or not. So one thing, I think there were some people that thought that FFG should preemptively ban Jango, where they're just like, he's broken, he's obviously broken, there's no point in even playing. And I think there are also those who have been interested in coming up with options to target Jango and to deal with him more effectively. And there's an interesting question about, is there going to be like a clear counter deck that emerges that can take on Jango and win reliably? You know, is Jango going to end up being banned with or without the existence of any counter deck? Could be interesting to see how it goes.
Yep, absolutely. All right, well, we're going to take a break here. looks like there's about half the matches reported in right now. And then next round up will be Jeff and Tower. Actually, maybe it's me and Jeff. So we'll be back with round 6.
I think I'm on break for this next one, and it will be you and Jeff streaming it.
So we'll be back.
And is that the final round of Swiss? Is that right?
Yeah, that'll be the final round of Swiss, and then Tower, Jeff, and I will be taking us through the top cut into the end of this event. Everybody, thanks for tuning in. If you haven't, please like and subscribe to Towernumbernine. He does a lot of good competitive content on his channel. And while you're at it, let's get the Colorado Cantina crew. You know, how good was Kyle in that commentary before? So thanks everybody for tuning in, and we'll be back with more from the Gongai Games Eternal PQ after this.
Yep, sounds good.
Don't know the power of the dark side. Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right? This is the way.
Hey, we don't serve their kind here.
I'll show you the dark side.
Rebellions are built on hope.
Jabba ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? It's Loopee here at Late Night Gaming, and we're still waiting for a couple of matches to report from Beaverton, Oregon. So I'm joined with Jeff Creasy from the Bothan Network, and we thought that we'd go over a few results from around the world for PQs. How you doing, Jeff?
I'm doing great. Yeah, let's dive into some data.
Oh,
See what's been happening today and this weekend.
Yep. So it's always a good day when you have an Aussie PQ. I can see that Tobias Red won it. So shout out to Sam H41. So the top 8. What's speaking to you here?
I honestly the Tobias has been an outlier deck that's been around, especially in Europe. The interesting thing to me is honestly kind of the return of Jin.
Yeah.
When Law Spoilers started and like we first got the set release, everybody was super high on this deck, and it fell off the radar incredibly quickly before any tournament started. And I'm wondering if this is kind of the cycle of is Jin coming back? Does this have more game into Boba when you can just kill the units with your indirect if you need to and keep restocking with units?
Yep, and
so it's kind of interesting to me coming back.
Yep, and here's that Jin list. It's one of the 27 hit point lists, so it's splashing Kanan main deck. It looks like that's the only main deck splash, but Kanan's a very good card. If he sees red, he can bounce a 4 and there's a 3/4 restore. I like seeing Jin do well. I mean, I think that it's one of those decks that, really is strong into control, and that's just not very present right now. But shout out to It's Deja Vu, taking Jin to the top 4 finish of that PQ.
Yeah. Well, which of these jump out at you?
Well, I think you got a Admiral Piet Red, which is probably heavily teched against Boba Lake Country, is my guess.
Yeah.
And then you have, Mr. Topple the Summit with 3 entries into the top 8. That doesn't surprise me. Luke finishing it out. All right. We got results in from Bristol. I heard a shout of jubilation from the Sabe Labe as Sabe Data Vault takes care of it. What is that? What else do you see here?
The Sabe is interesting. The Thrawn is interesting as potentially a unique list. Chewie is another one that hasn't really gained as much popularity in the US as it has abroad. I know it's done well in some events in Europe.
Yeah. Well, let's look at the Sabe list.
Yeah, and then obviously the Sabe is has not been on, I think, a lot of people's radar. But I think Yellow Hero in general, people are saying, what's the shell where I can, run these blue aces and whatnot, and the blue leaders, and it's interesting. I don't even see blue ace in here unless I'm missing it.
Yeah, no, there's no blue ace. There's blue leader. There's Blade Wing, and that's tandem assault. Look at a 3 of tandem assault.
Yeah,
I did not have found that my Binder card.
I think it's a good card, especially when you have stuff like BD1. If your plan is to fight Boba, right, you play something like a BD1 and a spaceship, and they can't kill the BD1, so you can tandem assault, have your spaceship trade into their ship, and then your BD1 or whatever little ground unit you have go into their face. They've got the tech of the Seasoned Fleet Admiral, which can punish all of those the Chio type decks, or even just stuff like other Jins where they look at the top 3 cards and draw one is what the leader says, so it still triggers the Seasoned Fleet Admiral. So there's a bunch of interesting tech in there.
Yep. And
for various leaders.
One deck that I'm seeing in the top cut a lot, today and yesterday is Yularen, which I just did a video on. So this is a Yularen splash. This is actually very similar to the list that won the PQ previously from Turin. That was actually an Italian PQ. I said Spain in my video. But this player has added in the 2 Battle Furies, which is very good. That card is very, very strong in this deck. Is on the IG-88 and Hana package. So, Yularen has 2 top 8s and a win this week that I'm aware of already. And
I see this as a deck that's just fully designed to beat Boba. You think things like the Battle Furies that Boba has to draw exactly their Constable to deal with. If they draw that, they're not spending their resources efficiently, not dealing you indirect damage. and it lets you put indirect on your units if you want and just race them.
And you have several units that actually kill the constable for free, right? Because you have Benthic and BT1 both likely doing 1 damage on ping. All right. I see Mama T got a win here in France at a very big PQ, so 100 players is significant. I believe that's a suburb of Paris, Saint Etienne. So Tails in red. And oh, look at another one. We got another Yularen in the top 8. But let's look at this Tails in red 4 stack that took it down.
Yeah, and this is another one where I'm curious to see their Boba plan. I would expect maybe some sudden ferocities and battle furies, and yeah, we see both of those. So I think it's the same kind of thing where you flip Talls in a turn earlier, suit it up, and outrace them.
Yep.
Hana in there as well to help with the race. So yeah, just a lot of things where if Boba's trying to be ships passing in the night, you just pass a little faster.
Yeah, no, it's just kind of a fact of the matter that we're in kind of a solitaire meta with, 2 of the big pilot decks trying to invalidate the ground arena. And then, you're seeing now the response to it is that if they're going to sell out that much, we're going to play upgrades, which are better rate on it. And I also think that for anything villain to have a chance right now, they got to be playing the upgrades, because villain has very strong upgrades in all aspects, other than yellow.
Yeah, definitely.
And
I think we're really seeing... Or sorry, go ahead.
No, I just see... So you're going on a 5 deploy leader to get under the 6 deploy pilots, in large part.
Yeah.
And it's... I'm going to call this out, too, though. There's a Boba data vault, that actually was in the top
Old
4.
school.
Yeah, and my teammate Corwin has been playing Boba since release. He actually got day 2 of the Milwaukee Regional, but would have played Boba Data Vault had he been able to play Premier. Jack Fitzgerald picked up his Boba Data Vault list with not having any reps into it, like his actual deck. He actually borrowed his deck and ran it to day 2. Nice. He finished like 30th in the Milwaukee Regional on Premier playing Corwin's deck, but
that's awesome.
It does things. It doesn't have topple as consistently as the other Boba decks, but it's a lot more rounded, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of decks are learning how to play around topple. Like you understand how much damage Boba can do. All of the blue hero decks are playing Galen or so to name topple. And when I look at this list, I see a lot of cool tools that Boba Lake Country doesn't have access to. I see the Haymaker and the Craving Power. I would imagine those really help break the mirror. Even if they Cinta and hit your base, that's their whole turn. So if you just flip Craving Power, kill their Boba, all of a sudden you have a larger leader, they have no leader, and they have to scramble to find the last damage. Whereas you're sitting there and ready to go.
And you also get Haymaker, which is going to make it a lot more possible to beat Luke, right? Because Boba Lake Country just kind of punts Luke.
Yeah. Or fight Boba mirrors. Just fight off their units, keep yours alive.
And then Dorniating Gunship gives you another 5-drop rather than just punishing one every game. You actually have something with a little more health for Boba to ride. So, shout out to Tailwind in France, because 100-player PQ is the biggest event of the weekend.
Yeah.
All right.
That's
so, look at what we have here. Italians continuing the spice. You were just talking about this. You're talking about the Alliance Chewie.
Yeah. So the Chewie Blue is like, a lot of people have seen Chewie Yellow. Chewie Blue has got some interesting different tools to kind of combat some of the standard ways that Chewie gets dealt with. Do we have the actual list?
Oh yeah,
no,
these ones aren't up yet. It must be just a very recent result because I'm not able to click on it. But what that deck does is it tries to play a shield on turn 1 and then use the base to make a credit and then deploy the Wookiee on turn 2, which is just kind of a lot for any deck to deal with.
Yeah, and you also usually, since you're trying to make a shield on turn 1, you usually also have the ability to shield Chewie himself. So the goal of that deck is to play Chewie on turn 2 and then keep him shielded. And there are a lot of decks that just can't deal with that.
Right. So yeah, shout out. I see DJ Claro. He's a great friend of the channel there. This Emphas 27 list, I know actually who that is too. He's been working on that deck a while, so he did pretty well. A couple
I'd
of
be interested to see that. I haven't seen much Infest running around. I've theorized it a lot because it's a really cool. Like I just like all the unique leaders. It's a really unique ability.
Yeah. I ran it to the top 8 of the Adepticon. So I ended up placing 6th because that was a weird tournament. Nobody cared about anything other than top 8 for the map.
Yeah.
But I essentially was in the final, which was the 3-0 mirror match against Double Portal, because whoever won that was going to end up placing first. And he got me with the Lando Call Blue, but Emphas performs very well. Mine's a cunning Emphas. This is blue. The blue is usually trying to lean into the tactical heavy bomber. And it's good.
Gotcha. Yeah, that was an interesting one that I was playing with as well. Even with green, I would just put Chewie on it and then swing in and double.
All right. Well, before we're at it, we're gonna go. This is actually just yesterday, but I think this was the sweatiest PQ of the weekend, the Polish one. Polish don't go around.
There are a lot of good players in Poland for sure.
Yeah, it's not just Sip and Benton, but shout out to Queen Day on the Yularen. This is an interesting 30 hit point list because he's trying to actually play Dengar to get credits, and then
new Dengar, the credit one.
Yep, the credit Dengar, and he's trying to get into the L3s and Devastators on a 30 hit point base. So that's a little bit different take.
It's interesting to me to see a red list that doesn't have sudden ferocity, because I feel like that's the way most of these decks are racing the boba. I was like, I flip my leader and there's 6 more power that you're planning on.
I don't.
But yeah, that's a really cool plan with the Dengar.
I don't think that's correct, but I mean, I do think that the Dengar may be something to interest in. This is Sobek's list, which is a Leia, and I've played a lot of Leia Data Vault, but I think that that's the natural successor to Rey. I mean, that she actually does that game plan better because she's not limited to one experience on her units, the way Rey is. But yeah, Sobek.
It's really interesting with Leia. You've got a little bit of the problem of the flip Chancellor Palpatine leader, where you want to spread your deck with half hero, half villain, or have these ratios. You need the same ratios here. So you say, I want to play this Han unit on turn 1. Well, the only way I can give him an experience is with a plain hero unit. So you see things like 3 Sabine's Masterpiece, 3 Gungan Warrior, R2D2, 3 Moral Authority. The first versions of these lists I saw, I said, okay, they're playing 3 hero cards, which gives them, assuming they draw Han, something like a 27% chance to actually be able to buff him on turn 1. Right. So I think this list, I really like this list a lot, and its diversity of the aspects. You see multiple green neutral cards, blue neutral cards, only hero cards, so they're a lot better at being able to actually buff the units that they want to buff.
All right, and we got players sitting down at the table, so let's get back to business in Beaverton, Oregon at Gongai Games. This is the last round of Swiss. I believe this should be winning in. I'm going to populate the overlay. If you want to tell us what you think about Jango versus... I can't.
Is that a Yularen? I can't tell what that is. It's hard for me to try to go back in my memory with all the
believe that's Piet.
Old showcases that I've already forgotten.
That is Piet Showcase is what that is. So we have Piet Red Splash is what this is.
Piet Red Splash. A lot of this, I think a lot of this might come down to what they splash for. There are a lot of good blue Sentinels. Like Piet Blue was good into Jango when Jango was around. It just had a very linear game plan that wasn't the best into a lot of other things and was kind of easy to disrupt if you weren't on the space plan. So I'm really curious what the blue splashes are for. There were things like Fleet Interdictor with a big Space Sentinel, a lot of ways to potentially stop the TDR Devastator lines. But yeah, I would imagine... I would imagine you don't play any deck in Eternal without a Jango plan, which is why we've been seeing it lose on stream a lot. And I'm really curious to see what this Piet's plan is, because the plan of play a single big ship, Jango can be okay with that, as long as Jango's not at this big damage deficit, which Piet's not great at doing.
Well,
so I would expect the splash cards to have a big impact.
I'll bet you're a nickel that there's an invisible hand in that deck. Because that does actually kind of play a big thing, but then also bring out things. And then, the thing about Invisible Hand, and that is something that's played in that Yularen deck we were just looking at, is it ignores the aspect penalty on the droids you play for free. So you can play...
the interrogation droid and the good ones.
So that very well may be. Tapping down Jango has some poetic justice to it.
True.
So this is Stephen Guide we actually saw before playing the Jango and the Admiral Piet. Let's see. That looks like the Stygian base. Stygian Spire is a 27 health aggression base. Jango is on Tarkin Town.
Yeah, and the other thing, there are a lot of, you also get to splash things like TDR for your own Devastators as Piet.
Right.
So there's a lot of cool things you can splash. You can also, a lot of your droids that are out of aspect, you can just use the splash base if you need to. You don't want to do that, but it's an option. So I do like the splash base with Piet and the options that it has.
Yeah, I believe this is the win and in match. And that there'll be another one on table 5. So, Batman the Bracco is the Piet player, melee loser name. So that's what we got today. I mean, if you can be Batman, be Batman.
Exactly. So Jango starting with an Aura Sing here, going to the ground and just trying to get in that early damage. I think it's important for Jango to try to get in some of that damage because they need to be in the spot where you're dead to the TDR Devastator and you can't afford to take any liberties. Like, you have to have an answer for it at all times.
Right, and we got Jango going with the ground strategy. Jango has led with Shin Hati and Aura Sing, so just representing a lot of damage in the ground arena. Whereas Piet has played a Gonk, which does rampy things and scores damage here.
Yeah. I mean, if Piet has an invisible hand, they can play it this turn.
Yep.
Right now. So they could invisible hand, try to get the droid, tap Shin Hati. They don't do it right away, though. So maybe that means they don't have the invisible hand, or they just want to see what Jango does first. Surprise strike into base for 7 more.
Ouch.
So 13 damage already on Piet's base.
Halfway there.
Yeah, we do see the invisible hand. Interesting that they didn't do it first before the Shin Hati attacked.
Especially if he's on interrogation droid, because you would have loved to tap down Shin.
Yeah. Exactly.
We got a Dork who's going to get the shield from Shin Hati. Apologize to DRK Droid Manufacturing for how they named their
They
droid.
had to know what they named it.
Right. It's their fault.
So Jango just claims there, so doesn't spend the last 2 resources, but it does mean they get to attack with the Shin Hati at least before the Dork just trades with it.
You got to watch out for those trading Dorks.
Yeah.
All right, so this is the flip turn for both leaders. I'd be surprised if Piet doesn't have a plan for Jango. I mean, a Craving Plower kills Grand Jango, right? But first, he's going to take some damage.
Yeah, that's the problem, is how much damage they're taking. So it's up to 17. They don't have a way on board to stop this next 3 up to 20. And then even if you kill Jango, you're dead to Surprise Strike Shin Hati. So you trade your Dork into that. You've got a lot of coming back to do, and you're going to be in the spot where Jango ever starts finding a Ruthless Raider or TDRs into anything, you're just going to be dead. Might have been too much early power.
He needed an interrogation droid. He didn't get that. He got HK-47.
Yeah.
He might not have the interrogation droids in main.
Yeah, they could be in the sideboard. That you don't want to use your splash base on them, but I feel like they're pretty much most often what you want to find off Invisible Hand.
Oh,
so I'm curious.
Having paid you
why they're not in main deck.
Absolutely. So, yeah, Piet's got problems here. Has taken 20 damage on base. Only has 7 left. Jango is 3. Jango plus Hotshot from hand. Fat plus Surprise Strike is lethal.
Yeah, and Gonk has not attacked yet. So you can play an 8-drop, not a 9-drop. The base should have been used on that invisible hand. I don't see a marker on it, but the out of aspect base should be down.
No, invisible hand.
Oh no, sorry. Your invisible hand isn't.
Green.
I'm sorry. What am I saying? Yeah, so they still have the base used.
He does. I imagine the splash card is triple dark
usable.
grade.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Piet deciding what to do. Has to save his health. You know, he's got to play control here. Instead, hits for 2. But Jango can't pump. Just does 3 damage to base.
Jango does still have all their resources, so they could be going on to a triple dark raid and to get in the last few damage.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me to just see some small attacks here. Oh, going base. So Piet thinking they are going to be able to clear this board.
Sneak attack.
Sneak attack the play with a Ruthless Raider. Yeah, sneak attack Ruthless Raider. So that's lethal even without the attack. So Piet has to end the game this turn.
He said, and
they could also be playing sneak attack on their base with the out of aspect base.
All right, so he is using his to play. I
think that was just the 2 damage from the Ruthless Raider, I believe.
Oh, okay, I thought he was using.
So he has to not get hit by this attack, but also not kill the Ruthless Raider this action.
And then just need to do 8 to base.
Yeah.
So
that part is trivial. Well, not trivial, but that part is easy if they have anything like a sneak attack, or because they still have 2 with the Piet attack as well.
Yeah, I mean, unless he's got bounce or a tap down.
Bounce or tap into a sneak attack ship.
Yep. But still has to do 8, which is a lot of things. Now, Piet changes math. Oh, we are going on to game 2. So the heroic Jango Fett player takes a win.
And what I'm guessing is that I'm guessing Piet had something in their hand to win the game that turn. It might have been using the base for a sneak attack ship, something like that. But I'm guessing they had some way to win the game that turn if there wasn't a sneak attack Ruthless Raider from the Jango side.
Yeah, I think so too.
They just didn't want to show it.
Right. So both players go into their sideboards. You know, we'll see what the Piet player does. I think that the one advantage of playing anti-Jango deck at one of these events is you got a pretty good idea what's in their deck, and they might not for you. You know, I don't know if all of the tricks were out. We didn't see Piet's splash card. I mean, we're both assuming that it's triple dark raid likely, because that makes a ton of sense.
I think ideally you want more than just 3 splash cards. I don't think it's worth a 3 HP. Just for the 3 cards. I think statistically speaking, if you look at your odds of drawing one of the splash cards, you probably want in the 5 to 6 range.
Right.
So they could be playing other cards as well. You also get splash cards out of the sideboard. I mean, that goes for any deck. Whatever you would like to run out of the sideboard, you get a lot more variety there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Steven really took a good line that game, because what he decided to do was go with a ground assault, with Orasing into Shinhati. And that's exactly the way to attack this deck. I mean, Piet actually probably is stronger than Jango in space long term. So don't forget that Jango has a bunch of ground cards as well.
Yeah, Piet usually just says that this game is on a timer. You beat me by this point or I win. They're going to overwhelm you eventually. The one decision that I really liked from Jango was the surprise strike on Shinhati on 4 resources. That was their only play that turn. Was their 4 resource turn. They just did an extra 3 damage to base, but it really kept the pressure on. And they probably had another 2 drop to play, but realized I need initiative because the invisible hand found this droid. They can trade with my Shinhati. I need to be able to keep the damage going.
Yep.
And kind of understanding the clock aspect of this matchup.
And assuming that Piet is also playing interrogation droid, the invisible hand failed to find it twice when he needed to.
Yeah.
Which is
well, once it was after an attack. Once it wouldn't have helped anyway because of the order of actions, which was kind of interesting. That I believe they attacked with like a 2-power space unit instead of playing the invisible hand first. But that might have just signified they're not playing the interrogation droid.
Yeah, and I think I saw a Shadow of Stygian Prime resourced, so that very well may be a sideboard card that came in for Jango.
Yeah.
All right. So we get that hyena bomber. in the space arena. I think that's what they call a Garindin for Jango.
Yeah.
I mean, you probably
we see a Devastator. I would assume that's a triple dark raid as an event.
Yep,
and I'm not sure. I can see what the other card was.
It was super laser tech, and my guess is that
gotcha.
My guess is Jango called resupply.
Yeah,
because that's what I would call. So Jango,
you got a 50-50. You pick one.
Yep. The Garindin though is the nightmare scenario for Jango. Because not only does he get to ramp, is the Garindin that you played out there actually gives the super laser a way to kill himself, which is not always the case. And a Piet deck doesn't have the ability to auto kill a super laser tech.
Yeah, so it's also just not much damage either.
Yep, and Piet claims, Batman the Braco claims, we're going into 4 resources. Steven readies his units.
Yeah, so now this is going to be Piet's flip. Yep. But now the Garindin is a little bit better because you just leave it up. You can try to hit the Piet, but nobody really cares about Piet flip. Like, you have to kill it. Tapping it doesn't matter, which is one of the nicer things about this into Jango.
Right. Yeah, no. Right. The Piet's out there for his ability to discount capital ships by 2. All right, Triple Dark Raid is going to be a big boy here. So Piet gets 5 resources from the Triple Dark Raids 2. So he can play anything short of a Green Devastator right now.
Yes.
Fulminatrix.
Fulminatrix is there.
That kills Shinhati by a little.
Yes, and the reason for the Garindin tap there was because Steven was trying to keep his Shinhati alive. He didn't want Piet to just be able to kill it, and then it dies anyway to the Fulminatrix.
The Shadow of Stygian Prime. He did have that added to his deck. Maybe he's playing it main, I don't know. So Fulminatrix is actually particularly good right now because it does 9 to Jango, which is a lot. And then also kills the Garindin.
And kills the Garindin. Yeah, and now he can just play it again if he wants. So
that was a pretty okay turn for Piet.
Not too shabby. Yeah, the space unit will not ready, assuming that is a Shadow of Stygian Prime.
I don't think that he actually attacked with it, so it's still...
He did attack with it.
Oh, he did attack. Okay, so that's there. And there's 11 damage then on Jango's base.
Yes.
All right, Steven...
11 to 7, I believe.
Deploys Jango. What will befall him?
Well, he knows the Fulminatrix and Devastator can't kill the Jango in one shot. And this deploying Jango first, I think it just gives you some time to so you don't have to show your hand, because maybe there's the base has already been used, but you're worried about anything that maybe could come in need that you have to tap.
Right.
And you just want to run them out of actions before maybe you do your own Triple Dark Raid.
Yep, and unlike the Jango deck, I mean, Piet can't use Triple Dark Raid again for 3.
Yeah. Same thing with a potential sneak attack. So there's fewer things that Jango is worried about.
Okay, so IG-2000.
Oh, IG-2000.
So that leaves Batman wide open here. If he can get a ready unit in, he's just going to play a Devastator and do 4 to base. So that should take Jango to 15.
17. So now the Devastator is lethal now in one attack. So that's why the IG-2000 was played. So that, because if you attack with Jango there, then you don't have a space unit to tap the Devastator. So just being able to develop the board a little bit at least before you have to do something to the Devastator.
Yep, Jango has to claim. So we know that he can Triple Dark Raid. Okay, so you need to find a tapper. If you don't find the tapper, the game is over in the next action. There's many of them.
Yeah, I don't mind this. Because you're so far behind. If you don't find the tapper, you weren't winning this game anyway. So you're hoping, I believe I see his own Devastator in there.
So he's going to pretend to think for a little while before playing the Devastator.
A lot of these triangles look the same. It could be a different one, but I think it's a Devastator.
It's a Devastator.
Hey, it's a Devastator. Yeah, so 1 to Devastator, 1 to Piet, and 2 to base. I'm curious if he had to do the 1 to Piet there. Oh, and there's a Planetary Bombardment with a Devastator out to deal 12 to base. So
that is one way to do it. That is one way to do it. So
yeah,
my broken combo is defeated by your broken combo, and we're on to game 3 of this winning in match in the last round of Swiss of the Beaverton, Oregon Planetary Qualifier at Gongai Games. We had Stephen Gade really take control of game 1 with damage and pumps into the ground arena. In game 2, it was all Piet with Batman just finding his ramp. You know, how important was that super laser tech? Because all of a sudden you're getting turn 3 fulminatrixes thrown at you. Not a lot of deck deals with the fulminatrix on turn 3 very well.
Yeah, exactly. Getting the combination of acceleration from their super laser tech and a much slower start from Jango with just a Garandan that didn't hit.
Now, that's a whole different game if he picks super laser tech over resupply.
Absolutely. Yeah, it definitely is. And maybe if you're Batman here, you might keep both if you have the option.
Absolutely. If you're playing against villain yellow and you're not keeping both of your ramp cards, I don't know what you're doing with your life.
Yeah.
All right, we have 1 attack units played by both players into the ground area, Aura Singh and the Gong Tride. One of those is not very matched well into the other.
Well, this is where we get to see how important Jango thinks the one-time discount is for the ramp, because they need damage on base.
Yeah. Well, electromagnetic pulse.
I believe that's an EMP.
Yep. So he's saying
tap a droid as well.
Yeah, he's saying that EMP, Jango can't exhaust that, but EMP does it by himself. But the important thing is that he resupplied.
Mm-hmm.
Aura Singh with Surprise Strike would hit for 6
damage coming in. Tarkentown on the Gong.
Yep. But Piet will be able to flip. Piet will be able to play Invisible Hand, and Jango is stuck at 4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and what I was gonna say about the Gonk is, considering Jango wants to, Piet wants to ramp with either resupply or super laser tech, you might have been okay to just let the Gonk go there if you had a 3-drop you actually liked and deal with it the next turn. It's a little bit risky, but maybe you get more damage into base that way.
Okay, we got triple Dark Raid War Juggernaut coming down.
But I still feel like Piet is very comfortable with this position. They got their ramp out. The War Jug's going to hit them hard this turn, but then go back to hand. And they're going to presumably have a large capital ship while Jango just has an Aura Singh. Oh, they go with the OB. So now there's going to be no capital ship for either side, but Jango is going to flip to just facing against the Piet. As Piet takes 5 more to base here with the 2 damage units and the 3 base power from the War Juggernaut.
Yep, so 11 on Piet's base, none on Jango's. No board for Jango. Batman has a wounded Admiral Piet. But
yeah, and I think Jango's bad about that turn. Like, that was the turn where they were worried they would be staring down some very large capital ship. Couldn't play the 8-drop, but you could have played an Invisible Hand or something like that.
Yeah,
I didn't see that, at least.
I see what he's doing, though. Because he was just saying, well, what's important to me is I save damage on my base, right? And the Barrage did save the 4 damage from Aura Singh, plus 1 for another damage unit out. So save 5 damage total. Here comes Sneak Attack. Ruthless Raider. That's enough to kill a
Sneak
Devastator.
Attack, Ruthless Raider. So it's going to kill the Devastator, yeah.
And do more damage. Piet's going to attack for 2.
It is not. It's going to get tapped by the Ruthless Raider, because you can still kill the Devastator with the exit thing.
Yep, you're right.
Yeah. So now we're up to 14 damage on Jango's base, and going to be 16 after this Ruthless Raider death trigger. So, I mean, that was exactly what Jango needed there. They dealt with the first ship. Now, does Piet have more?
Right.
It's one of the reasons that an invisible hand would have been nice last turn, because it's just Jango, especially with these sneaks and TDOs, they can usually deal with the first one, but can they deal with the second one? And does Piet have a third one?
Right.
And are they dead by then?
So Batman plays a Fulminatrix, which is a great capital chip, I believe, from set 6. Yeah, secrets.
Yeah, I like the Fulminatrix a lot. It really made Piet Red more consistent, where you weren't just looking for Devastator. You had multiple options. This one also has 7 health, so if you want to do the Sneak Ruthless Raider trick again, you've got to put both of the triggers on the Fulminatrix. The 7 health really changes a shocking number of breakpoints.
So this game's
contemplating here.
Yep, this game's over if he has triple Dark Ray Devastator right now. Because Piet is tapped out, has taken 19 damage, and he's do 8 more. Jango has not used any resources this turn, but you know, for his own part, I mean, he is winning the damage race by a fair amount right now, but that Fulminatrix is swinging for 9 and killing Jango on the opening action of the next turn. So, and I don't believe that Batman has used his splash base yet. So he might still have a heavily discounted triple Dark Raid that could play any ship in the fleet.
He could, and as Jango, you're also thinking about, we've seen one overwhelming barrage, but that's going to be the big thing. So it'll be a barrage for 11 to kill Jango and probably whatever else you play. So yeah, he might name overwhelming barrage here.
I think this is a great play for...
Well, we named triple Dark Raid and hit it, I believe, is what happened.
Well, actually, I think it must have
been... saw something go to the discard.
It must have been Planetary Bombardment. That's Planetary Bombardment that went to the discard. Right. So he named PB. Yeah, no, he
couldn't see the edge of that. But yeah, you're 100% right.
He couldn't take 12. All right, so this is a much closer match than the board state at first glance appears. Batman, playing the Piet Red deck, has 19 damage on his 27 health base. Jango needs to do 8 more. Steven has only taken 6 damage, but is staring down Fulminatrix with initiative. That
number's going to go up real quick.
Yeah, because he's going to take 9 and lose Jango on the first action.
Yeah. Yeah, it also explains why a triple Dark Raid from Batman here can be really good, because you first attack and kill the Jango, and he can't tap whatever you may triple Dark Raid into.
All right, so the return of Piet. Can he throw enough rocks in order to make this happen? So I believe that puts
13, I believe. Oh no, 15 is, I'm trying to read the actual counter because I don't remember what it said.
Yeah, I think he was at 6, so it's 15. Yep.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, we've actually put some highly visible jumbo D6 craps dice, which are waiting on the side of the stream. If you're ever playing on stream, folks, use the stuff. We know you have cool stuff of your own, but use the stuff that is by the stream table. There's a reason for it. All right. Piet comes in for 2 more to 17. Can he find the last 8 damage? Stygian Prime. Oh, I don't like that play, though.
Not from that Fulminatrix.
Well, right. I mean, he can't...
I mean...
So, anything
I don't mind it.
Piet to do... Oh, it's 3. It's Triple Dark Raid. Or it's not... No, it's Super Laser Tech. That is nowhere near as good.
So the problem is, if you save the Stygian Prime for after Jango does a Triple Dark Raid, then you just die to the Fulminatrix. So I think have to play that there and say you need another card. It's like, okay, you need the third one. We've gotten through 2. Do you have the third one? And right now the answer is no. Piet does not have the third one.
Right. And I believe... What's the other unit that Piet played? That's an HK Galactics promo. HK 47.
Yes, so Super Laser Tech and HK.
Yeah, that's not at all what he needed. He needed anything. Like, if Piet had anything to bring in the capital ship ready, that was the end of the game. All right.
Yeah, I mean, that's Piet in a nutshell, right? Sometimes they just don't have it, or they have one, they don't have two. Here's a planetary, so there's 12 damage.
Yeah, Jango.
You can only put, and that's the game, because they can only put 3 onto units.
All right. So Piet finishes off Jango. We have the Grand Admiral, or Unadmiral of the Empire, using capital ships and a splash base with some TDR spice to finish off Jango. What do you think of that match overall, Jeff?
I liked it. I think it showed why people are playing Piet. Piet's always been a, if I have the thing, it usually goes pretty well kind of deck. And when you get to add in TDR, you get to add in the fact that you've got extras of these capital ships. Your reach gets a lot better. So yeah, I think it showed why this deck is hanging around, and it can kind of be tough for Jango to keep up if they don't get a really good start like we saw in game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think in the game 1, it was all Jango, and particularly it was the ground assault Jango. But games 2 and 3 were both Piet implementing the game plan of play giant unit and then planetary bombardment, which is what that deck does. And it does. It has an extremely high power level. You know, it's not the most interactive deck in the world, but very strong. And that puts Batman into the top 8. It should.
Nice, yeah.
All right, so...
Yeah, everyone that's 5-1 will be in the top 8 for sure.
Yep. So that is our last round of Swiss. We're going to reset up. It's going to be Tower number 9 and Jeff Creasy in the top 8 match. And as we get closer to that, we'll give you a countdown and look forward to seeing you guys back for the top cut. We're going to hit a break scene, and we'll be back with the top 8 after this.
tend to rule with respect.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
This is the way.
Hey, we don't serve their kind here.
I'll show you the dark side.
Rebellions are built on hope.
Jabba ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
am a Jedi, like my father before me.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
Welcome back to Late Night Gaming's coverage here. We are bringing you the Gongai Eternal Planetary Qualifier, and we are about to begin the top 8 cut. I'm Tower number 9, and I am joined here by Jeff Freesey. How are you doing, Jeff?
I'm doing great. Excited to see some top cut action. Excited to finally see this Gar ECL deck in action. This was the second most represented deck we saw on stream a ton, or at least I didn't. So I'm kind of excited to see what he can do here.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be Gar Saxon ECL versus Iden Versio Data Vault. Iden, kind of the original sort of queen of the aggro deck, or I'm sorry, the control decks in Star Wars Unlimited from all the way back in Spark of Rebellion, often associated with a more hard control style of play. Fell off a bit towards the end of the pre-rotation meta for sure, but now it looks like she's back in Eternal.
Yeah, and I think both of these decks wanted to play against Jango, and they got each other instead.
Yeah, should be interesting. You know, initially looking at this matchup, my suspicion would be that Iden would have the advantage between these two leaders, but we'll have to see how that goes. Typically, if you have a battle between control decks, the one that is going like more control is at an advantage. And Iden, I think, is more control oriented, but Gar isn't a pure control deck exactly. How would you characterize him?
I think it's a deck that's trying to get in its damage. I would definitely not classify it as a control deck. I haven't seen the exact list, so maybe this one is a little bit different from the way I envision Gar going in my head. But I see it as a deck that just wants to get in its damage and have units that are hard to remove. A lot of that hard to remove is with shields, which Iden doesn't necessarily care about with, you know, the powers of the dark side, takedowns, etc. So I agree that it
will be useful against cards like Overwhelming Barrage, of course. Definitely. But yeah, I tend to agree that shields are not as strong against vigilance-based decks. I think the shields, though, I mean, they're really a counter to Jango. And,
exactly,
you know, I would say Gar is probably more of like a mid-range type deck, can actually go quite fast at times, whereas Iden has historically mostly been played as actually a rather hard control. So we'll have to see how this goes. It is possible that Gar will be able to get in under Iden here, but
yeah. And I'm curious about the Iden list too. I know pre-rotation, I live in an area that often has a heavy control meta, and I think directly pre-rotation, the Iden decks that were showing up to our PQs were Data Vault decks with 7 units and the rest being events and removal.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure where on the spectrum of hard control this Iden list is.
Yeah, I mean, historically, we saw a lot of Iden decks that had very few units, and their only units would be like endgame closers, whether that be, you know, Avenger and Devastator, or you would see sometimes Iden Red, and they would only have like Crate Dragon and Avenger and Snoke or whatever.
Exactly.
All right, here we go. The Iden player likes the opening hand there, I believe, has resourced 2. I think our Gar player going for a mulligan. And I believe we have Carson playing Iden here versus Ben playing Gar Saxon.
We'll learn a little bit about this Iden list because it is a distinct possibility that Iden kept a hand intentionally with no turn 1 plays because they know they only have 3 and the rest of their hand is good. So Iden did not mulligan.
It's pretty common for these decks to have like Dr. Pershing only. You know, sometimes in the past we would see people playing like Inferno 4 to get some like, you know, you get some fixing there or whatever, and it helps you a little bit against certain early space units. But I suspect that the majority of the Iden's decks units are going to be very endgame oriented.
Yeah, and then how much of this Gar deck is going to be unit interaction that just doesn't have any targets in game 1? So Gar might have a lot more dead cards game 1 and maybe be able to try to sideboard into a plan that can be a little bit better into Iden. So we'll have to see how that plays out.
Yeah, you know, and we'll of course have to see these you know, these early reads are just kind of based on our stereotypes of what these leaders and decks tend to do.
Exactly.
But yeah.
Director
now,
Krennic coming out.
Yeah,
into the Owen.
that's it. It's a fast start for Gar there with Director Krennic followed up by Owen Lars using that discount from Krennic's ability to discount units that have when defeated effects. Owen Lars doesn't really do a lot in this matchup because healing isn't that important, but does absorb power of the dark side here on turn 2, and that means that our Gar player gets to search up a force unit, grabbing a copy of Maul.
Yeah, Owen is exactly what Gar wants here. Like you were saying, the restore isn't useful, but Iden kept that hand without mulliganing with no turn 1 play because they had power of the dark side. So you say, well, your power of the dark side actually just draws me a card, and that's all it does. And that's exactly where Gar wants to be to start.
Yeah, pretty solid. So Krennic swings for 1. Iden does get to use her ability to heal for 1, having defeated Owen Lars. Then we see that, you know, Krennic's shuttle entering play there. Entering play a turn early, in fact. Another unit benefiting from Director Krennic's ability. So pretty fast start here for Gar.
Yeah, we've seen Gar play 7 resources worth of cards. And we've seen Iden play 3 so far. So, I mean, Iden obviously is a deck that can catch up, but Gar very well utilizing the Krennic ability so far.
It's a resupply for Iden. Resupply is certainly a good card, but it also doesn't detract from any of the damage coming in. And right now there's 2 different units, both of them upgraded. So we could see a fair chunk of damage start to add up on Iden's base here.
Yeah, 7 showing right now.
Iden is one of the leaders that has some of the most healing of anyone in the game. But the problem is that you have to be defeating enemy units to get that healing going. And at least from that turn, it was not the case. And I believe, I'm not 100%, but I believe that was Darth Sion entering the field.
Yes, it was. So the important part here is if Gar can get upgrades on Darth Sion, you just need 1. So if he can shield it or give it an experience, then it will have 7 power, which means when defeated, it will return to hand. So it's an interesting tech play against some of these control decks that are just going to try to remove all your units.
Versio is going to deploy, so a 4/4 shielded. And that stat line doesn't line up that well into any of the units that are on the field right now, just in terms of direct combat. If we did see an overwhelming barrage, Iden could, however, remove Darth Scion and then additionally use 1 extra point of damage to knock the shield off of Krennic. I believe that's a copy of
So we said
Vigilance.
Vigilance instead, yeah. So Vigilance going for the heal and defeat Krennic modes.
Right, and it's going to heal an additional point here because with Iden on the field, every enemy unit that's defeated is another point of healing. So that's that is a big result there for Iden. But overall, I don't think Iden is necessarily in as much control as she'd like to be at this point in this game.
Not yet, because Gar still hasn't spent their resources this turn, but Iden, it's a good start, but I think they need a little bit more to guarantee they get to their to the big ships that they want to use to close out the game.
It is worth noting, though, that because our Iden player was able to ramp earlier with that copy of Resupply, Iden was able to deploy before Gar. Normally, both those resource leaders deploy on 6 resources, but this turn, Iden has 6 resources while Gar has only 5. So that is a bit of tempo that Gar won't be able to use to his advantage here.
Yeah, Gar had really good resource efficiency in the first couple of turns, but Iden with the resupply really closing the gap a bit.
One thing that could be awkward here for Gar is that if he were relying on the ability there from Director Krennic, like let's say he has a 6-cost unit with a when defeated, he might actually find himself stuck here. Looks like it's a resupply of his own, though. That means Gar Saxon will be taking the field. Han Solo, the unit that scales with each attack, Gar flips, and will Gar clear Iden here is the question for me. The answer is yes.
So you just don't want all the healing back up. You're still a turn away from a potential super laser blast, but the Overwhelming Barrage exists. You've got a damaged Darth Scion already, so you just make sure that they don't have an Overwhelming Barrage target. They still can't super laser blast until next turn, and so giving up the 4 to base makes it a lot more likely that all your damage lands this turn.
It is a bit odd. I think Gar Saxon should have 4 damage on him instead of 3 here.
Yes, I believe that is correct.
Looks like another copy of Vigilance comes out, this time defeating Darth Scion before he can get into that position where he could return to hand, and another heal 5. So even though this Gar deck has been doing a lot of damage, the Iden deck has been doing a lot of healing, and we only see 7 damage on that data vault, but a lot more is probably going to be added on this turn.
Yeah, and there is going to be 1 more healed from the Iden as well.
Now, look at this. It's an out-of-aspect hotshot deal 44, I believe.
I like that a lot. I think the point of that is to hit a lot of break points. Like if you have a blank Gar and you put the hotshot on it, it deals 7 damage. You can kill a Jango leader. So I think that's just kind of an homage to the meta to say I need to be able to hit certain break points.
Yeah, Han attacking and getting buffed. And then we have the shuttle as well for another 4. There's a lot of healing, but a lot of damage as well. We're up to, I believe, 20 damage now on Iden's base.
Yeah.
This is where you might want to have a board clear, but I'm not sure our Iden player has one.
Notably, Iden has healed 13 damage this game, so they would be dead if they weren't Iden double vigilancing, healing everything.
Now, Knowledge and Defense debuffs Han and defeats him is also going to draw a card. I think he may have actually drawn a Super Laser Blast there. I'm not sure, but it looked like maybe.
Checking for more blasters.
Doesn't look like it, but that is going to be 7 damage, so we're up to 27. Very close to the edge here. We could see Iden use her leader ability to heal 1 damage. That does take an action, of course.
The problem with that is you're running the risk of Gar claiming if you can't deal with the leader itself.
Yeah, and it looks like our Iden player mulling over some options here. We are in range. 1 more attack from Gar would end the game, so doing anything here is kind of unsafe, as you suggested. We could see a point of healing. We could see some other card being played. I think
we
it
saw a
was
flame.
initiative taken,
Yeah.
but a craving power comes out and the extra stats are enough to get lethal there. That's going to be game 1.
Yeah, I was thinking that Gar would be a little more disadvantaged in game 1 because they're gonna have some, like, Craving Power is not a great card in this matchup, even though we saw it there just be basically a 5-cost worse surprise strike. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised Gar took that game 1. Iden did a lot of healing, and if they'd had the Super Laser Blast on the 8 resource turn, maybe they would have been able to turn the corner. But Gar really able to keep up the pressure enough with that Hotshot Blaster to cross the finish line.
Yeah, I think one important thing in that game was that the Gar player actually got a lot of tempo from Director Krennic on that first turn, because Director Krennic got that Owen Lars on the field, which meant that the Power of the Dark Side killed kind of a chaff unit instead of something important. Also, then allowed the shuttle to come out on the next turn. That's really a lot of value.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime you can play 2 units on turn 1, these old style control decks that just want to power the dark side you on turn 2 are not that happy about it.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, in a format where you have Power of the Dark Side and potentially also Merciless Contest. Some of the plays that we've seen more recently, like, Condemn is actually a much worse card in a context where your deck is built around playing Power of the Dark Side and Merciless Contest on people. Some of the negative attachments have a downside of kind of blanking your best cards if you're going for the make them sacrifice units game plan.
It's also interesting on the other side. I've been talking with my team a lot about how playing something like a Faith in Your Friends on turn 1 in Premiere doesn't feel that good. It feels kind of bad, and we think the reason is there's no Power of the Dark Side, and there's no capture shuttle where you need coordinate. So like all of the benefits for playing 2 units on turn 1 aren't here in Premiere, but they're still here in Eternal.
Yeah, if you're playing that Faith in Your Friends on turn 1 against Iden, you're probably feeling pretty good. But if you play it in Premiere, it's like you said, sometimes you play that in Premiere and it's just like, well, the opponent's whatever 2/4 unit with some ability can kill both of these spies. So like, I guess it didn't cost me a card to do that, so it's kind of okay, but it's not exactly a power play.
Yeah, it's not a play that you're like, oh, this puts me ahead in the game by a lot.
Right. I think, similarly, I think that actually VIktor, Pilot VIktor has seen some major hits from rotation. Losing that Sanctioner shuttle is pretty big. Losing some of those 1-cost chips is pretty big.
Absolutely. Sanctioner shuttle was one of the main reasons to play VIktor, in my opinion. As someone that played it a decent bit, the ability to very consistently be able to capture either your opponent's turn 1 or turn 2 play on turn 2 was huge.
Yeah. All right, we're going into game 2. Let's see how things go. It's going to be Gar versus Iden yet again.
And I wonder if Iden is going to go and try to lean on the Power of the Dark Side still, because the Krennic Owen opener isn't a very high percentage to happen.
Yeah. You have to have 2 specific cards in your opening hand. I think it's not something that's necessarily reliable. Looking at Iden's hand here, I see some good stuff. There's a resupply in that hand, but it isn't enough for our Iden player. Going to take a mulligan here, and we'll see if they can do better. The Gar player, meanwhile, thinking it over more, it seems.
Yeah, so Gar's going to keep here.
Yeah, 2 resources on the field here for Gar. Iden shuffling on up. Iden does also have a larger deck thanks to Data Vault. Well, presumably. I guess our Gar player could be playing well above minimum, but yeah.
This is an American tournament. We don't do that here.
Well, All right. 6 cards in the opening hand. 2 of them are going to be resources here. I think that's a perilous position that I see. Looks like that's going to be one of the resources, and then
keeping the resupply carrier is interesting. I guess the thought is if you've play it on 6, you then just accelerate into your super laser blast turn. But it's interesting to keep in the opening hand over early interaction like a perilous position.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an Onyx Squadron Brute, I believe a promo version there. So not a unit with an upgrade. When defeated, does some healing. Really a significantly weaker opener for Gar compared to what he's able to put together in the previous game.
Yeah.
Let's see what Iden does here with those 3 resources. Might have been another pass.
I think Iden gave initiative away and has not been claiming, has been passing to keep Gar on initiative.
Wow, the Iden player missed turn 2 as well. That's not what you want to see. Gar developed the Client, which again is not an optimal unit for this matchup. But Gar Saxon's ability to buff friendly upgraded units makes the Client a little more versatile. Normally, the Client is a very defensive card, but that shield giving +1 changes things up. However, won't get a chance to use it. Iden plays her first card of the game, a Takedown, and that is the Client dealt with. Iden's ability now live for some potential healing.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Going back to, we saw Iden resource a perilous position, which would have been a potential turn 2 play.
Yeah.
So they're definitely prioritizing these late game cards, and we'll have to see if they get there, because they did not in game 1.
Right. So another copy of Krennic's shuttle arrives, and the shield token is moved onto Onyx Squadron Brute with the when played ability, which then allows the Brute to swing for 3 instead of 2. Nice little play there. And then I believe it was no glory only results used to remove that shuttle. So one little fun fact here, you actually can't heal with Iden after playing no glory only results, because
your unit died.
Right. So
also interesting, if Iden had another
Gar, there's Owen Lars. Gar arrives and swings for 4.
Yeah. And another interesting thing there, if Iden had a unit out, they could have taken the shield with a win defeated from the Krennic shuttle.
Right.
But since they didn't have anywhere else to move it.
A really funny interaction is no glory only results is terrible against stolen AT hauler, because it lets the opponent replay it.
Yeah. It's one of the reasons it took people a long time to realize how good that card is against control. Because there's just not that many things that kill it, and control decks love their no glory, which you just can't play against the hauler. Like that card was one of the best cards to play against control in the before times when control existed in what is now Premier.
Yeah, I think Lando is a form of control, but certainly very different from what control decks were before rotation.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Here we do see a resupply from Iden going up to 7 resources.
Yeah,
Maybe
so they're
trying to accelerate
super laser
towards
blast.
something big. We're going to hit that 8 resource breakpoint. That could be a super laser blast next turn.
The question is, does Iden want to flip to get all of the healing, or do they want to just claim, take their damage this turn, and play the super laser blast and flip after?
Yeah, Iden could flip, kill Owen Lars for free. Gives the opponent a card draw, but it gives you a heal. You keep your shield. Yeah. I don't know if another interesting option. It kind of depends also on what Gar plays out this turn, I think. Right now, the only thing Iden can actually defeat would be Owen Lars. And Owen is a non-priority because the restore does nothing, and the when defeated effect is actually positive for the opponent. So I don't think our Iden player is exactly racing to take out Owen Lars here.
Well, the only reason to flip here is so that you can first action super laser blast next turn and get the healing.
Yeah,
off
and heal
of that.
from each unit. Right.
Would you rather get the 3 to 4 healing, or would you rather have your leader after you super laser blast? Is kind of the decision that Iden is making.
Yeah, and it is also worth noting that you would get 1 point of that healing from using the leader text anyway. So I don't know. I personally think you might just want to claim here.
Yeah, I think especially now that they're probably not playing another unit on the Gar side now that they spent 5 for the blaster. Like, they know also the reason to try to get to 8 resources quickly, and it's specifically for the super laser blast.
Yeah, I mean, another out of aspect hotshot deal 44 blaster from the row. Really inefficient resource wise, but like makes more sense in the context of Gar, where having upgrades has that additional buff, and he'll get it back to hand when Gar is defeated.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a nice way to get in those extra couple of damage, and like we said before, it hits the nice 7 attack breakpoint against Jango.
All right. Does our Iden player have a super laser blast? If not,
there's a lot of cards in hand because I haven't been playing many of them.
Yeah, that's true. All right, we're up to those that crucial 8 resource turn. There's the super laser blast, wipes the board completely. This does also put Iden in a position where she can use her leader ability to heal, which would then, I believe, leave the Iden player's base with 20 damage on it, 13 HP remaining. Not ideal, but could be worse.
Yeah, and the Owen Lars when defeated trigger happening right now. And also, yes, you saw the hotshot blaster go back to hand because, like Tower said, that is what Gar does.
Yeah, and the shield token, of course, cannot go to hand because tokens that are returned to hand are just defeated instead. But getting that hotshot back, you could put it in the row and then have it, in your back pocket if you need that one little pump to get in.
Interesting choice here. I see definitely a Darth Vader. There's definitely, I would imagine there's something else in there that the Gar player is deciding about and goes with the Darth Vader.
Yeah, probably not the matchup where Vader is the scariest. You could potentially ambush Vader in, Vader can kill Iden, I guess. Iden has a shield. Looks like it's going to be Krennic.
Yeah, I think you just play
Iden's
Vader as a shielded unit.
There's a heal. Loopee Lookout takes the field. That's a little scary. Iden deploys herself. Oh, and Iden is met with power of the dark side.
Yeah. It's exciting to me to see the new cards in Eternal, because we all remember playing against Iden Data Vault a couple of sets ago, but seeing how these new cards like the new Han unit and the Loopee Lookout change this Gar ECL deck from what it was 3 sets ago when it was kind of a fringe player, that to me is like the really interesting part of Eternal.
Yeah, those are like very solid cards for it as well. Like not only are they shielded units for the Gar Saxon synergy and protection against Jango, but they're also able to take a much more aggressive stance. Just in terms of that Loopee Lookout, that's a turn 1 unit that has a shield and is swinging for 4 on the next turn.
With
that's
overwhelm.
Crazy.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Iden on 9 resources now. It's going to be Knowledge and Defense, defeats the Loopee Lookout through shield and draws a card. This also sets up Iden's heal, potentially. 6 resources still remaining.
You could still see something like a Vigilance to kill the Krennic as well.
Knowledge and Defense, very efficient. We've seen a few of those -X cards. Knowledge and Defense, drawing a card is really good. Perilous Position, debuffing a unit that you didn't immediately remove for future turns is nice. Few different options in that area.
Yeah, debating replaying the blaster onto this Krennic versus something else from hand. That's kind of interesting to me because I would think you want this Krennic as kind of power the dark side protection, but also it can get vigilanced.
Yeah, and again, not a resource efficient play, but may have had. I see a copy of Maul in hand. We saw that copy of Vader earlier. It's possible that our Gar Saxon player has more like reactive rather than proactive cards and is going to opt to use that smuggle just to get something that's going to push damage. Oh, but it is going to be Vigilance. That's going to be a kill and 5 healing. Definitely a setback here for Gar. It does bring out that Han Solo hibernation sick. Able to swing and get stronger.
We saw Gar take a lot of time to think about that play, and I think there are options where they could play 1 big unit or they could play 2 small units in the blaster. And if that was the decision, I kind of like the 2 small units in the blaster, because if you assume something like the Vigilance is coming, then all of a sudden now your big unit, whether it's the Vader, Maul, etc., is susceptible to a power of the dark side. Whereas here you got in your 2 extra damage, you have 2 units, so now you can play your big unit and you have this insulation from the power of the dark side, so Iden's going to need something else.
It would be funny to have an interface element for this stream overlay that tracks how much Iden has healed in each of these games, because it can be a large number.
Mm-hmm.
Even Iden though would not be. I think Bosk Blue might be the most healing that you can get in a deck that was commonly played.
Double claim the blue heal bounty.
Right, or even just the client. Both of those are pretty huge.
Ah, true.
All right.
Iden
Looks like our Iden player was going to place it. Oh, is another Vigilance. Han Solo defeated through the shield once again. And this kind of goes back to what we were discussing earlier with respect to shields are just not that good against Vigilance decks. But Gar Saxon gets some extra value out of those shields because in Gar's deck, the shields are also essentially +1 power counters.
Yeah, and the shields are a lot better against other control decks. Like when you see decks like Akira, they rely a lot more heavily on the damage-based effects like Overwhelming Barrage. Iden really doesn't because there just aren't enough units. They just want to get to their big ships at the end of the game, and those ships are what kill you, not playing an Overwhelming Barrage off of them as much.
Looks like we're going to see another smuggle card, Lom Pike.
Yeah, I'm happy to see this one back. I love Lom Pike.
As well as a replacement Han Solo here. But the funny part is, despite not having any units and the opponent having substantial stuff on board, I think Iden actually gained total base HP that turn, and I think maybe the previous turn as well.
Yeah, they definitely did.
Timely intervention.
Timely intervention.
Reinforcement Walker. That is a massive play for our Iden player. Potentially double healing because you get both the when played and the on attack, and this should allow the Walker to take out Lon Pike.
Yes, we also saw a Traitorous get drawn off the Walker.
And that is interesting. Was a card draw instead of a heal there? Our player must be feeling a little confident to take the card instead of healing more here.
Well, the traders can just steal the Han or steal the Onyx Squadron, where if it ever dies, you get your own base.
More healing, yeah. Massive.
I believe they played the timely out of hand, so they do not replace one.
Yeah,
and I think that's what they're looking at now. It was kind of surprising because they have the one extra resource. So I'm curious what they resource that turn versus just putting the timely down and still timelying the Walker.
Yeah, not sure.
But I believe they played that out of hand, and I think that's what the judges are trying to sort out.
I guess someone could watch the replay to figure it out for sure. It looks like they were saying it was smuggled.
Okay, I may have been mistaken. I wasn't paying the most attention to where it came from. I just saw it pop up. So.
Okay, so then it looks like Reinforcement Walker, the only unit for Iden, probably the only play for Iden this turn, although there's a very good chance that Iden will use her leader ability to heal an additional point of damage. Facing off now with Han Solo and the Onyx Squadron Brute, and I have to say, it's looking like Iden is stabilizing here. Gar needs to do something fast in order to get this game over with.
Yeah, they still have a very long way to go is the problem. Down to 12 damage on Iden's base now.
Yeah, that's over 20 damage still to do. And Iden's going to heal another point this turn if she wants. And honestly, Gar's board right now is pretty bad. We're only looking 2 damage from the Onyx Squadron Brute. Han, he punches above his weight. He's a 1/1, but he has +1 and he'll give himself a counter. So he'll actually hit for 3, but 5 damage isn't going to be that much at this point.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. Craving Power getting some good value there. It is going to actually remove the Reinforcement Walker and provide a nice chunk of extra stats from the Onyx Squadron Brute.
Yeah, dealing 5 total damage because once the Craving Power is played, the Onyx Squadron is upgraded. And then Han for 3 damage.
Yeah, 3. And then another 5. Okay. We're up to 19 damage on Iden's base. But it looks like our Han player doesn't have, or our Gar player doesn't have anything to do with those remaining 4 resources. So it is going to be not necessarily the best possible spot. Let's see what Iden does to try and continue stabilizing this game.
It's really interesting. I think that because Gar got a Vader off of the Owen Lars, and I think they were debating if they wanted to ECL the Vader in to kill the Reinforcement Walker. It would be nice to use it to kill these big capital ships, but the problem is if Iden doesn't have a ground unit, you can't ECL the Vader into anything, even if you do shield the ships. So you have to wait a whole nother turn and have your Vader survive.
Oh, and there's that Traitorous.
Yeah.
Traitorous, that was a so the Traitorous here was a card that Iden chose to draw instead of discarding for 3 points of healing, and now we're maybe seeing why. The Onyx Squadron Brute now on Iden's side of the field, not only is it a 4/5 in space, but if it's defeated, it'll be even more healing for Iden.
Yeah, really big swing. We'll have to see. Gar, I don't know. I'm not sure on the list. Even if Gar has... They did look at each other's lists before this game, so Gar will know the number of Traitoresses that are there. But I'm not sure if you board those in against the Data Vault deck, or you just say, I hope they don't have it, and I use the rest of my units to try to win.
Han swings in for 4 damage, only to be met by another Vigilance, healing and defeating Han, or healing the base and defeating Han. And man, there has been just so much healing from this Iden deck, and now we're going to see another point of healing. Iden's leader ability used. Only 17 damage on the base here, despite a pretty relentless attack from Gar Saxon.
Yeah, this Gar has put in a lot of damage. We've seen 2 Vigilances as well as a lot of Iden healing to bring these base numbers back under control.
Yeah, I think that our Iden player has probably healed more than 15 damage here, because we've seen the 2 Vigilances, as you said. We saw 3 healing from the Reinforcement Walker, and we've seen several uses of Iden's leader ability as well. Now, Krennic Shuttle enters the board, and our Iden player going to take initiative rather than bothering to attack with the Onyx Squadron Brute.
Yeah, Iden doesn't care about the damage on your base. If Iden doesn't die long enough, Iden wins. So getting in for 4 damage doesn't matter versus potentially having the first action here with... Maybe they end up just passing, but maybe they want to kill some of these units, or they just want the opportunity.
Wow. It's actually going to be a single reactor ignition out of aspect. So that's going to cost, I believe, 10. Kills everything on the board, deals 2 damage to Gar's base. And then we also actually see the heal effect go off here from that Onyx Squadron Brute.
Yes. And Gar, not what they want to see, which is all of their turn 1 plays. So such is life sometimes.
The multiple small units thing can be good, but we see a Power of the Dark Side clearing one of those immediately. Lom Pike did manage to stick, but I'm not sure for how long.
Yeah. And we keep yo-yoing back and forth, down to 14 damage on this Data Vault now.
We'll probably see a swing from Lom. That'll be, 4 more damage, go up to 18. Still not really in striking distance of a win here for our Gar Saxon player.
Yeah.
Will Iden be able to remove that? Absolutely, yep. It's time for Avenger. This is traditionally one of the main closer units in this deck. When played and when defeated and on attack can defeat an enemy unit. It is met with a Power of the Dark Side from Gar Saxon, but Iden's ability used for a heal, and now we see Darth Scion hit the board.
With an experience because a friendly unit was defeated this phase. It's also interesting. So Scion goes back to hand because with the Gar buff, it had 7 power. One thing that's interesting about this...
Was that a Power of the Dark Side? What was that? Merciless Contest?
Yeah, Power of the Dark Side.
Okay.
One of the interesting things about this Gar deck is it's not a control deck, but it is still in blue villain. So Iden usually doesn't have to worry as much about these Power of the Dark Side battles in control mirrors. But when you're trying to close out the game against a more aggressive deck and all of your units die to this Power of the Dark Side that's still getting played, it's kind of an interesting advantage for Gar that you don't see out of a lot of more aggressive decks because they're usually not in these colors.
Yeah. Blue-green villain does have some nice removal options, even if you're playing a more aggressive or mid-rangey build. Power of the Dark Side, we saw it earlier, removing Iden leader, and now Avenger as well, falling prey. It looks like Director Krennic takes the field yet again.
Yeah, so more Power of the Dark Side protection for this Gar, and hopefully for them they have a follow-up.
Traitorous taking control of Krennic here. Okay.
Traitorous number 2.
I believe that Krennic should be exhausted. Yep, that's right. And I believe Iden should not be exhausted.
Correct.
3 resources for Han Solo. I think that's the 3rd copy of Han that we've seen this game. But Command. That is not a card I expected to see here.
Huh.
So command played back out of aspect. That's going to be 2 experience tokens given to the stolen director Krennic, and then reinforcement walker returned to hand. Very interesting. Upgrade removal would be great here. You know, if you could remove that traitorous, and then you would have the buffed Krennic back on your side of the board. But I kind of suspect that the Gar player does not have upgrade removal in the deck, or the Iden player has a very confident read that they cited it out, because playing traitorous into upgrade removal can be a enormous blowout.
Yeah, absolutely. And then putting the XP on it afterward as well. It's a good sign that Gar is not expecting a confiscate to come out here.
Yeah. All right. Now we see what happens. Darth Vader on the board. Ambushed with ECL and defeats with the Krennic with the on-attack ability. Not even losing his own shield, because the on-attack will clear Krennic before that combat damage would go through. And now we're going to see a massive pile of resources for our Iden player, but what will they be used to play?
They are at 15 resources, if I'm counting correctly.
15 resources. And I believe 17 base HP, despite a ton more damage than that going through. It's going to be Lost and Forgotten, defeats Vader, and heals again. I think that's another 3 points of healing, and it's going to be 4 points of healing once Iden's leader ability is used. So we're back down to 14 damage on that base.
And they still have the resources to play the reinforcement walker that we know about.
Han swings in. That's going to be 3 damage added back to the base. Iden's leader ability used to get rid of one of those points, down to 16.
They might be waiting to see if there's a better target for this reinforcement walker ambush. No, they go for the Avenger. Interesting.
Onyx Squadron Brute met by an Avenger. Gar loses the Brute immediately and heals the 2 damage that had gotten onto his base somehow. I think it was 2 damage from single reactor ignition. Yeah. Owen, Lars, and Maul take the field. Owen here, not a necessarily that effective a unit, but is nice padding against Avenger. An Avenger attack could defeat Owen and then draw another Force unit. So nice little protection there.
Yeah, basically I think Gar is saying, I'm going to play a big unit now that your Super Laser Blast hurt you as so I feel a little more comfortable playing my big guy out here instead of just trying to bait out the Super Laser Blast.
Yeah, now if we had an overwhelming barrage here, it would be able to defeat Maul and Owen and strip the shield from Han. Not sure if that's going to be the play, though. Let's see what our Iden player goes for. Looking at some cards, maybe looking for smuggle options, or just trying to see what options have already been resourced here.
Yeah, I think most likely trying to see what they could still draw into.
15 resources.
They resource a Super Laser Blast to things like that. No glory on the Maul.
Yeah, Maul defeated does not allow Iden to heal necessarily unless another unit gets cleared, but it's still nice to remove your opponent's powerful unit before it swings for 7 damage on you.
Yeah, definitely.
Reinforcement Walker could still hit the field for an additional big healing boost. Han swings in, continuing to grow and deal more damage to the base. Avenger swings in, 8 damage there, and Owen Lars defeated. Now we're going to see that search for a Force unit. Another copy of Darth Vader. That's certainly something that might give a Reinforcement Walker pause here.
Yeah.
Power of the Dark Side clears Avenger. Reinforcement Walker hits the velocity safer to play. Now that the Avenger removed, you're no longer necessarily risking a devastating 2-for-1. Opts to draw the card again instead of healing. Interesting. Didn't see what it was that time.
7 resources. Yeah, I didn't see the card that was drawn.
Darth Scion on the board and gets that experience. So now would come back to the hand if defeated.
Yes. Yeah, and that interaction is a really cool one with this Gar deck.
I think that's a powerful way to get yourself some more gas versus a control deck that could otherwise remove your later game plays pretty easily. Having one that you can keep replaying is nice.
Yeah.
The reinforcement walker swings and defeats Scion, I believe. And then once again, the Iden player opting to draw a card.
They feel pretty comfortable at 20. It seems like they'll be able to heal to 19 as well. But they're about to take 5 from this Han unit.
Yep.
So at 25 damage on base now, but still feeling like they wanted that card, whatever it was off the top.
Yeah, I wonder if it was just like the dream card or if there's a lot of other healing waiting or what. Fell the Dragon. Han Solo. Not common to see a 1/1 base unit get hit by Fell the Dragon, but there you have it.
Yeah.
And that is going to put Iden's ability live, so we could see a point of healing there, and still a ton of resources available for Iden Versio this turn as well. Another copy of Owen Lars hits the field. Iden's ability used to heal 1.
So the sign is going to be a lot larger now.
Both players have some real options here, I think.
Yeah.
Let's see what they do with them. A Gar player mulling over a range of cards in hand there. I know Darth Scion could be played. We've seen him here before. Now, so the way that Darth Scion works is you get an experience for each enemy unit that was defeated this phase, which does mean if played here, I believe he would just be a 5/5 because Iden hasn't lost a unit this phase. I think that's right.
Oh, yes, you're right. For some reason, I thought it was the friendly units, but it is each enemy unit.
Yeah. Now, ironically, No Glory only results can actually power up Darth Scion also. Another way that card can be double-edged. We see the client hit the field, not an immensely powerful unit, but actually with a shield here, relatively well positioned against that reinforcement walker.
Yeah, threatening to take it out and only lose the shield in return.
That reinforcement walker, I believe, has 7 damage on there, so that's not going to be
correct.
Not going to be one that will necessarily stand up to almost any combat. As 2 HP remaining, so even without Gar Saxon's buff, the client would be able to clear it.
Owen Lars
creating power on Owen Lars. I think that's the first time I've ever seen that interaction. But it gets the.
So see how many cards are left in Gar's deck, and I believe it's 6.
Gar might actually mill out here. Historically, that was the backup win condition for Iden, or sometimes even the primary win condition, depending on what you were doing.
Yeah, I think it's the primary win condition here.
The way that these Iden hard control decks typically worked. And there's the Merciless Contest clearing out the shuttle. But yeah, the way these decks typically worked was that your win condition was either like win the game with Avenger and Crate Dragon and Devastator or whatever your other super heavy ships are, or just mill your opponent. Wow. And then Vader gets played only to be met by a power of the dark side. Iden keeping the board totally clear this turn, not at all what Gar wants to see. And then there's another heal from Iden's ability. We're at 23 damage on Iden's base, just 10 HP to go. But Gar's is going into this turn with a completely empty board.
Yeah, I think at this point, Iden is just saying, I have enough cards in my deck to kill every card in your deck. So you can play whatever you want. I'm going to kill everything, and then you'll run out of cards before I run out of removal.
Gar player has given up the ghost for that one. Yeah. But yeah, that was actually a real downside in Shadows of the Galaxy Limited. If you had a lot of Smite cards in your deck, you could actually mill out very easily. Well, that was a long and grinding game, and actually Gar got fairly close. 23, 10 HP remaining. That's not that comfy, But nevertheless, Iden's immense amount of healing meant that that was not enough damage to win. And, you know, as we saw towards the end, I think the Iden player was feeling quite comfortable, you know, taking those card draws with Reinforcement Walker rather than additional healing.
Yeah, whenever you see a player comfortable with control, like this player very clearly is, it's very telling what they do off Reinforcement Walker. If they just don't even look and flip the card over, they recognize that they're in trouble. We saw a lot of, we look at this card, I'll take it, because I think Iden recognized that, yeah, I can deal with all of these units. I'm not in immediate danger, and I have the resources to get myself out of danger if it looks like I'm getting close.
Yeah, I think we actually saw 3 or 4 I think we saw 4 Reinforcement Walker triggers, and only one of them was used to actually heal. The other 3 triggers were all used to draw cards.
Yeah.
All right. They're shuffling up for game 3. Let's see. You know, Gar had a relatively quick win in game 1. Game 2 was a much more drawn out affair, but a victory for Versio. And now we're going to be moving on to the third game of the match. Let's see what happens. I'm not sure what time rules are being used for this top cut, if any.
Yeah, it feels weird to say after what I think was approximately a 40-minute game, but really needs to get off to a better start. We saw in game 1, the Krennic Owen had the Power of the Dark Side protection immediately into Krennic Shuttle, able to pile on the damage early. Game 2, just the Onyx Squadron start, and it was a lot slower of a build-up for Krennic, and by the time you get to the later resources, it can be a little bit too late if you don't already have a big enough head start.
Yeah. All right, and now we're going to get things underway for that game 3. Looking at those resources here, or looking at those cards for potential resources, I see a copy of Traitorous, see an Avenger there in Iden's hand. I think we might have even had an Annihilator there.
I don't think I see anything that costs less than 5.
But our Iden player looks to be keeping resources and Avenger. Well, maybe not.
A single reactor ignition getting resource instead of the Avenger.
I think the other card was some other big ship.
Yeah, so we have Traitorous, 2 big ships, and something else.
Looks like, I believe it's the Onyx Squadron Brute there. To once again, no play from Iden. I think the Iden deck has not made a turn 1 play in any of the 3 games of this match.
Correct. And
Let's
I think they're on track to not have a turn 2 either, unless I'm misreading their hand.
Often, one thing these control decks like doing is take initiative turn 1 and then immediately play Power of the Dark Side or Merciless Contest to kill the opponent's turn 1. But looks like, as you predicted there, Jeff, our Iden player does not have a turn 2 play either. So Gar gets 2 damage in and then develops the client. Not optimal here. You know, once again, both of these units are not optimal. If they are using some of their power budget for healing effects that aren't relevant. But, oh wow, look at that. Incapacitate, -2/-2 to the Onyx Squadron Brute, I believe. Does not kill it, but does reduce the incoming damage. This is not necessarily what this Iden deck wants to be doing at all.
No, and it's interesting. I believe I saw Iden resource a Bounty Hunter crew, which I would not expect that to still be in this matchup. But they definitely think that, a second
Double Incapacitate. Wow. Yeah, I think of Bounty Hunter Crew as being a mirror breaker card. The primary reason that you use it is to recur Vigilance and Restock and control mirrors.
Yeah.
I am also a little surprised that it would be here, but maybe there's a scenario where the Iden player is wondering, I wonder if my opponent's going to go for a Vigilance mill game plan. I better include this stuff just in case.
Interesting decisions here, because there's both a Traitorous and a resupply. So you could resupply to flip Iden, or you could Traitorous the client and then potentially start bountying their units.
Yeah, Traitorous on the client has the potential to be an enormous problem for the Gar Saxon player here, because, you know, as we saw in the previous game, the Iden deck already has an immense amount of healing. And if you're adding 5 more healing to the mix there, you know, even just one client trigger could be a very big swing in the game.
Yeah.
Worth noting, though, the client, yet another effect that has anti-synergy with no glory-only results. Unless you're healing your opponent's base for some reason. Shuttle swings on in. We're up to 9 damage on the base here.
Looks like Gar also has a resupply and is going to flip this turn. We'll see what Iden wants to do with the client.
Yeah, could swing. I mean, the sort of minimum value you could get from it is swing base for 3, which is something. It's not amazing, but it's something. Or it would actually only be 2.
Only be 2 for Iden's side. They may be waiting to see if Gar flips and then just hitting the Gar for 2, but I don't know that any of that is super relevant.
Yeah, Gar does flip off the resupply, and it is going to be hit Gar for 2, lose a shield. That does bring Gar into range of takedown, so that's fairly relevant in this format.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. That's the main reason I can think of for wanting to get Gar a little bit lower.
Yeah, now we could potentially see the client's ability being used here to set up that bounty. But we're not going to be in range of a super laser blast or anything like that just yet. I think we're going to be at 6 resources this turn for our Iden player. Could go up to 7 with that resupply, though, and be in position for a super laser blast next turn.
Yeah, an interesting play could be to do something like client activate the bounty on Owen Lars and then play a Power of the Dark Side so that the Gar's decision is a little bit harder.
Yeah, you do also have the ability to flip Iden and have her clear out Owen then as well.
Very true.
I mean, of course, she's not. Looks like it's actually going to be a perilous position.
Okay.
So this is a funny one because it debuffs Gar, but it also actually buffs him because he now has an upgrade, so he gets +1. But it's still a net debuff because the -2 is more.
There goes the without the ability to activate the bounty.
Yeah.
So heads up play there from Gar, not letting the heal come in, because obviously it's face up on the board that Iden could kill Owen if that is advantageous.
Yeah, it was going to be a Power of the Dark Side there from Gar Saxon, defeating the client. Iden now uses a resupply. We are in that position similar to last game. Iden could flip, and so we could see some value from an Iden flip. In particular, I believe she'd be able to swing and defeat Gar here. But I think we are going to see the resupply into Super Laser Blast game plan instead, which means that Iden is going to hang back to avoid being cleared in the blast.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting to me because it's a little bit of a low value blast where you also had the opportunity to deploy Iden and clear Gar. So you could have been at a point where you only had the shuttle attacking for 4 every turn. And just going to be
it's not a blast, though. It's actually going to be a vigilance. Is vigilance in range of Gar here? I guess it is.
Yes, because -2.
Because he has the -1/-1, or the -2/-2. That's right. Okay, so vigilance clears Gar, and it's a big heal, and now Iden can be used again. Owen Lars able to do some healing that broadly doesn't matter, and more importantly, though, he is a shield against those Power of the Dark Sides, Merciless Contests, potentially Avenger. That is very relevant, even if his normal stats are not.
So right now, the goal for Gar Saxon is I need to create a board that's imposing enough that Iden has the Super Laser Blast, but not so overextended that the Super Laser Blast loses me the game.
Look at that, smuggling out the Hotshot Blaster with Owen Lars, swinging in for 3 damage. We've seen some very unusual plays with Owen Lars in the course of this match. The Craving Power Owen Lars. Oh, and there's another Power of the Dark Side waiting to defeat Iden, so Iden not able to flip and clear Owen here. Yeah. Pretty nice play.
And this is the exact kind of line that I was talking about from Gar, because now instead of just 4 damage on the board, it's 7. And with the Power of the Dark Side perfectly lining up on 8 resources, you say, okay, they think they have a clear with the Iden flip. Now, are you going to Super Laser Blast 2 units, one of them being an Owen Lars? It is 7 damage every turn, so it's not unheard of, but it's not this overwhelming board state where Iden can Super Laser Blast and swing the game and guarantee victory.
Yeah. Whereas by contrast, if we had seen like, oh, I'm going to play 2 other units or whatever, the Super Laser Blast would be looking a lot better. Okay, so now we're looking, our Iden player looking through their resources a bit, trying to figure out what exactly to do. Looking at the cards in hand, does have a lot of resources once more, but so does our Gar Saxon player, and it is going to be the Super Laser Blast. But like you were saying, that is not the highest value blast I've ever seen.
Yeah, in terms of resources taken from hand, the Owen is going to replace itself. The Hotshot Blaster came from the row, so it's really the Shuttle ST Krennic, and you get the Scion back. So it's kind of a 1-for-1 in terms of resources spent, which is not where you want to be for Super Laser Blast on the Iden side.
Yeah, now you do save a bunch of damage this turn, so it's still, you know, it's still value, but it's not super card advantage. Yeah. Iden's ability used heal, and we see Darth Scion and the shuttle gives that shield to Darth Scion, which means that Gar Saxon with the buff now putting Scion in a position to be sent back to hand.
I believe it has to be 7 power to go back to hand. So I think right now the Scion.
Oh no, you're right. You're right. Just a shield doesn't work, but an experience.
An
does
experience.
Work. That was my mistake.
Yep, exactly.
All right,
but it still protects it from dying to a timely reinforcement walker.
Yeah, let's see whether or not Iden can. Oh, it's another Super Laser Blast. Board wiped again. This time, probably a little bit better value for Iden, quite frankly.
Yeah, you always feel a little bit safer after the rebuild or after the wipe, but
Lom Pike from Smuggle. Iden's ability used for a heal. We're down to just 16 damage on that base, and then. Oh, that's so interesting. You know, you were discussing this card earlier, but it's not really one that is necessarily so good in this matchup, but it is still an additional unit.
Yeah, I think it's really good in a lot of the aggro and mid-range matchups. And I think this is the first time we've seen it because it's just really doesn't do a ton here.
Yeah, that's Lots Razi, a unit that can be good removal, but in this case, just getting removed herself with a knowledge and defense that draws Iden a card as well.
Yeah, and those are the ones that feel bad, or when your units die to cards like knowledge and defense. If your card eats a power of the dark side, a merciless contest, a takedown, you're okay getting those cards out of the hand. But when you see the knowledge and defense, the perilous positions, when these things kill a unit, that's when it feels bad for a Gar. They're not using their premium removal. They're using the little small things that most of the time don't have to kill anything anyway. I think that this game has heavily turned in Iden's favor.
Yeah, we saw a Loopee Lookout hit the field only to itself be removed by, I believe that was a perilous position. Those -X effects very effective against these low HP shielded units. Lom Pike is still on the board, but he's the only one.
So
up to
Iden
20 damage,
20,
now down to 19 damage with Iden's ability being used. Maul hits the field. That's a real threat. Maul is a very real threat.
It is, and we've seen 2 of up to the 6 board wipes that Iden may be playing with some number of single reactor ignitions as well as super laser blasts.
I think we did also see one of the single reactor ignitions maybe resourced at the start of this game, if I recall correctly. So we may only have 5 board wipes, who's to say? Now, Iden takes the initiative, and it's going to be no glory, only results. Clears out Maul, but does not enable Iden's ability.
And also does enable a Scion if there is another one. So going for the power of the dark side protection over the 4 damage.
Lots Razi shows up again, and Lots Razi is defeated by -2/-2 again. This time with an incapacitate, and that does mean Iden's ability is live now.
Yeah, Gar was really hoping that would be able to eat a power of the dark side, not a -2/-2.
Looks like a promo version of Darth Vader entering the field and sending the shield over to Lom Pike. Then there is a merciless contest, and our Gar player opts to lose Vader instead of Lom. Lom now swinging for 6.
It's the same amount of damage either way, but getting 5 damage this turn.
Shield. So 24 damage on Iden's base. She is getting close to the edge here, and I believe opts to take initiative rather than using Iden's ability to heal, hoping to have some kind of removal to clear Lom before another swing, and there's a power of the dark side. Lom off the board, an empty board now. Another Loopee Lookout. Iden heals.
Iden could still play the third super laser blast. And
Wow,
there it is.
yeah, another Lom Pike, this time from Smuggle, met with the third super laser blast. Board wiped yet again. Gar Saxon.
Is there another 2-drop follow-up? No.
No, there isn't. Gar Saxon going into the next turn with an empty board, not where you want to be. This is now the danger zone for Avenger to take over the game. Gar Saxon is tantalizingly close here with 23 damage on that base, only 10 HP remaining. But Iden definitely seems to be stabilizing here, has really clean, efficient answers to all those low HP shielded units that Gar was trying to develop. Owen Lars hits the board. That's nice insulation if we do have an Avenger, but here comes Reinforcement Walker. Looks at the top card. It's another draw. Our Iden player must be feeling confident here. It's not a heal.
Yeah, and I agree with the Iden player here. You see the Owen, which is going to be obviously power the dark side protection, but you still have those 3 resources up. And now Reinforcement Walker is threatening to attack into a lot of other units anyway.
Yeah.
I think if it's any kind of a decent card, you're just kind of okay drawing it there.
Yeah, and the Reinforcement Walker could be killed here by a Vader ECL. I think that's actually what we're going to see. Yeah, Vader ECL clears Reinforcement Walker while retaining the shield. But it's actually card neutral for the Iden player because we did see the card drawn from the Reinforcement Walker. And it looks like the Vader player opting to give the shield to Owen Lars instead of Vader, maybe to make it so that there is more than one unit that can actually swing here.
Yeah, I don't hate it.
No additional play from Gar.
You're losing out on 1 power potentially if you see a power of the dark side, but you already know that this Vader is going to need to be targeted by something like a Fell the Dragon or a No Glory.
Right.
So if that happens, you still have the 1 power with Owen.
Yeah, it's a nice efficient play. Try to squeeze out some extra efficiency. You need every point of damage you can get against a deck that has this much HP and this much healing.
Yeah, and you've already seen a lot of... I think we've seen 1 Merciless Contest and 2 powers versus only 1 No Glory and no Fell the Dragon. So they may be doing that math in their head as well of what removal is most likely. And yeah, they're looking at the discard now to double check that as well.
Yeah, Iden wants to clear Vader here. Looks at the resources. Owen Lars doing a lot of work, even though his primary purpose, healing, is more or less irrelevant in this matchup. That when defeated ability and the low cost enabling you to throw something out there in front of those power of the dark sides and stuff, really good. But here we see a single reactor ignition clears both of those units, will also deal 2 damage to Gar Saxon's base. Owen's search does go off, though, so much card advantage as you might see otherwise.
Yeah, whiff on the Owen.
All right, so it's going to be 2 damage to the base from that single reactor ignition. Owen whiffing, absolutely not what you want to see as the Gar player who probably wants to see as many cards as possible.
Yeah.
Just try and get more stuff out onto the field.
Got another Lom Pike, maybe?
That would be the 3rd one. I think we've already seen 2 this match, but it is possible.
We definitely have seen 2 this game. There's a Maul
in hand, but Maul would need some kind of cover to prevent just being wiped out by Avenger. And even with another unit for cover, Maul would still be a very tempting target for a Devastator. Maul hits the field, still 4 resources remaining, just 2 on Iden's side of the board. I believe the Iden player is taking initiative, and there is a Han Solo, so that is going to be cover against an Avenger. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, and I like them all first there because they don't have the resources for power the dark side there, and you want to make them claim without using the Iden heal because you want to say, oh, I need to be able to Avenger this Maul if you don't have a follow-up.
Yeah, so the Iden player not getting the chance to use Iden's healing there, taking the initiative instead, which I think is absolutely the correct play under the circumstances.
Yeah.
But there is going to be a no glory only results being used to clear Maul off the board. Iden's heal not enabled by that, though, as we've discussed earlier. Han able to swing for 3 here, which is at least something. We could potentially have another one of those hot shots smuggled in. I think I do see one in the row there, so that would be 5 damage instead of 3. There it is, hot shot blaster. The Hot Shot DL44, one of the cards that has seen a lot of play, probably maybe the most popular smuggle card out there.
I think so. Yeah, and so now 5 damage on it. Only 8 resources left for Iden, so not able to play Avenger legally.
Look at that. Knowledge and defense clears Han through the shield. Iden's heal now online again.
Yeah, we're really seeing the power of these minus effects. We've seen -2/-2 kill every unit that it's gone up against in this matchup.
Another copy of Han. And another -2/-2. Knowledge and defense clears it and draws. That is brutal.
Yeah.
We were talking about this earlier, but the shield tokens are not effective against this Iden deck compared to just having more HP. Hey, there is a smuggle, though. Smuggled Lom Pike, not at all bad. That's another threat being developed. And the Iden player, once again, claiming instead of using Iden's heal, trying to deal with this Lom Pike before he gets a chance to attack.
Yeah, because up to 28 damage now. The 5 damage from Han was a big deal there. Now another 5 is lethal at this point, so you really have to answer every threat now.
And we do have an interesting point from a viewer in the chat here that Gar Saxon will actually win this if it goes to time, because the damage on base, there's such a discrepancy right now. I think they probably are a little tight on time, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and it's one of the ones where even if you run out of cards as Gar, if it's near time, then how quickly do you get there?
Director Krennic shows up. You know, another card that would be extremely good against a lot of these small units would be Supreme Leader Snoke, though I don't think we've seen Iden play it in any of the 3 games. Not sure it's in the build. Takedown clears Krennic.
I don't think it is, because I think these Iden decks like the limited options for ground units to go into. So they take the Reinforcement Walker because it's actively healing them. So if it gets ECL'd into or anything, it's still kind of done its job. But when you start adding things like Snoke, if it gets ECL record, for example, it still can be a detriment to you.
Lots Razi shows up. Iden using her ability to heal.
Third lots we've seen this game, and the first game we've seen any of them, so that's kind of interesting. Gar may just not be resourcing units as much and saying I need every unit for every removal spell that they have. I think at this point you have so many resources,
you might well just be in the I'm drawing 2 cards per turn and I'm playing what I've got, even if it's not optimal. Initiative taken only for lots to be met with a power of the dark side. Once again, going into an empty board here.
I believe we've now seen 3 power of the dark sides and 2 merciless contests, but I could be mistaken on those numbers. But either way, we're running low on those effects except for Avenger. So they run 9 of that effect in the Iden deck, and we've seen 5 of them. I don't believe we've seen an Avenger this game. I think that was last game where we saw a couple.
All right, let's see what happens here. I think that turn was completely skipped.
I believe that was a pass claim, or a pass, excuse me.
Yeah, so nothing happened that turn at all, and we're just moving to the next turn. That's probably something that the Iden player is fine with.
Yeah.
So Iden passing, and then Gar maybe thinking, okay, I got to try and bring out more stuff or whatever. Let's see what happens here.
They did it again.
Same thing happens again. Another turn skipped. Gar has to actually worry about milling. It is extremely possible for him to mill out, especially if Iden plays Vigilance to mill him.
Didn't have to draw 4 or so other cards between Knowledge and Defense and Reinforcement Walker. So
yeah, but with a Data Vault, you're still not going to mill out first.
Yeah, exactly. But it's closer. So if you go from being 10 cards ahead to all of a sudden being 5 cards ahead, but you're 28 damage behind on base, then still wins that mill war.
No, that's true. That's it. So it is going to be another Onyx Squadron Brute. Very basic card. Let's see how Iden responds. Lost and Forgotten. Onyx Squadron Brute off the field, and yet more healing for Iden Versio.
Yeah, so down to 24 damage on base now, and Iden ability active to go to 23.
Yeah, amusingly, the Onyx Squadron Brute was also healed Gar's base back to full, having previously been damaged by the single reactor ignitions. It's now going to be Maul, who's met with Fell the Dragon, and we had one of those shuttles as well. Initiative taken. And was that the last power of the dark side?
5 minutes left, we were told in chat.
I don't know what card that was, but it was something that just killed that shuttle outright. I think
it must have been a merciless. It could have been a takedown or a merciless contest. I can't see the card.
Yeah, we got some glare on Iden's discard pile there. Not entirely sure what was played.
We did another pass claim. Gar is out of cards in deck, but they do have a hefty HP advantage. I would guess that, and also Iden could be above the deck minimum. It looks like Iden still has a lot of cards left.
Yeah, you might have also thrown more cards in from the sideboard. Yeah. In chat, someone says it was a power of the dark side. What the heck?
That is the pilot that can steal a unit if you pay 5 when you play it.
Yeah, that is not a card that I see very often, but the Onyx Squadron Brute is actually stolen and captured by the Pantarin Starship Thief. Or not captured, but rather switches sides. Now the client hits the field, only to be met by a takedown. I don't know. I don't see Gar winning this unless there's a time issue.
Yeah,
I think
Gar has conceded.
Yep. Gar has unfortunately run out of units to play, is milling out, has no real way to win. That is going to do it.
Well, after a quick barn burner like that,
that was definitely a control match.
We'll have to see if any of the other, if we have a backup feature match for you guys, because that one was so fast.
Iden Versio does it again, and I don't know how much damage was healed across those 3 games, but it was I suspect it was a vast amount. If someone told me that Iden had healed 50 across that match, I wouldn't be that surprised.
Yeah. The past claims there were kind of interesting because nobody wants to use time as a weapon, but I think if Gar just played some cards and made Iden play some cards and didn't resource, they probably could have taken that match to time.
What's up, Star
Maybe,
Wars
I don't know.
fans? I'm sad to inform you, Jeff, that there wasn't a backup match continuing to go in there.
Darn.
I can tell you that we have a Jango list top 4 of this event because both of the Pietz one and then Rebel Trader one with the Kylo Data Vault. So both of the semifinals are going to be a relatively hard control deck, Kylo Data Vault and Iden Data Vault versus Piet Red Splash. That's what we're going to see.
Okay, so it's not a Piet mirror. It's Kylo versus Piet, and then the other one is Iden versus Piet on the other side of the bracket.
So. I can pop up here. Let me go back to here, and I'll get the top 8 picture up here for a second for you guys. But what did you think of the match? What are your takeaways from seeing that Iden Gari CL match?
I think it was
hard
about
control
what I
does hard control things, you know. It's yeah.
So basically, what we saw here are 2 decks taking drastically different approaches to beating Jango. Gar says we saw the Lotties, we saw all the shielded units where they say I'm going to still be able to get in damage with Jango. You can't tap me down, and I would imagine this deck is very successful against Jango. And then we saw Iden with the complete other side, which is you're not going to damage my base. You can TDR Devastator if you want. All that's going to deal is 4 damage from the indirect, and I'm going to kill it. And then when they see each other, I think Gar could be built in a way to do a lot better into Iden, but it's not because you have to build your deck to beat Jango.
Right. So this is where we started the day. We had Jango by far the most represented deck at 19, followed by Gar ACL, followed by Piet Splash, which I'm going to say is a product of a team working out there, given that much of that particular deck. And this is what the top 8 wound up on here. And the splash base graphic isn't working, but the number 1 seed and the number 3 seed were both Piet Splash Red, Stygian Spire. The number 2 seed and the number 4 speed were both Blue Green Villain Hard Control with Iden Data Vault and Kylo Data Vault. Rebel Trader from Late Night and Take the Competitive. Carson Caruso was actually top 8 on Han 2 ECL at the Milwaukee Regional. I know him. He was my round 1 opponent, which was not what I wanted to see as Kylo. He's moved to hard control. We had 2 Jangos.
Yeah.
Cam Sullivan and Jay Fire as the 5 and 6. I believe those are the 2 Babu freaks that made the cut. We just saw Ben heroically face that Iden deck. Got game 1 and was unable to close. And then we saw Chris Wolf get into the top cut as Ray. So it's going to be an interesting match. I don't know whether we'll have Kylo or Iden, but we should have both of those decks each facing this dangerous triple Dark Raid Piet Splash deck that we saw that's really done well at this event.
Yeah, it could be some interesting stuff.
What?
And I believe I am going to be off for the next one while you and Jeff take this, Loopee. But I'm Tower number 9 and happy to be part of the coverage here at the Gongai Games Planetary Qualifier in the exciting Eternal format.
And you know, a lot of people hear you doing commentary, you know, fairly frequently. But where can they actually get more content from you, Tower?
Yeah, so if you go to Tower number 9 on YouTube, one word, all spelled out, I have a channel there where I have a lot of, I do videos talking about the game. I do shorts talking about new cards that have been previewed, long form videos as well. You can also catch me doing commentary here sometimes and on various other streams. I do a bunch of streams with McClunky Gaming, and, we'll see what happens in the future.
Well, thanks. Yeah, very much. That was an expertly commentated match, and you guys kept it nice and interesting, given the, hard control slugfest, that we were watching. So, well played. And we'll be looking forward to the matches here. We're going to go to a quick break, but don't go anywhere because the semifinal match is going to be back in just a moment. That was definitely the last match to conclude. We'll be right back. All right, we're muted for a sec. I'm going to go to studio mode, so they're not going to be seeing anything different. And you can't talk anyway because you're muted. Oh. What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? It's Loopee here at Late Night Gaming, and I'm joined by my friend from a Viking mother, Jeff Creasy. How you doing, brother?
Doing great. How about yourself?
Doing great. And if you haven't met Jeff in person, you'd know exactly what I'm talking about. If you saw him. I mean, he's at least like 7'5" and has a giant beard.
I was a Viking for Halloween once, and some of my friends, they said, "Oh, when we met you, we called you the Viking when we were talking about you because when we like had first met you because we couldn't remember your name."
All right, so we have the one and only Rebel Trader, who is, done more commentary than just about anybody and produces frequency now. Playing Kylo Data Vault. Let me get that Iden trash out of there and get a good leader. So it has a Kylo Data Vault deck.
Yeah.
Into Admiral Priet, the research cheating admiral, playing with a splash Stygian Spire base. This is a cool list that we're seeing from Noah Dude, and there was another one that's playing in the other semifinal right now, and I'm looking forward to seeing it in action and all the tricks. We know that it splashes triple Dark Raid. I mean, I would think we didn't see one. We didn't see an interrogation droid, but I would think that card's in the list. That would make sense to me. That's a huge tempo play for a color that doesn't have it.
Yeah, we see the sneak attack there. That was the other one that I was assuming they were probably splashing for. But yeah, I think that Rebel Trader's kind of got his work cut out for him here.
You know what else I saw?
The way that
I saw a Max Rebo Band out of Piet.
Interesting.
Yeah, so
I like it.
Just as many ways possible to try to,
a lot of ways to get an extra resource.
Ramp. Even though in this game resupply is still legal.
So, I mean, he has a resupply as well.
Well, that's a good card. Hopefully, RT.
He can also play the MC30 Assault Frigate this turn, but that's a little bit weaker into the power of the dark side because the Loopee Lookout's going to get to kill this Gonk.
All right.
So. But I think that this Kylo deck is going to be a little bit under pressure because it wants to go a little bit slower and control the game from the 7 to 8 resource point onward, whereas Piet wants to ramp and play the 8 drops a lot earlier. So I think if Piet executes his game plan, it can be hard for RT here, but obviously never count him out. And this Kylo deck has got some tools to potentially be able to still take it.
Yeah, I think that the biggest threat to Kylo is the planetary bombardments. Right, because Kylo has all kinds of way to deal with units, but I mean, anytime the board is clear, Planetary says take 8, and that is a frustrating card to play.
Speak of the devil.
There's the interrogation droid.
There's the interrogation droid that we were talking about from before. So making discard and tapping the Loopee Lookout so that it can't trade with it now, which means that the power of the dark side is still not very live. The other thing about the Kylo Data Vault decks is there's a lot lower density of upgrades. So if they don't see the legal authority craving power, then the Kylo ability might be off. And we haven't seen it activated yet this game.
Yep.
It's just kind of one of the inconsistencies of this style of build. And you get a lot of power when those do line up, but they don't always line up.
And I guarantee you that he didn't have Entrenched in his hand because he would have cast it on Invisible Hand.
100%.
Invisible Hand is a horrible card for control because every time it attacks, it brings out some doofus droid.
But also, entrenching Piet's big ships is kind of a double-edged sword when they play the overwhelming barrages and the turbo laser salvos and the craving powers and things like that. So it could also make your Kylo flip a lot less safe.
Even an underwhelming barrage kills Loopee Lookout.
Exactly.
So takes 6 to the dome from the Invisible Hand.
I don't think we see any droids in there.
Well, no droids at all.
He's counting his ships.
Yeah, guess not.
I see no droids at all, but he's counting which capital ships went in there. So I think I saw Devastator and Ruthless Raider.
That makes him very sad, if that's what's in there.
Yeah.
All right, and then
there is an heirloom lightsaber.
Yep, and we got Anakin, having his say with his double -6. I'm interested to see what he does with Loopee. He puts it into Piet. He says, I have the inevitability this match. Takes 2 more damage to base.
Yeah, he definitely does. And now Anakin is threatening to kill the Piet first action next turn as well. So he's saying, get your 1 ship in while you can, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I'm going going to look to this other view.
Interesting. There's going to be some interesting lines here of do you want to get in your 9 damage to base, or do you want to have protection from power of the dark side? And I'm really curious to see which way this goes.
Right.
I think he's looking to see, okay, we've seen 1 power of the dark side, and we do see an Entrench get discarded there to Kylo ability last turn as well.
Right. All right, so Anakin finishes off the Admiral.
Mm-hmm.
Kylo has taken 9 damage to base by my count. Has a live Fulminatrix to deal with.
Yes. So now the question is, are you playing around the second power of the dark side, or are you getting in your 9 damage and saying, I want to kill this Anakin and get in my 9 damage? It's so bad if you play a second unit to play around power and the removal is something like a craving power that you could have played around by attacking with the Fulminatrix.
Oh, yeah. I think he was thinking about his next play. I mean, turn card sideways was the right thing to do right there. And that's what he did. And we get Vigilance, which is very poor.
Yeah. Is there ever a point as Kylo where you mill yourself to get more upgrades in the discard pile?
No. I've never done that in any event, but I will think about that now. And if you see me at an event playing Kylo Data Vault and Eternal, and I do that...
Oh, it says opponent's deck. You can't. Okay.
There you go. You can't mill yourself.
Not a legal play. That's why I don't play Vigilance decks very much.
Yeah,
or decks except the card Vigilance, I should say.
Just coming out the box. So I think that Piet early claimed without using a resource after the Vigilance to swing again with Fulminatrix, which checks out.
Yeah. I think it's reasonable. If they had a Power of the Dark Side last turn, they would have played it. This is the Kylo flip turn, so I think you're just getting in your 9 damage while you can.
And I see that RT has drawn Craving Power, so that's positive.
Mm-hmm.
But it's going to take some time.
Craving Power will still kill the Fulminatrix with the Kylo flip.
Correct. It's a 9/7, so Kylo deploying. He does have more resources, too. So, I mean, he is now on 8 resources to where you can, you know, like Craving Power plus a legal plus a Nimble Prowess. Nimble Prowess, I talk with him about because we both play Kylo. I've really been liking it. It really probably should have been in the list last set, but
all right, it's a good card. We see also a Reinforcement Walker and a Super Laser Blast. So I think Piet's plan here is to not play 2 capital ships. They know about that Super Laser Blast exists. So they're saying, I'm not going to give you, I'm not going to let you kill 18 power off the board with 1 Super Laser Blast. I'm going to make you do a Craving Power and then get your No Glory and use your 1-for-1 removal.
So, yeah, I can tell you exactly what he's thinking about is, do I put the Craving Power into the discard? And then risk that I die to Planetary Bombardment right now? Or do I play Reinforcement Walker, which makes it so that 12 doesn't kill me because you can also soak a ton of damage?
I think you play the Reinforcement Walker because the other thing you can do is next turn just play the Craving Power on the Reinforcement Walker and kill the Fulminatrix.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if that's not the line he takes, but we'll see.
And healing the 3 to go down to 19 is just a little bit safer when you know the chunks of damage that that can do.
Well, right, and that also might like draw out a Devastator or something, and then you blow it out with there. He doesn't even look. And Anakin is close to the best card of the deck, or the best card of the deck, but you just have to take the heal right there from Reinforcement Walker.
Ooh, Sneak Attack Devastator. That's still enough to do it. That's 13 damage. No, it's 1 short. 1 short.
Yep. So now he's down to 23. He's going to take 9 to 32.
Well, you might as well cycle the Craving Power now, because you know that attack's coming in. But the problem is that the Devastator can just get played next turn for the last 4. So even if you heal 3 with the Reinforcement Walker, the replaying... Oh, no, sorry, that's a Sneak Attack, not a Triple Dark Raid. What am I saying? So you've got the ability to play Kylo, kill the Fulminatrix. The Devastator is going to go away once they realize.
And he used his base. He had to use his base to get the Sneak Attack. He didn't have enough to cast it. With the aspect penalties. So this is actually not as bad as it could be. I mean, I think he deploys Kylo on the gun here. Plays just Craving Power
Yeah.
to give himself some options. Hopefully he has a Fell in his hand, exactly Fell, to deal with anything coming in.
The next one.
Any Devastator's lethal. If Piet has Devastator in hand, the game is over. If he doesn't, it's a lot more interesting.
Yeah, it's gonna feel really bad to see another ship and have to claim and Super Laser Blast.
And we did not see a Windmill Slam Devastator. I was going to say, as soon as there was any thinking involved, you knew it wasn't that. All right, so Kylo, with 1 health remaining, can he stabilize? You'd like seeing the Super Laser Tech a lot more than you liked seeing the Anakin before to the Reinforcement Walker. And he gives himself a little bit of breathing room. He's
There's another sneak attack in there.
He's no longer 1 health from death. Yeah, sneak attack, basically. Anything's good. Dornian.
This can get legal authority, which is in hand.
Condemn.
Getting condemned instead. Interesting.
Well, I can tell you why he did that, too. It's because it helps you next turn. And he shows him the Super Laser Blast.
Yeah. So now Piet knows there's a Super Laser Blast. 29 damage, only 2 threatening. That I'm gonna be honest, this 2/2 ship, I never really liked it as one of the hits from Invisible Hand. But a lot of that's just personal preference of which 2-cost droids do you want to play.
All right, you're gonna make me remember the name of that sucker. I think it's Hyena Bomber or something similar to it.
I believe it is.
Boom. There's a Hyena Bomber. Nailed it. All right.
I'm pretty bad at the names of all the cards, which is maybe not ideal for commentary, but
well, you do what we can.
Yeah,
it's not a card that's too important.
Try to bring other things to the table.
Kylo swings in for 7. So Piet took some damage that turn. Up to 13 on base.
There's a Devastator, which will do it, because 29 HP, assuming Piet has initiative.
Piet has initiative, yeah.
Yeah. So that's game 1.
Right, game 1 goes to Piet. Noah Dude. 21 is his melee name. Don't know his real name. But what did you think of that match?
I thought Rebel Trader played really well. I think he did better than I expected his deck to do in game 1. We did see the Piet draw 2 Devastators, which a lot of times can kind of be the limit. Like more than one, and it can be tough for Kylo to come back from, because it's really hard for the legal authorities to capture those. So you really just have the Craving powers. And if there's something like the Hyena Bomber, then the power of the dark side is turned off. Your Super Laser Blast get really awkward because your Kylo is still alive. Like we saw there was a Kylo and a Reinforcement Walker, so you don't want to Super Laser Blast that. So a lot of the removal just lines up awkwardly, and Piet does everything a little bit faster than Kylo wants him to.
Yeah, let me look at my... actually I have the competitive. This is the one list I have for sure. Because we've been working on this. But he gets a lot of help coming in. Because I think there's additional hyperspace disasters in the board. He's also going to bring in any other copies of hard removal that hits those ships. And
it could be direct hits, fell the dragons, things like that. Yeah, I would expect it to get better for Kylo post board. I think game 1 is the biggest uphill challenge.
Yeah, no, I do think that's correct, because you can't play for everything. You never know exactly what's going to be. But I think that
it goes back to what we were saying last round. Like every deck has to be teched to beat Jango. We don't see any Jangos in this top 4, but there were 27 of them at this tournament. You do not get to this point if your deck isn't teched to beat Jango. And then you get to these points where, okay, all of these anti-Jango decks are running into each other and trying to modify their game plans against a deck that isn't Jango.
Right.
And who can modify their plan the best. Right. Who can be adaptable once the Jango threat has been dealt with.
Yeah, and we see actually a lot of help coming in for Piet too, because I see 2 Relentlesses right there and a Devastator.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Relentless is big.
It is.
I think he's trying to decide what he actually wants to take out, because that's a problem a lot in this deck. Is you say, all right, I want to bring in these 5 capital ships. All right, I don't want to take out all of my turn 1 plays. I don't want to take out all of my ramp. So what do you actually take out? A deck like Piet can be kind of hard to sideboard in because you have to keep all your Devastators. We saw Fulminatrix doing some good work there, still killing the Anakin unit. So a lot of times this is I want to board everything in and I don't know what I want to board out. I think that the MC 130 Assault Frigate is a good one to board out. It's a little bit weaker to your Power of the Dark Sides and things like that.
Yeah. Yep. Nope. You definitely want to play Relentless. There's no question. So,
is he looking at boarding out resupplies? That's interesting.
That is probably not what I would want to do.
I concur. I think he took out maybe a Fulminatrix or two, which is that's what I would like to take out and to put the Relentless in.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know, he knows his list. I mean, I'm sure RT did not have Piet Red Splash on his mind as he entered today. He was thinking Jango.
Yeah, it almost looks Jango adjacent because you have Triple Dark Raid, you have Sneak Attack, you have Devastator. But it's such a different axis that it's attacking on, even though it's using a lot of the same cards. It's one of the really cool things about this game is you take a lot of the same cards, slap a different leader on it, and it is just a drastically different deck.
Right, and we are going to get going here with Game 2. The players have sideboarded. I see Rebel Trader has presented his Data Vault deck. I mean, the extra health is very relevant too. It didn't come into play, you know, that turn. But if Kylo can get stabilized here, or if he overplays into a Super Laser Blast, I mean, it can get real hard for Piet to get any damage on any way other than Planetary Bombardment. And that doesn't work.
Absolutely.
That doesn't work if RT has a board. I'm actually slightly surprised he kept Barrage in. Barrage is not great into Kylo.
Yeah. That's an interesting one where it's sometimes you'll need it and sometimes you don't.
Right.
Where, you know, sometimes you need to deal with the Kylo leader that's already flipped and not let him get another craving power. But interesting there as well. We saw the Gonk in, and he didn't want to play it because I'm guessing he realized he didn't want to. He wasn't going to be playing a capital ship on turn 2.
Right, but Rebel Trader did get the resupply, which is gigantic on this board stage. So.
Yeah, and he has initiative. So I think you want to kill this Gonk because otherwise Invisible Hand could come out this turn. Yeah, he does just take the trade there.
All right, and that actually does 1 damage to Rebel Trader's base and then 2 more.
Correct. So he should be at 5. Yeah, they're fixing that now. Yeah, so 5 damage on Rebel Trader's base because he takes 1 from the HK-47 when Leppy Lookout dies. I think he discarded a Legal Authority, but I'm not 100% sure.
Nor am I. The store, Gongai Games, rented a warehouse so that the players would have some space, so that is greatly appreciated. As a result of that, the lighting is such that the
lighting is warehouse lighting.
Yep, there is exactly warehouse lighting there. So, you know, actually the little splay of the discard pile, you know, was helpful. But there's only so much you can do when the lights are that much above. You know, we've adapted to there. He's going to use Vigilance to probably heal.
It's not what he wants to see.
Not at all, but he lost Relentless. So he got one of those. And
maybe he lost a Relentless. He also might have boarded in Salvages, so he may have gained a Relentless.
That's true.
I saw Salvages in the board, and they're at least a consideration, especially after you got milled game 1. Vigilance does not have many kill targets in this deck, in this matchup.
I guarantee you that he brought in the Salvages. I mean, it'd be crazy not to against Kylo. It's your best card. All right, so Triple Dark Raid. Yep, so he can play most of his ships. I think he can play just about anything. So he's going to take a big hit right here.
Yeah.
It's going to be Devastator. You know, a little 13 to the dome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he couldn't play the 10-drop green Devastator, but he could play everything else.
Right.
And they're adding up the discounts now.
Right.
So yeah, 21 is after the attack, I believe. Yep. I think RT went ahead and added the extra 9 as well.
And then the real bad news is that Devastator's in his hand. And it can also be played this turn.
Yeah, and can get played right now. So do you have to... I don't think there's a craving power. I think there's only a legal authority.
What does that MC30 have? Is it 4 attack?
It is a 5/5 raid at 1 overwhelm.
All right. Well, ambush Vader's okay. He's gonna kill the...
Yeah, well, you can't kill both units, which is unfortunate. You might have won. I guess if you have the super laser blast, then you're okay with killing the MC30. But you need to have an answer ready for this Devastator. And I think the PST player is trying to decide if he's going to run into whatever he assumes the answer has to be. Because RT could have killed PST and prevented Devastator from getting played right now, and he intentionally chose not to. So there's got to be a reason for that.
Oh, you're going to take the 6. He knew he was doing that and claiming, so he's going to claim now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks like we see a hyperspace disaster in hand and a Snoke, I think that is.
All right, so 27 hit points or damage taken by Kylo. 6 remaining to go. He has a Vader Twilated Apprentice on his side. Piet has Devastator. You have to remove Devastator with the first action, period, because otherwise Planetary Bombardment is all kinds of lethal too. All right.
Yeah.
So he does that with Hyperspace Disaster. Not an efficient Hyperspace Disaster. Here comes Triple Dark Raid.
Ooh, Triple Dark Raid for 5, but he can still play a Devastator if he finds it.
Yep. Which would be the end of the game. He did.
I believe I see one. Look, he has like 5 options there.
Fulminatrix. It's Fulminatrix. Oh, Relentless. All right.
Yeah.
So,
but there was a Relentless and a Fulminatrix, and I saw another one. That was a stacked Triple Dark Raid.
Yep. All right. Well, Rebel Trader loses in the top 4. Shout out, what a great run. But what do you think about this Piet deck?
Yeah. I like it. I think it has a lot of game. I think it's still probably gonna have the same Piet problem and the same Triple Dark Raid problem of sometimes it's just gonna lose to itself. But when it draws like this, when you get your cards in the right order, when you get your ramp into your Triple Dark Raid, into your Devastator, when you get your Piet flip and it doesn't get killed right away, his deck is incredibly powerful.
Right. No, I think it's very, very strong. I tend to think that the Iden is not likely to fare much better into that deck, assuming they're on similar lists.
Iden is going to have a little bit... I'm interested in the exact Iden deck list. Iden has the potential to have a lot more tools than Kylo has to deal with these ships a little bit earlier. But we saw Iden beat the Gar ECL in the top 8 match with a lot of cards like Knowledge and Defense, a lot of -2/-2 effects that aren't going to be nearly as good into this Piet deck. So it really depends on which removal suite they brought, what was main deck versus sideboard. I think that it's very possible that Iden has the right answers to still be okay into this Piet deck, but we'll have to see how it plays out.
All right, so here's what we know. Here's the top 8 of the event. We know that both of the Jangos lost, as well as Rey and
Rey and Gar. So two Jangos, Rey and Gar, all lost
8.
in top 8.
Yep. So we had the 2 blue-green villain Data Vault decks, each going against Piet. Noah Dude was able to take care of Rebel Trader, that's Story Arnie, in the 1-4 matchup. The 2 seed and the 3 seed were Batman. We have no idea the individual's real name. We have Batman from Melee, and then we have Carson Cruz, who I do know
Batman's identity.
Yeah, I mean that's thematic as heck. because we're just. I'm gonna call him Bruce. Probably the next round.
There we go.
And then we have Carson Cruz.
I'm not on a first name basis, so I can't.
Who's a great player over there as the 2 seed, piloting Iden, trying to beat that very difficult Piet deck. I do think that the Iden will take longer, but I think that the Piet is problematic for hard control for a couple of reasons.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's. I think the Iden will do slightly better than Kylo, but I would say Piet's still favored.
All right. All right, so we are going to take a break. Hopefully, we'll be able to get back with the final. I know that Unlimited Power is here too. We had talked about doing the Voltron up, and we'll be back with more after this. What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? It's Loopee here at Late Night Gaming, and I can tell you that we will not have a final because the two PST players were shockingly on the same team. They didn't both independently come up with PST Splash, and Noah scooped to Zach. So we have learned who Batman is. The number 3 seed's name is Zach, and he wins the Gongai Games Eternal PQ. Piloting PST Splash Red, Noah faces as the runner-up. So, thanks very much for watching all our coverage. Any final thoughts, having watched the Top Cut Tower? I know we kept you around in the event that we had a final.
Oh, I think it's an interesting showing from a deck that I think wasn't necessarily on a lot of people's radars. You know, PST Red Splash, kind of unusual, but we saw a very strong showing in that semifinal. And it ended up with the two PST Red players prevailing and meeting in the final. So, I think it's really interesting. Going into this event, it's obvious that people were thinking this is a Jango, a Jango-centric format, and we want to, either play Jango or play something that we think can beat Jango. And one of the real stories that I think of today, Loopee, is how successful those attempts to beat Jango really were.
Yeah, I think
because we saw a lot of Jango losses on stream, and we had no Jangos in that top 4.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly right. And I think that you have kind of two different strategies here. You had Carson Crusoe and Rebel Trader employing a hard control strategy. And then you had the two PSTs and Gar playing a mid-range strategy aggressively, in order to beat Jango, and all of it was effective. Jango had 1 win in a match on stream today and was not present in the final 4. So, we see control going, and I think that's going to be the story in a couple of these PQs, that the Jango deck is being figured out. We all look forward to, there's going to be a stream on Wednesday with a meta update. So that's going to inform us, as to whether anything will hit the suspension list for Eternal. Now, Triple Dark Raid really did still have a good day, because that was the key card in both of the PST decks, because that splash base was for Triple Dark Raid. So, I could see that being hit.
Yeah, and Triple Dark Raid, I think you raise a very good point, Loopee. Triple Dark Raid, it's important to note that it was a balanced card when it came out, because at the time that the card was released, there simply were not all that many vehicles in the game.
Right.
And so there was a very major consistency issue with Triple Dark Raid. You could genuinely miss. Like, I remember seeing, games on stream from those days where people either missed completely, or maybe they got something, but it wasn't what they needed. However, as the card pool grew, Triple Dark Raid became so much more consistent that it now really is kind of a problem card, and it'll be interesting to see what they end up doing about it. Obviously, Eternal is a higher power level format. They might be fine with it, but that stream should be quite interesting to see what FFG is thinking for the future of this format.
Yep, and the other thing that happened is PST happened, and PST passively discounts capital ships, which is really what you want to bring out with Triple Dark Raid anyway. So, I see the two, I believe it's the Ruthless Raiders are the team. The PST players were part of a team together. There were 3 in the event, and 2 of them converted to top 8, which is just an exceptionally good conversion percentage. So we're going to be hearing more about that deck. I think that that's the story here, with the sub-story being that hard control also works with Carson Crusoe and Rebel Trader pulling it off. So thank you guys all for watching the Gongai Games PQ coverage. A little sad we don't get a final for you, but that's kind of the way it goes sometimes, with everybody wanting to get home and, teammates wanting to make sure others qualify for Worlds. And, I can tell you that I probably would have done the same, for them. So,
yeah.
All right. So,
and, we'll see what happens in the future of the format, but at least for now, Jango not making it all the way.
Yep. And we'll be back in 2 weeks. We have an Eternal PQ is the next late night coverage produced by Rebel Trader from Pastimes Games. Please like and subscribe to Towernumbernine. Please like and subscribe to Take the Initiative, our sister channel that this was out on the whole time. And how about those Colorado peeps? Both Kyle and Jeff were great from Colorado Cantina Crew and Bothan Network, respectively, as well as the Nordic Takedown. So it takes a lot of people to make these coverages happen. Really pleased with being able to see some Eternal and see some Jango losses on stream. And everybody, if you watch this far, you're our hero. We'll see you in a couple of weeks with more PQ action.